To her right, a brace of double doors stood open, revealing a spacious atrium beyond. It also exposed the interior of the library to the outside, which was full of bustling, armed retainers. One spotted her and pointed. "There she is." She looked around frantically. The heavy, beveled windows would open but slowly, if at all. A desperate rush might carry her through, at the risk of being cut to bloody shreds. As the noise outside increased, she grabbed one of the cut crystal oil lamps, making sure it was at least half full, and scampered up the ladder to the second-level walkway. A pair of armed pakas entered, espied her, and came a-rushing. Setting the lamp down on the landing, she put both hands on the top of the ladder and shoved. It made a satisfying crash as it struck both of them, knocking one to the floor. A couple of patos showed up but made no move to resurrect the ladder. They were followed by a hyrax and a trio of stout armadillos. The Baron arrived a moment later, escorted by a single weasel. "Cheers." She smiled bravely as she clutched the dagger tight. "How's your ardor? Cooled a bit?" He grinned back up at her, but it was clearly a strain. Under different circumstances I might have found the encounter stimulating. "Cor, you don't say?" She waved the blade. "Come on up, Baron, I'll be glad to stimulate you some more. You're being very tiresome. Come down from there. Now." "Sorry. I kinda like it up air. Meanwhile, you can kiss your arse." He took a deep breath. "I see that ropes and restraints are in order. I had hoped you would come to enjoy my attentions, or at least tolerate them. Now I see that I will have to take a different approach. It will in no wise mitigate my pleasure, but I assure you that you will find it exceedingly uncomfortable." He gestured. There were now a dozen armed retainers in the room. Two of the armadillos picked up the ladder, while a dexterous gibbon placed his saber between his teeth and prepared to ascend as soon as it had been properly positioned. Seeing that the armadillos intended to set the ladder against the railing on the other side of the room, Nina rushed around the walkway and prepared to confront them. As the ladder struck home, the climbing gibbon drew his saber and cut at her legs. She hopped lightly over the blow, avoiding a second slash just to show it was no fluke, and sliced the combative primate across his lightly clad chest. Clutching at the wound, the ape lost his balance and fell, rather dramatically, to the floor below. His colleagues thoughtfully scattered, none gallant enough to break their companion's fall. "Get her down from there, you idiots!" Crossvan raged at his servants. "Get another ladder. Get several." As a number of the retainers rushed to do his bidding, he whirled to glare up at her. While everyone waited on those who had left, the armadillos raised the single ladder a second time. This time it was a somewhat reluctant rat who cautiously ascended the rungs. As he climbed, he jabbed his long spear in Nina's direction. Retreating, she parried the unwieldy thrusts until the rat was within reach. Then she darted forward beneath the spear point and slashed at his hand. The rodent yelped, dropped his spear, and shinnied quickly back down the ladder. She'd grabbed at the spear but missed, hoping to gain something to hurl at the gaping faces below. It was then she realized that in that regard she was not unequipped. The first tome she pulled from the shelves was weighty and thickly bound. This satisfying missile struck one of the armadillos square on the forehead. It squealed in pain and let go of the ladder as its companion tried to balance the heavy object. Additional volumes followed in joyful and rapid succession. They caused plenty of confusion, if no real damage. A stricken Crossman stepped hastily to the fore. "Stop that." He bent to recover a damaged tome, cradling it lovingly. "Don't you realize how valuable this collection is? Do you have any idea what goes into the manufacture of a single book?" He was genuinely distressed. Nina smiled inwardly. She'd found Crossvan's weak spot. It seemed he was a collector not only of unwilling young females, but of books. She would not have guessed it. "No, I don't." She selected an especially beautifully bound volume from the nearest shelf. "You mean it would be really hard to replace this if you did this to it?" Opening the book, she began to rip out pages at random, tossing them over the railing. They fluttered to the floor like stricken moths. "Don't do that!" His fist clenched in a paroxysm of frustration. Crossvan glared at his people. "Where are those other ladders?" Nina promptly began ripping and flinging fistfuls of pages from volumes chosen at random, until a blizzard of paper and vellum filled the room. Helpless to stop her, Crossvan was suffering more than he had from the lamp pole. Witnessing his agony made Nina feel better than she had in some time. Wheezing and panting, several retainers finally returned with 2 more ladders. Gathering along different walls, they prepared to assault her from 3 directions at once. Quick as she was, she knew she could probably hold them off for a little while. But eventually they would wear her down. Once more in his paws, she knew Crossvan would take steps to see that her escape attempt could not be repeated. It's all over. Mink Eyes stared ferociously up at her. Come down right now and maybe, if you beg me hard enough and long enough, I won't have you killed when I'm finished with you. I reckon you're right, Mr. Baron. It is over. Except for this. Taking the last volume she'd extracted from the shelves, she held it upside down so that the pages dangled loose directly above the open flame of the crystal oil lamp. As soon as it caught, she heaved the flaming folio over the railing. It landed amidst a pile of torn pages, which immediately flared brightly. Put that out. Ripping the cloak from one of his retainers, Crossvan flung it onto the fire and began hopping madly to snuff the flames. Only the quick thinking of the Lungor, who raced for the kitchen and returned moments later with a pail of water, enabled them to extinguish the blaze before the entire room was engulfed. When Crossvan was finally able to turn his attention back to his former captive, she already had another pile of irreplaceable kindling ready. Half a dozen other books lay open nearby, soaked with oil from the lamp. Righty-ho. Now, do I get out air, or does this old blinkin' repository go up in smoke? You'll burn with it. I'll take me chances. How about you? She was not smiling now. You don't get out of here, he spat out. You never get out of here. Even if you burn down the whole library. She shrugged. Suit yourself, Gov. She lowered the book she was holding toward the open flame, sure they could smell the oil she'd spread about even on the floor below. Wait. The mink raised both paws. She hesitated. Let's talk. She nodded slowly, pursing her lower lip. That's more like it. I'm always willin' to chat. But I'm pretty tired. Tired o' tryin' to watch everybody. The Baron gestured. The three ladders were lowered and the retainers backed off, several of them retreating to the atrium outside. Selecting one of the reading chairs, Crossvan sat down facing her. Better? Bloody right it is. Now I'd like some water. How about some fine wine instead? She smiled thinly. I may be young, but I ain't stupid. Just water. Cold. And something to eat. Fresh fish would be nice. Anything else? He asked tensely. She didn't flinch from his even, murderous gaze. If there is, I'll let you know. He nodded once and relayed the instructions to a servant. The Paka vanished through the double doorway. Setting themselves to wait, the remaining retainers put their weapons aside and leaned against the shelves, or sat down on the tiled floor. Crossvan crossed his arms and continued to watch her. You must know that there is no way I'm going to let you leave here without having you first. Especially after what you've done. I think you're the one who's been Baron. She sat down on the walkway, her back against the shelves. What do you think you're going to do after you've eaten and drunk? He asked her. First things first. There, she thought. That's better than confessing that I haven't the slightest idea what I am going to do next. You don't mind if I eat with you? Something of Crossvan's smile had returned. All this activity has made me quite hungry. He whispered to another servant. As it, now? I'd bet I'd managed to kill your appetite completely. No. Only momentarily stun it. Too bad I couldn't use this. She made a gesture with the appropriated dagger. Instead of just a lamp pole. If my father were red slice you up into family souvenirs. And his friend is the greatest spellsinger in all the Warmlands. Crossvan did not appear impressed. Servants arrived bearing food and drink. She made certain the Paka who handed up hers from the top of one ladder was unarmed. When he'd completed the delivery, she kicked the ladder off the walkway. The ever-ready armadillos caught it as it fell. Crossvan picked daintily at his own victuals. Unfortunately, none of the individuals of whom you speak are here. Me travelin' companions are. No, you are wrong. They are in Kamarioka. If they haven't already abandoned you. While you are here. With me. She chewed on the fish and sipped at the water only after carefully smelling of both. If they were drugged, it was with substances beyond her ability to distinguish. She had to chance it. Besides, from the Baron's point of view there was no need for such subtleties. He could sleep whenever he felt like it, rotating guards as long as was necessary, knowing that exhaustion would eventually overcome her. As they ate she saw other servants coming and going, stocking the library with pails of water to douse any fire as Crossvan sought to prepare for the final assault. As soon as she'd had enough to drink she poured the rest of the water over her head, soaking the elegant gown and running her makeup. It freshened her, but only, she knew, for a while. Where in the name of the ultimate whirlpool were her friends and that lazy useless ragball of a brother? Not that they were likely to successfully crash this pocket fortress, but surely they were bound to try? She settled herself as best she could, shifting her position on the unyielding wooden walkway. She was determined to put off the inevitable for as long as possible. If not else, by the time she finally gave out she might be too exhausted to feel anything. Crossman sat watching her, his gaze rarely wavering. His principal advisor, an elderly mandrill, approached and dared to whisper in his ear. "Why don't we rush her, your lordship? See, she tires already? How many books could she burn before we took her?" "Fool." The cowled mandrill shrank back. "One more would be too many. Don't you know how precious this library is? How valuable a single volume is in the scheme of existence? How irreplaceable the knowledge it holds, the information it contains within its multitudinous pages. Books are by far the most valuable resource of the learned. They are the foundation of civilization, the bedrock of society, the source of all that is profound and wise and benign. The loss of a single folio denigrates me, denigrates you, diminishes all thinking individuals. That is a catastrophe to be avoided at all costs. Actually, your lordship, I thought that fornication was more important to you than books. I am surprised at you," Bile wrote. "You know that this library is my most valued possession. That it is the supreme example of its kind not only in Kamarioka, but in all the lands to the south and east. It is the envy of all who visit here. Having seen it, they cannot do else but admire my dedication to erudition and learning, to great literature and to research. Your pardon, your lordship, but may I remind you that this library consists entirely of pornography?" The mink's gaze narrowed as he regarded his advisor. "Are you making fun of me?" Bile wrote. The mandrill's eyes widened. "Me? Never, your lordship." Crossman turned away, easing back in his chair and focusing once more on the seated figure of the Lady Otter on the walkway above. "Incompetence. I am surrounded by incompetence. No wonder a single female of a tribe not noted for their depth of dunking has been able to outsmart and outfight all of you." "All of us, master," came a voice from somewhere behind him. He whirled furiously. "Who said that?" A few startled faces looked back at him. Several shuffled uneasily where they stood. But no one owned up to the comment. He forced himself to set the matter aside. Now was not the time to go lopping off heads arbitrarily. That could come later. Right now he needed every paw and claw. Whoever spoke was right in one sense. "She is making fools of us all." "We are just not all as frustrated as you, master," said another voice. Crossman joined in the nervous laughter which followed this sally. Keep them relaxed and they will put more enthusiasm into their work, he told himself. Much later, when this episode was concluded, he would administer truth serum to each and every one of them. When the severed heads of the guilty were mounted atop the front gate, he would see to it that they were positioned with smiles on their faces in memory of the untimely quips which had ultimately convicted them. Fulfillment of his desires had merely been delayed, not thwarted. The female who was making a fool of him tapped the book she had opened on her lap. It was bound in green snakeskin foredged with gold. "Oi, Baron." He said nothing. This air could be an educational experience if you weren't so bloody insistent on forcing yourself on me. She turned a leaf, shook her head at what the next page revealed. "I do believe you're a right nasty-minded little sod, Craven. Crossman. Will you come down from there? Only if you can figure a way assuring me of safe passage out o' air, and promising that you won't come hunting for me and me companions." She looked past him, toward the double doorway. "They should be arriving any time now." He smiled disarmingly. "Your so-called friends seem shy. There has been no sign of any visitors at the gates or on the grounds, save for a single itinerant peddler whom my staff drenched with dirty dishwater and sent packing. Can it be that your erstwhile companions have conceded the reality of your capture and are relaxing in the city, drinking and taking their ease and generally enjoying themselves? That would be the sensible thing for them to do should they have learned what has happened to you. Are they sensible, these friends of yours?" She nudged the lamp a little nearer to the pile of opened, oil-soaked books just to see him tense up. "I really ought to get this going. 'Tis a mite chilly in air." Below, Crossman raised a restraining paw. "Don't. These volumes are all unique, all one of a kind." She tapped the one she was perusing. "I'll bet. I'd hate to think there were more than one of these. Judge me if you will, but don't judge my books. All knowledge is valuable. Spoken like a scholar. Course, that means nothing to me. I'm just a fun-lovin' sort. So are me friends, as you'll find out when they arrive." At which point, in spite of making a great effort to suppress the reaction, she yawned. Crossman's smile returned. I will put my mind to a method of ensuring your unhindered departure. So you've decided to let me go? She yawned again. My library is more important to me than any mere conquest. I will think how to reassure you. Now you're being smart. As she eyed him uncertainly, the book started to slide from her relaxed fingers. Startled, she red-ripped the covers. He rose from the chair. My advisors and I will devise a method to satisfy you. A pity. I admire your spirit as much as your tale. But if it is not to be, he executed an elaborate, theatrical shrug of disappointment, it is not to be. Turning, he accompanied Bileroad out to the atrium. She tires, your lordship, said the mandrill. As much pressure as she has been under, surely she cannot remain awake much longer. It's nothing compared to the pressure she's going to be under when I get her out of there. Crossman turned to his advisor. I'm going to my chambers for a nap. Make certain the watch on her is rotated regularly and kept fresh. I don't know where she learned to fight like that, but I'm taking no chances. Not with the imbeciles I'm forced to depend on. She will doubtless fall asleep before you awaken, your lordship. Yes. Then we'll write some pages of our own in a different sort of book. One that's appropriately bound. He stalked off in the direction of his private rooms, his hands clasped behind his back, the fingers kneading one another in anticipation of work to come. The mandrill did not share his master's peculiar tastes, and he shuddered for the lady in the library. Chapter 13. The tavern was situated close to both the central marketplace and the harbor. It was elegant without and spacious within, the sort of establishment where the city's honorable citizens could mix comfortably with less reputable inhabitants and travelers. A good place in which to find both information and aid. This mad venture had best not cost overmuch. Grangelove cautiously considered their intended destination from the outside. Not that I wouldn't do everything within my power to rescue your sister, he added quickly to Squill, who hovered nearby, but I cannot forbear from pointing out that our resources are already sorely strained. Bunken was trying to see through one of the windows into the tavern. It was packed with patrons. There was a wooden piano in back at which a flea-bitten wolf plied his trade. The barmaids came from many tribes, but none looked any less tough or competent than the customers they served. He and Squill followed the merchant inside. Representatives of dozens of species caroused at booths and tables or harangued the several bartenders. The music was loud, the conversation louder still. Everyone looked used. Maybe we do better elsewhere, he suggested, having to raise his voice to make himself heard. I did some checking. The sloth was ambling toward the entrance. In a more refined establishment we will not find the land of help we seek. Indeed, we would run the risk of encountering friends of this baron. He smiled gently, and not for the first time Bunken found himself wondering what truly lay behind that smile. The smile behind the snout, as it were. Anywhere more disreputable and any help we might engage would probably prove unreliable, likely to bolt at the first hint of difficulty or danger. Not that I am hopeful of finding anyone anywhere willing to risk their lives for so little recompense as we can offer. Bunken nodded his understanding, affecting what he hoped was an air of cosmopolitan insouciance as they sauntered into the main room. They were quickly swept up in the heady, boisterous atmosphere. While Grangelove made straight for the bar, Bunken strolled among the tables until his gaze fell on a full-grown, black-maned lion. Standing, the powerful feline would have towered over him. Broad, muscle-slabbed shoulders peered out from beneath iridescent snake-leather armor which was thickly fringed at the edges. It covered shoulders and upper chest only, leaving the flat belly revealed. Matching fringed shorts and high-laced sandals completed the attire. A double-handed sword longer than Squill was tall rested in its scabbard against the side of the round table at which its owner relaxed. Presently, the lion was holding a brass-bound wooden tankard the size of a man's head. Now that's just who we need on our side. He headed for the table. Squill trailed along uncertainly, plucking at his friend's tunic. Now, mate, maybe we ought to let the merchant Avea go first, what? He's the one with the negotiating experience. Bunken didn't alter his vector. I'm just going to talk to him. Don't worry, I can handle it. The nearer they drew, the bigger the lion looked. Squill muttered something under his breath. The feline was holding court with the oversized, sloshing tankard. His road-toughened companions, a fox and caracal, didn't look like pushovers themselves. The caracal's sharply raked ears turned in Duncan's direction an instant before he spoke. Excuse me, Dot. The back of the lion's mane had been combed and tied in a thick ponytail. It rustled as its owner glanced questioningly out of large yellow eyes at the presumptuous young human. No, he said without hesitation. His voice was deep and vibrant, as if it rose from the bottom of an old stone well. Bunken was taken aback. Sorry? A deep nimble issued from the back of the lion's throat. I mean that I won't excuse you. The tankard rose and beer vanished. A heavy tongue licked subsidiary suds from a tan muzzle. Across the table the fox and Caracal shared a meaningful chuckle. Ignoring Squill's insistent tugs, Buncan regarded the smug trio. Suit yourself. I guess this means that you're all independently wealthy. The fox's ears pricked up. Say again? The Caracal, too, showed sudden interest. Buncan shifted from one foot to the other, affecting nonchalance. I said that you must all be independently wealthy. It's clear you don't need any work, thought. Who said we didn't need work? The fox ignored the lion's disapproving glare. Buncan shrugged. You're not interested in my offer of employment. The lion placed a paw on the table, extending all 5 claws. They dug into the thick wood, which was scarred from similar attention from time and customers immemorial. It was hard not to stare at them. Explain yourself, cub. Buncan bristled but contained himself. My friend's sister has been abducted. What friend? Asked the feline with a low growl. Buncan turned. Squill was nowhere to be seen. Searching farther afield located him seated at the bar. The otter held a mug in one hand and waved cheerily with the other. With a sigh, Buncan turned back to the table. He's over there. So his sister's been abducted. It's a tough world. What's that to us? The Caracal muttered. Money and adventure. If you assist us in her rescue. The smaller feline toyed with his own tankard, which was half the size of the lion's. Adventure's usually a fool's word for describing discomfort and hardship. If I long for some, I can usually find it without having to fight off desperate kidnappers. How do you know it'll be like that? Buncan asked him. Because it is a friend who is involved, your interest in this matter is obviously personal, observed the fox. Ours would not be. He glanced speculatively across the table. If the fee were right. First things first, the lion murmured. Who's done the kidnapping? Transient thieves? Registered guild abductors? Some fool freelancers? He uttered the last hopefully. He's local. A real asshole. Taking off his head would probably gain you the gratitude of everyone in the city. We're not after anybody's gratitude, the lion grunted. As for assholes, you'll have to be more specific. Kamrioka boasts a plentiful supply. He gestured with the tankard. To which local asshole do you happen to be referring? He calls himself a baron. Koliak Crossvan, dot. Crossvan. The lion thrust out his lower lip thoughtfully. I see. Am I correct in assuming that your friend's sister is being held in the baron's fortified home? That's what we believe, Buncan told him. And you want the 3 of us, he indicated his silent companions, to help you extricate this unlucky female from Crossvan's possession? Buncan indicated the affirmative. The lion nodded slowly. Let me tell you something, my furless young friend. He extended a massive paw and tapped Buncan in the sternum with one outthrust finger. Buncan held his ground, refusing to be intimidated. First of all, you don't look like you have access to more than a few silver pieces at most. Our services run considerably more than that. Second, Koliak Crossvan is known to keep no fewer than 50 armed retainers by his side at all times, all of whom will fight to the death at his command. Not out of love for their master, who is, as you rightly surmise, widely disliked, but because they know if they don't he'll have their throats slit while they sleep. Crossvan doesn't tolerate disloyalty. Thirdly, Crossvan's home is more like a small castle than a large house. The main building is enclosed within a high stone wall that would make any military engineer proud. The windows are barred, the doors and gates reinforced with iron and brass. There's no moat, because one isn't needed. You'll suck no marrow from that bone with the 3 of us, not even if you somehow manage to cajole 10 more into accompanying you. My professional estimate is that you'd need a small army to storm the front entrance, and I don't think you have the money to hire a small army. Lastly, despite his well-known wildings and distasteful proclivities, the Baron has friends in Kamrioka, some in high places. If word got out that a force of any size was marching on his estate, he'd have time to prepare and rally not only his personal staff but those of his allies. So you'd end up with your small army facing his small army. The thumb stopped prodding and its burly owner leaned back in his chair. We're not interested. But, Buncan started to argue. I said no. I don't like your proposition, and just incidentally, he added in a low growl that revealed sharp canines, I don't much care for primates, either. At that point an older, wiser traveler would have simply taken his leave. Buncan was too young and too frustrated to react sensibly. You're not very hospitable to strangers. Muscles in the fox's neck and arms tensed while the caracal emitted a low, throaty snarl. The lion stiffened slightly but made no move to rise. Young human, you're either very brave or very stupid. Since I am big enough to admire the one and forgive the other, I'll simply tell you that I've treated you no differently than anyone else who'd come seeking our assistance. This matter has nothing to do with hospitality. It's business, and I've treated it in a business-like manner. Forget money for a moment, Bunkan implored him. The caracal laughed sharply, a sound like sandpaper on velvet. What about my friend's sister's virtue? I don't know where you're from, cub, but this is Kamrioka. The lion gestured expansively. Virtue is not a particularly valued commodity in these parts. I'm not willing to risk death for my own, much less another's. She's being forced. If it's gallantry you seek, said the fox sagely, look to books and cubtails. If it's muscle and armor, look to your purse. And if it's justice, hope for better in the afterlife. He threw back the remainder of his drink. Bunkan leaned forward. Please. We've nowhere else to turn. Looking him hard in the eye, the lion put a massive paw on Bunkan's shoulder and gently but irresistibly shoved him away. Have you tried the door? You humans, even the young ones will argue you to death. You made your offer, we gave our reply. Leave now, before you upset me. Bunkan wasn't finished, then realized that he was. It would do the unfortunate Nina no good if he got himself slaughtered here in this tavern, much less facing the ramparts of the Baron's home. Disconsolately, he moved to rejoin Squill and Gragelauth. The merchant made room for him at the bar. He had Duncan knowingly as his long tongue lapped liquor from a wide-mouthed, short-stemmed glass. I could have told you. No luck, mate? Squill asked him. Duncan replied gruffly. What do you think? He rubbed the place on his chest where the lion's thick finger had prodded repeatedly. The sloth glanced back over his shoulder. Those were professionals you accosted. A look is enough to brand them as such. Even had they acceded to your request, we would not have had enough money to pay them. We could have deferred payment until after Nina's rescue. Gragelauth scratched at the fur between his eyes. Now you sound like your otterish friends. An attitude like that will get you killed before you reach your second decade. Well, I didn't know what else to do, Bunkan replied irritably. Squill, I don't suppose you've had any better luck? The otter gestured to his right. Actually, mate, I've been chatting up that squirrelish barmaid over there. The one with the tufts tippin' her ears? It's times like these that I wish I'd paid more attention to some o' me dad's stories. The ones he's more apt to tell when me mum ain't about. Bunkan looked disgusted. And with your sister in mortal danger. Ah, she ain't in no mortal danger, Bunkan. Despite his disclaimer, Squill looked uncomfortable. I mean, what's the worst thing that could happen to her? Put yourself in her position, Bunkan told him. The otter shrugged, but it was half-hearted at best. See? A heavy claw tapped him on the shoulder. Unlike you and your friend, I may have succeeded in securing us some assistance. Bunkan's surprise must have showed. Squill eyed the sloth admiringly. Wondered where you'd got off to, he mumbled. I was searching for some solution to our difficult situation. Our fiscal dilemma, you see, is twofold. If we pay for adequate assistance at arms, we will be unable to afford ground transportation with which to continue our journey, and if we choose instead to make arrangements for the latter, we must then go against this baron without help. Why not then try to find one who might, bearing in mind our severely limited resources, serve equally well both needs? Oi, you've gone and ironed on a giant. Squill barked excitedly. Though I have heard stories of such creatures, I have never met an actual giant of any tribe. Bunkan gestured in the direction of the lion and his drinking companions. Blackmane there could pull quite a load, but not the three of us together with supplies, and he's the biggest in the place. Gragelauth shifted on his chair and leaned closer. Bipeds fight, quadrupeds carry. That is the natural order of things. Among the intelligent tribes who still walk on all fours, most are inclined to pacific pursuits, with but few inclined to battle. Yet there are always exceptions. I believe I may have found one such. A idiorse who's willin' to fight, Squill exclaimed. And afterward, carry the lot of us swift and sure away from this place. No. Our potential ally is not a member of the equine tribe. Where is he? Bunkan asked. This is a large establishment. There are numerous stalls and drinking troughs provided out back for customers of 4 legs. Well, if it ain't no 'orse, Squill mumbled bemusedly, then what the bloody 'ell is it? Come and see. Gragelauth slid off his chair. I am convinced the individual in question will work cheap. Almost reason enough to hire him right there. Bunken followed the merchant down the length of the bar, toward the rear of the tavern.
He's a fighter, this one?
Squill was already suspicious of this low-priced avatar. The bartender I spoke with knows him, says that he has been in many battles and is a veteran fighter. He is also large enough to transport all of us and a modicum of carefully packed supplies to the northwest. Not quickly or comfortably, perhaps, but efficiently. It will be far better than trying to continue on foot. If he'll hire on.
Bunken restrained his enthusiasm.
Talia always says that anything which appears to be too good to be true usually is.
His name, Grageloff continued, is Snoggenhut.
Don't sound like no pothy lute player, Squill commented approvingly as they exited the rear of the tavern and found themselves in a large circular corral. A high wooden fence enclosed the grounds, which consisted of packed earth paved with fresh straw. A dozen stalls were arranged in a crescent facing the back of the main structure. 2 sets of drinking troughs formed a pair of star patterns on the open ground. Smaller facilities were available within each high-roof stall, each of which boasted a bed of thicker straw mixed with moss. Lavatory facilities were visible off to the left. A quartet of horses, 2 males and 2 females, stood by one of the star troughs, drinking and chatting amiably. They wore custom-cut blankets and tack, the mares additionally displaying elaborately coiffed manes and tails. One had her hooves painted with blue glitter. The nearest stallion glanced only briefly in the direction of the 3 bipeds before rejoining the conversation. The farthest stall to the right was occupied by a pair of merinos, already bedding down for the night. One was naked from the forelegs down, having obviously made a recent sale of wool.
Grageloff led them toward the center stall.
A husky barmaid of the civet tribe was coming toward them, lugging an empty pail. Bunken could smell the tart residue at the bottom of the container as she passed them without a glance. That odor was quickly overwhelmed by the stink of the stall itself, which reeked of cheap liquor and musky urine. That he was able to ignore the stench was due to the dominating presence near the back of the shelter of a gigantic, deeply scarred gray mass.
It seemed to be facing away from Miem, though Bunken couldn't be sure.
That's him, I think, said Grageloff. He fits the bartender's description. Sure wouldn't mistake him for one of those sleepin' sheep, Squill ventured.
A rhinoceros. I've never met one of his tribe before. They're bigger than I imagined.
A fascinated Bunken slowed as they neared the stall's entrance.
That back's sure big enough to carry all 4 of us.
He took in the scars and wrinkles in the slabs of gray skin.
He looks kind of old.
Not old, mate, so much as used, Squill corrected his companion.
I mean, this old chap has been bad beat up, don't you know?
The otter sniffed pointedly.
He's been through the wars, and I don't mean the fightin' kind. He does seem a little the worse for wear.
Grageloff studied the back of their hoped-for savior speculatively. Worse for wear me bollocks. Squill took a wary step back from that prodigious and clearly unstable rear end.
He's bloomin' swazzled, he is. Plastered, smashed, looped, juiced. Drunk on his feet.
The otter pinched his nose.
What's more, his taste in spirits stinks worse than he does.
At that the great head swung around into view and a single eye regarded them from beneath a drooping, supercilious brow. A horn the length of Bunken's arm tipped the weaving snout, backed by a second half its size. This formidable brace of keratin weapons was darkly stained. Grageloff approached tentatively.
Are you the warrior they call Snoggenhut?
The reply seemed to come not from the creature's throat but his belly.
The accompanying bouquet was overpowering.
What? Though staggered by the stench, Grageloff risked another step.
Snoggenhut. Are you the warrior?
Oh, yeah. The rhino's voice reminded Bunken of the noises made by the sewer pipes that ran beneath central Lynchbaney.
That's me, isn't it?
The great horned skull bobbed up and down and the eye blinked slowly.
Do I know you?
As the merchant prepared to reply, there emerged from the open mouth a belch of such gargantuan proportions as to register as a seismic disturbance in towns and villages some distance away. This was accompanied by a misty cloud of effluvia noxious enough to burn Bunken's eyes. He stumbled backward several steps, beating frantically at the air in front of his face.
How Grageloff held his ground he couldn't imagine.
As the vapor dissipated, Bunken saw that the rhino had turned to face them. Long, dirty hairs emerged from the inconceivably filthy depths of his shell-like ears.
Bunken took it upon himself to aid Grageloff.
No, you don't know us, but we've heard of you. We're in real trouble, and we need your help.
We want to hire you.
The heavy head swung toward him.
Trouble, eh?
What kind of trouble?
Bunken tried to shield his mouth and nostrils as decorously as possible. It might have been worse. Snoggenhut might have been a dragon breathing fire. Come to think of it, that might not be worse.
He indicated Squill, who stood quietly nearby, turning a polite shade of pea green.
My friend's sister has been kidnapped by the Baron Koliak Crossven. Kraken. Crossven. Snoggenhut looked pleased with himself at having gotten it right.
Each word was a grunt unto itself.
Heard of him. Ermine, isn't he?
Weasel, Bunkin supplied helpfully.
Right, Weasel. Bad reputation. Bad.
The head motivated from side to side.
Crossven's holding her at his estate. We're bound to try and rescue her. To do that we need professional help.
He glanced at Gragelauth.
You came highly recommended. Naturally.
The rhino seemed to straighten a little.
I am after all the most experienced fighter in these parts. You're certainly the biggest. Bunkan intended it as a compliment. Yeah, that too. Spittle clung to the heavy lower lip. But this Baron, I've heard about his place. Hard to break into. What do you think, Viz? A small bird emerged unexpectedly from the fold of the rhino's neck.
It plumped itself down between the twitching ears and yawned, its wings stretching wide. A miniature blue beret crowned the feathered head, and a matching scarf was wound once around the delicate neck. The bird made tiny smacking sounds with its beak and leaned forward to blink at the visitors.
I think I'm tired.
With that, it promptly fell over backward, legs in the air, and commenced snoring heavily, sounding rather like a large mosquito.
Swazzle too, Squill commented in disgust. Don't mind Viz. The rhino snorted softly. He's my tickbird. Been on board for years.
But he can't hold his liquor.
I've told him that booze and parasites don't mix. All that chitin and green goo and...
Squill made a dash for the lavatory facilities, not caring that they were designed for creatures much larger than he.
Bunkin fought to maintain his own stability.
The tickbird snored on.
We don't expect charity. I've learned better than to ask for that. We'll pay.
What we can, Gragelauth put in hastily.
And after we've saved Nina, we'll need your help in getting away from here. A rescue, eh? Snoggenhut hiccuped volcanically. A noble cause. Been a long time since I did anything noble. What do you think, Viz?
The tickbird snored on, oblivious.
Yeah, I'll help you. When do we start? Bunken blinked. Just like that? Don't you want to know the details? What details? Do I look like the subtle type, human? No.
They won't be expecting a frontal assault.
Snoggenhut was murmuring to himself. I've heard some of the stories about this Crossven. Thinks he's the greatest thing in fur.
We'll surprise him. Bust his tail.
Sure we will, muttered Bunkan.
We'll sneak you inside in a suitcase, dump you out, and let you exhale in the faces of the Baron's soldiers.
Louder, he said. You don't drink like this all the time, do you? Certainly not.
As the rhino swayed on pillar-like legs, a smile creased that slouching jaw.
Sometimes I drink seriously. Bunkin turned to Gragelauth.
Maybe we ought to look elsewhere.
What elsewhere? The sloth sniffed resignedly.
I took the best recommendation of the locals I encountered.
Another tavern. Bunkan persisted. Maybe down by the waterfront. Blinking unsteadily, Snoggenhut took a ponderous step toward them. Something wrong? You don't want my help? You don't want the assistance of the greatest four-legged warrior on the high plateau?
His head twisted over and back, gesturing at his flank as best he could with the tall horn.
Take a look at these scars. See that one on the outside of my rear leg? Got that at the Battle of Newliden. Scattered 20 big cats all by myself while carrying 10 fully armed bipeds into combat. And that one all the way in back, just to the left of my tail?
Caught a leg-sized catapult spear right in the butt at the height of the Gabbers Glen incident.
Didn't even slow me down.
Had my side hang their battle flag from it. He looked momentarily wistful.
Trampled plenty underhoof in that one, and gored half a dozen more. We have no doubt of your fighting history. Gragelauth made placating gestures. If you do not mind my inquiring, how long ago did these exploits take place? How long?
The heavy brow drooped lower still.
Don't remember.
Never was real good with dates. He chuckled, and it ended in a rattling cough. As spittle drooled from his mouth, even the dead straw seemed to curl away from it. Gragelauth gestured with a heavily clawed hand. Though our current resources are limited, we must have professional help. If you are willing to enter our service for what recompense we can presently offer, we may be able to arrange for some additional payment at a future date. Still swaying, Snoggenhut straightened as much as he was able, staring at the sloth past the tall horn.
Count me in.
Not because of the money, but because a lady's virtue is at stake. She's no quadruped, Bunkan reminded him.
One eye considered him haughtily.
Where virtue is concerned, the tribe doesn't matter.
There's honor to uphold and gallantry to preserve.
With that he hiccuped again, at least a 7.5 on the hiccup scale, and keeled over sideways. It was akin to watching a great ship slide slowly beneath the waves. As the vast mass struck the ground with a dull whomp, the three travelers hastily backed clear. After satisfying their curiosity, the horses and sheep returned to their respective socializing.
Snoggenhut began to emit Promethean snores.
Having been unceremoniously dumped into the straw, the dazed tickbird picked itself up and fluttered unsteadily to the top of the comatose bulk. Landing atop the half-exposed belly, it curled up in its wings and lapsed back into its momentarily disturbed stupor.
Bunkan was not pleased with the picture. There they are. Our army. Nina's saviors. Cheap at half the price.
He turned to the merchant.
Surely we can do better than this, even with as little as we have to offer? Greatloth stared up at the tall human.
I am open to suggestions, my young friend.
Maybe if we could get the bloated sod sobered up.
Squill studied the insensible mass of grey flesh.
If he got up to speed, he's big enough to do some damage. If he has any speed left in him, that is.
He glanced at his friend. At this point any help's better than no help. We could load the unconscious bugger onto a wagon and roll it downhill.
Might smash in this crossman's front door, might not.
We don't know if there's a hill in front of the Baron's mansion, Bunkan pointed out patiently.
I'm not pushing that load one straight uphill, and where would we get a wagon, anyway?
Steal it.
Squill smiled serenely.
We can do nothing until he sobers up.
Greatloth licked his forehead.
Or, at the very least, awakens.
What about his companion?
Bunkan indicated the softly snoring tickbird.
I could eat it, Squill suggested.
Duncan eyed him sharply.
Eat another intelligent being? The otter sniffed.
Don't look very intelligent to me, mate.
We're here to get help, not dinner.
Most every member of Snoggenhut's tribe lives with a companion tickbird, Greatloth pointed out. I do not think our potential ally would look kindly upon your eating his.
Meanwhile, let me talk to the owner of this establishment.
Perhaps he can suggest a potion to both awaken and sober these two. You couldn't sober that mass up if you dropped it off a high cliff, Squill reposted.
Chapter 14.
The remedy Greatloth arranged for arrived in the form of a brimful bucket prepared by not one but two mixologists. A good dousing with one of the high-pressure hoses used to keep the corral area clean roused the rhino long enough for Duncan and Squill to sluice half the bucket's contents down his benumbed throat. The operation was repeated with the tickbird, on a much smaller scale. Though there was no evidence of overt sorcery involved, the liquid's contents proved nothing short of magical. The hulking old warrior was on his feet, albeit unsteadily, far sooner than Duncan would have imagined possible. As Snoggenhut hadn't the slightest recollection of their previous conversation, they were compelled to repeat both the tale of Nina's abduction and their present dilemma. Viewed in the cooler light of minimal comprehension, the rhino's earlier enthusiasm flagged. You don't want my help, he mumbled, turning away. Greatloth had reluctantly paid for a clean, fresh stall. Employees of the tavern were still in the process of disinfecting the other. This paced between the rhino's ears, hunting for parasites while listening intently. He seemed to be in better shape than his friend. But then, his hangover would be proportionally smaller. At this point you are our only hope, Duncan reluctantly admitted. You're about all we can afford. Time's also important, and so far you're the only one who's indicated a willingness to help. Oi, said Squill, what were all that rot about preservin' a lady's virtue, and gallantry, and wonner? Did I speak to that? Snoggenhut looked thoroughly miserable. He stood with one foreleg crossed over the other, his prehensile upper lip nearly touching the ground. The tickbird glanced up. If they say you did, Snog, I guess you did. I don't remember the discussion myself. He pecked energetically at a particular spot. Greatloth sought to energize the quadruped. Why wouldn't we want your assistance? You are large, powerful, and experienced, clearly no stranger to battle. The rhino twitched his huge skull. Reflex caused the tickbird to flutter clear and set down without comment as soon as his perch had steadied. All that was a long time ago, he muttered unhappily. A very long time ago. Haven't done any fighting, he paused to swallow. Haven't done much of anything in longer than I can remember. Duncan picked up on Greatloth's riff. You look like you're still in pretty good shape, he lied. The rhino's head came up a little.
I do the best I can. Frankly, the last few months, the last few years, I've kind of lost direction. Lapping at the drinking trough now and again, and my reflexes aren't what they used to be.
Oh, the underlying muscle tone's still there.
He inhaled and seemed to double in size.
The effect lasted about 5 seconds before scarred and wrinkled skin collapsed in on the massive skeleton.
That's not enough. I'm out of shape, out of condition. Wouldn't know how to get going. No equipment, anyway.
His eyes grew misty.
Used to have full armor and combat equipage. Gilt steel.
When I went into battle, the sun rode with me.
Where's your gear now? Bunkan asked thoughtlessly. Snoggenhut squinted at him. Pawned it. Long time ago. Everything was a long time ago, human.
At which point, to everyone's astonishment, the great beast began to cry.
Air now, Gov. Squill moved forward. He didn't mean nothin' personal.
It did no good. Tears spilled from both eyes as gargantuan sobs racked the huge form. His perch now shuddering steadily, the tickbird fluttered down to land on Bunkan's shoulder. From head to tail he was slightly less than the length of Bunkan's forearm. One flexible wingtip adjusted the scarf around his neck. It's no use trying to talk to him when he gets like this. You just have to wait for it to pass. Unlike Snoggenhut, the tickbird seemed fully recovered. Listen, can I talk to you for a minute? Sure. You two been together for a while? Like Snog says, a long time, the bird chirped.
Bunkan nodded slowly. How much of that stuff he told us about all the battles he's been in is true? A wingtip pressed against the side of his head. Probably all of it, though I don't recall the details.
Snog was a professional long before I hooked up with him. I can vouch for the authenticity of his most recent scars.
So you've been in battle with him?
Viz nodded, his beak bobbing.
Lots, though not in some time.
He examined his bawling companion, whose sobs were finally beginning to lessen.
Snog, he was the real thing, he was.
There was tangible pride in the bird's voice. Wasn't anything or anybody that could stand against him in his prime. Feathered shoulders rippled.
What happened? Isn't it obvious? The liquor trough got him. Sucked him right in. Ate up his money and his life.
Not even sure how it got started. I did all I could, but I can't exactly hold my ground in front of him.
There was a female.
You haven't dealt with life, human, until you've tried to reason with a lovesick rhino in the last throes of unrequited passion. I can imagine, said Bunkan, not experienced enough to imagine it at all.
That's when it started to get bad. Snog could always drink. Have you any idea of the alcoholic capacity of a healthy rhinoceros? Not really. Bunkan indicated Squill.
I've seen my friend's father put a lot away, but he's only an otter. Try to envision a thirsty abyss. I've guided him through some tough spots, but he's just gotten worse and worse. When he had to hawk his armor to pay a bar bill in Haskaparbi, it was the last straw. After that he just gave up. You should have seen his armor, the best steel, some of it inlaid in gold.
He might as well have hawked his soul.
His self-esteem just crashed.
We've been doing the occasional odd towing job ever since, just to make ends meet. Sometimes we beg. He winced. The great warrior Snoggenhut, reduced to pulling hay carts for feed.
One time we even contracted to do plowing. Bunkan tried to picture the great rhino dragging a plow, furrow after endless furrow, while some ill-tempered fanner trailing behind berated him with orders and curses in equal measure.
It wasn't an attractive image. Couldn't even hold that job, Viz was muttering.
Got plastered one night, had someone hitch him up, went and plowed obscenities into the field.
The farmer couldn't see them, but an owl in his employ snitched on us. On US?
Viz shrugged.
Snog's strong, but he can't spell worth a damn.
When things got real bad I started taking to the sauce a little myself.
It helps you forget.
Bunkan scrutinized the rhino, who had finally stopped sobbing.
And there's nothing that can bring him out of this? Sure. Give him back his self-respect. How? How indeed? I've been trying for years. He doesn't listen to me anymore.
Of course, the ranker he gets the better I eat, but there are higher principles at stake here.
He hesitated. There's one thing that might do it. What's that?
Viz leaned forward, his beak a thumb's length from Bunkan's right eye.
Get him his armor back. You've got to be kidding. Grageloth already told you we have hardly any money.
The tick-bird straightened.
Well, you asked.
You know, if he was rambling on about honor and virtue and gallantry, he meant every word of it. He's serious about that stuff, and there isn't a duplicitous bone in that whole enormous body. When he's sober, there isn't a nobler creature on earth. Bunken studied the immense mass that was Snoggenhut and tried to imagine what it would cost to provide armor for so much sheer bulk. It would be like trying to armor a ship. Which was rather what the rhino was, a landship on 4 legs. No way, he told Viz. Grageloff doesn't have anywhere near enough funds. Too bad. There's no guarantee it would work, anyway. The tickbird looked wistful. Though I would like to have seen it tried. He leaned forward again. My hearing's pretty sharp. Did I hear you say something about being a Spellsinger? Bunkan nodded. My otterish companions and I. We work together. Then why don't you just Spellsing him his armor back? Don't you think that occurred to me? He shook his head regretfully. We only function as a trio. I play the duar and they rap. At the tickbird's puzzled expression he added, it's a type of singing. Have you tried it as a duo? Well, not really. It's just been working so well as a trio, I'm a little nervous about trying anything different. Even if it's only a little off, spellsinging can produce some weird effects. Try, Viz urged him. If something goes wrong, we'll absolve you of any responsibility. The bird lifted both wings slightly. It's not like either of us have anything to lose. Bunken considered. All right. Yeah. We'll give it a shot. Squill was less willing, but the thought of Bunken going it alone and doing some actual singing finally convinced him to participate. As Bunken played, the otter essayed some hesitant lyrics, a sort of rap, which to everyone's surprise actually generated a small cloud around the befuddled Snoggenhut. It wasn't very intense and it didn't last very long, but the result was decidedly metallic in nature. When the song concluded, Snoggenhut stood swathed from head to foot in some shiny, metallic material. Their initial hopes were dashed when it became apparent that even Viz could easily shred the metal armor with his beak. The spellsong had worked, but without Nina's harmonizing it had proven less than effective. What is this stuff? The tickbird sputtered as he spit a silvery patch from his mouth. It floated awkwardly to the ground. Bunken peeled a section from Snoggenhut's right shoulder. It looks like something my father brought back from the other world one time. My mother uses it in cooking. It's pretty, groused Viz, but as armor it's a total loss. I'm hot, Snoggenhut moaned. Get me out of this. Working together, the discouraged foursome soon had the rhino peeled. Right. Now it's my turn. Bunkan and the others looked over at an angry Squill. That is, if you're really set on in this old sod. He glared at the rhino, who was unable to meet his gaze. I don't know. Snoggenhut was barely audible. I don't know if I'm any good anymore. With or without armor. Viz fluttered over to land once more on his companion's skull. Sure you are, Snog. The body's intact. It's the spirit that's missing. The rhino licked thick lips. Speaking of spirits. No. Viz hopped forward until he could bend over and gaze directly into one eye. No more. As of now, you're on the wagon. Don't see no wagon, the rhino mumbled, closing the eye. There's a lady in distress in need of rescue, and these good people are relying on us. No one else will help them, so it's up to us. No one else is brave enough to go up against the Baron Crossman. No one else is stupid enough, dumb enough, foolhardy enough. Oi! Squill blurted. Quit encouraging him. Can't do it. Snoggenhut opened the eye halfway. I need a drink, dot. No, damn it. Viz fluttered up to an ear and plucked a crawling delicacy from amongst the hairs. Besides, I promised. I gave our word. Snoggenhut started. You did what? Gave our word of honor. As warriors. I'm not a warrior anymore. He struggled to open the eye all the way, failed. Actually, what I am, is tired. Sleepy. Got to rest. No, not now. Viz hovered as his companion settled back on his rear knees, then lowered his front legs. There are arrangements to be made, agreements to be settled. The massive body hit the straw with a dull boom. In a minute the rhino was fast asleep. This is not promising, Grageloff declared. Viz settled down atop his friend's flank. We have to find him some armor. It's the only chance. That's what I was trying to tell you about it bein' me turn. They all looked again to Squill. The otter regarded each of them in turn. I'll take care o' it. You? Said Grageloff. How? Bunken inquired guardedly. The otter smirked. How do you think, mate? By usin' the skills Mudge taught me. O' course, it weren't exactly teachin'. 'E just sorto can't help boastin' a bit when he rambles, Mudge can't. Even in a city the size of Kamrioka, armor for someone like Snog is going to be hard to find, Viz warned him.
I'll do the best I can.
You're going to steal it, Bunken said accusingly.
Now who said anything about theft?
The otter's whiskers twitched in mock outrage. Mudge told us a lot, he did, besides how to steal.
I'm not giving my approval.
Bunken folded his arms across his chest.
But you won't try and stop me?
Your sister's already in danger. If you want to go and endanger yourself on her behalf, I certainly can't stop you.
I know you won't listen to reason.
Oi, nobly put. The otter glanced at Gragelauth. What about you, Droopy Lips?
I am a respectable merchant.
I might wish it some tune in the future to trade in these parts, but
you're a better liar than he is, I'll give you that.
The otter indicated the stolid-faced Bunkan. I'll just ave to take care o' business alone, then.
Not entirely alone, said a small voice.
This flew over to land on Squill's shoulder. The otter eyed the tickbird speculatively. Might be some trouble. The bud let out a sharp whistle, gestured backward with a wingtip. I've been looking out for that ambulating dung factory for 5 years.
A little trouble doesn't scare me. For that matter, jail might be an improvement.
Righty-ho. Avon and I in the sky along won't hurt.
You two old snoggies orn, or whatever.
Me and the bird will take care o' business. With Viz riding his shoulder, Squill scampered off in the direction of the exit. They did not return that night, nor in the morning. It was well on to midday, when Bunken's concern was starting to give way to real unease, when an oversized wagon drawn by a pair of percherons came rattling into the corral. The nearest to Bunken shook his mane as he pawed irritably at the packed earth.
Where you want this stuff?
Bunken blinked at the heavy horse, trying to see into the slab-sided, tarp-covered wagon.
What stuff?
The percheron gave him the once-over.
You're Bunken Merriweather, ain't you?
I am.
What of it?
Behind him a groggy Gragelauth was rousing himself from his sleeping pallet, while deeper within the stall Snoggenhut snored on oblivious.
Snotty young otter told us we'd find you here, the other percheron declared gruffly. Told us to look for a gloomy-looking human, tall, overdressed.
You fit.
I guess I do. That's all we need to know.
He took a half-step forward, raised his right rear leg, and kicked down firmly on an oversized lever. As a spring was released, the wagon bed rose and tilted, dumping its contents in a clanging, clattering, tarp-wrapped heap. Gragelauth all but leaped from his bed at the uproar, while Snoggenhut simply rolled over. It's all yours, the other horse announced. Whereupon the two of them turned and clip-clopped back out through the wide, swinging gate, their now empty wagon in tow. Gragelauth tugged at his vest as he rubbed sleep from his eyes. What was all that about?
Beats me.
Together they approached the irregular-shaped pile and began working on the ropes which held the enveloping tarp in place. When the bindings were undone, Bunken tugged and pulled until the contents lay exposed. The armor, he found himself thinking. It has to be. Not silver or inlaid steel, but massive, square plates of raw black iron that looked as if they had been hastily cast and cobbled together. Hooks, rings, and eyes indicated how the plates were intended to be crudely linked.
It wasn't very pretty.
Not exactly the epitome of the armorer's art, he thought, though the thick plates looked functional enough.
He hefted one.
Though rough-textured and unfinished, it was an immense improvement over the crinkly foil he and Squill had spellsung up. Let's get started, he told the merchant. The sloth blinked at him.
Get started?
How can we do that? The rhino still sleeps. Then we'll start on that side, he declared with determination. Wrestling hunks of the armor over to the stall, they began trying to attach them, starting at the high, rounded backside.
Gragelauth protested at the effort required.
By mid-afternoon they were bodily exhausted. Snoggenhut had not helped their efforts by rolling over several times, and they had accomplished very little. At that point Squill and Viz finally returned, trailed by a huge brown bear clad in light work shirt and pants. A vast multi-pocketed apron hung from his neck and was secured behind him. His pockets bulged with all manner of tools, as did the thick leather belt that hung from his waist.
The smaller, slightly blonder bear who accompanied him was similarly equipped. No, no.
The bear rumbled his disapproval as he inspected their coarse handiwork.
Not like that.
Waddling past the startled Gragelauth, the two ursines set to correcting the mistakes Bunken and the merchant had so arduously perpetrated.
Their sometimes noisy exertions notwithstanding, Snoggenhut slept on. Bunken glared at the otter. You took your own sweet time. Nina could be in pretty bad shape by now. You don't know me, sister, mate.
But for the first time there was a hint of real concern in Squill's voice. I admit I thought she'd broken out of that place by now.
Don't underestimate the Baron, the bear's assistant called back to them. Buncan and his friends walked over to observe the assembly of the armor. You know of Crossman? Buncan asked him. The assistant nodded as he worked. Everybody knows of Z.E. Baron Crossman.
Kamarioka is a big city, but Z.E. families of noble birth are not that extensive. The larger bear was pounding away with a hammer and a huge pair of pliers.
Finished Zoan.
He is going to have to stand so we can make sure everything falls properly into place.
That means waking him up.
Viz glided from Squill's shoulder to the slumbering rhino's head.
Might be more difficult than affixing the armor.
He rested until the two bears backed off. The larger one nodded.
Done. Make him stand. Easier said than done.
Viz pecked forcefully at an ear.
Just because we need him awake doesn't mean he'll comply.
The great head rose off the straw.
Need who awake? Legs began to kick, like a locomotive changing gears. With a cacophonous rattle and clank, Snoggenhut struggled to his feet.
Drunk he'd still been middling impressive, Buncan thought. Erect and completely clad in the rough black armor, he looked like something out of a serious nightmare.
Buncan hoped the Baron's minions would react accordingly.
His old armor had doubtless fit together better.
Certainly it must have been more attractive.
The blacksmith and his assistant were not armorers and had fashioned the cast iron gear together out of loose bits of ship armor, battered shields, and whatever other scraps they had been able to scavenge on short notice. Still, their salvage work was mightily impressive.
Snoggenhut was completely cloaked on all sides. Smaller interlinked plates protected his legs all the way down to the ankles.
Sharpened spikes ran in a threatening belt around his equator, while a pair of blades fashioned from oversized swords protruded forward and down from his shoulders. Hammered arcs of iron shielded his ears and stuck out protectively above each eye, while linked rings protected the rest of his head.
Gaps allowed both horns to emerge freely. Concave scuts decorated his spine and not incidentally provided smooth seats for any who might choose to ride there.
Welded to the flattened, elongated plate that ran down between his ears toward the shorter horn was a small, raised metal bowl with the back quarter cut out. An iron perch was attached crossways to the interior of the bowl.
Swaying slightly, the rhino now resembled some kind of bizarre alien machine more than any living being.
He shook himself uncertainly, producing a sound like a dozen chained skeletons fighting to escape from a dungeon.
What's all this? His skull lowered. Someone's been using my head for an anvil.
This fluttered back from the barrel on which he'd been standing and settled into the bowl-enclosed armored perch atop the rhino's forehead. Not bad, he told the bear, who accepted the compliment with a grunt.
This'll work fine, if it doesn't get too hot.
Hopping clear, he slid down to gaze into his mount's right eye. What do you think, Snog?
About what? The rhino moaned. He needs a mirror. Viz scanned the stable. None out here. I will find one. Greatloff disappeared into the main building, returned moments later with a reflective, broken glass oval. It was enough. Snoggenhut stared disbelievingly into the mirror. Is that me? Is that really me?
He turned to and fro, seeking different views. No one else who looks like that, Gov, Squill told him. No one else who smells like it, either. Why, I look. The rhino straightened.
Knees locked, armor fell into place. I took terrifying.
Oi, right, the otter muttered.
I look like my old self. But I'm not my old self. Uninterested in Snoggenhut's personal reflections, the bear concluded his circumnavigation of his handiwork. Z, he said proudly, I have finished every Zingzo that ZE plates overlap or interlock. He is completely protected yet still able to maneuver freely. He patted one heavy plate affectionately.
Heavier than most such armor it may be, but the eyes would turn a Zip's ram. He can handle it, chirped Viz from his position above Snoggenhut's eye.
Can't you? I guess so. I am handling it, aren't I?
Try a few steps, Buncan suggested. Advancing carefully, the rhino emerged from the stall.
Armor rattled.
With each step he also emerged a little bit more from the binge not only of the previous day, but of previous years. Head still hurts, but not from the iron, he finally announced.
That'll pass. Viz hopped back up to his little howdah. It's going to be like old times.
Old times, Snoggenhut echoed, still somewhat dazed.
Buncan came forward and patted one armored shoulder.
There's a damsel in need of rescue, warrior.
Damsel. Squill rolled his eyes. I must admit it is an impressive sight.
Obviously there was a great deal of work involved.
Greycloth cocked a querulous eye in Squill's direction.
The otter merely grinned back.
Penance, Snoggenhut declared unexpectedly. I want penance. You want to do penance? Greycloth murmured, not understanding. No, penance. And ribbons. Lots of ribbons. Bright ones. And paint. This black is intimidating, but I want war paint. Yellow and red flames, yeah. I want to look like hell on the move. Shit, I will be hell on the move.
He was fairly trembling with excitement as he turned to face Squill.
We're gonna rescue your sister, River Runner. By the folds in my skin we will. We'll rescue her and put this Baron to flight. All Kamrioka is afraid of none, including his friends. But not I, not I. Squill smiled back but muttered under his breath. In a pig's eye.
With a short, curt grunt, Snoggenhut swung his head sharply to the right, knocking a heavy bracing pole clean out of its hole as if it were a toothpick. One comber of the stall ceiling came crashing down.
Please, Greycloth implored him, be careful with the accommodations. We will be asked to pay for that. The rhino shook his head. Shoddy construction. I want that war paint. And the penance, and the ribbons. Trumpets, too, if you can manage it. Greycloth mentally consulted his purse. Trumpets are out of the question, but it may be that we can manage a little of the rest. Bunken stared in amazement at the rhino. Armored and alert, he looked years younger, dynamic and alive.
There was fire in his eyes and vigor in his step.
It was an astonishing transformation. Clearly the old maxim held true regardless of tribe. Clothes made the rhino.
He was so excited he'd completely forgotten one small detail. The detail reasserted itself by ambling over to peer down at him.
It was good doing business with you, young human.
The ursine blacksmith rested a heavy paw on Blocken's shoulder.
The Eyes is a worthy enterprise.
I know of the Eyes Crossman's reputation and have no love for him myself.
He turned and headed for the gate, his assistant trailing behind. See you in 1 hour, the bear called back over his shoulder. An hour. Bunken turned to Squill. Greycloth and Viz were conversing animatedly with Snoggenhut.
Left to himself, the otter smiled sunnily, flashing sharp white teeth.
Bunken put a comradely arm around his friend's shoulders. And why, pray tell, are we expected in our friendly blacksmith's quarters in an hour?
Why, to sign the papers acceptin' formal delivery o' Ironbutt's new nightgown, mate.
I thought you were going to steal something.
I admit I considered it right off, but the more I got to lookin' at what were required, the more I decided I couldn't walk out o' no armorer's shop with the necessary gear stuffed in me bloomin' pocket. Even if I could, then I'd ave to steal a bloody wagon to AUL it, and lizards to pull the wagon. It just got too bleeding complicated. Bunken jerked his head in the direction of the now closed gate.
So how did you talk them into making the delivery? The otter looked embarrassed.
Don't let this get around among me friends and family, mate, but I paid for it.
Bunken frowned. Paid for it? With money? Squill, have you been holding out on us? Now, mate, I wouldn't never do nothin' like that.
It's just that I thought I'd best bring along a few coins in case o' some emergency, and this air situation struck me as qualifying, but...
Bunken's expression grew dark. Where'd you get any real money? The otter looked away.
Well, before we started off I thought we might need something extra, so I borrowed it from me dad.
Bunken gaped. You stole from Mudge? Just borrowed it, Bunken. Mudge, he'll understand.
He did plenty o' borrowin' in his time.
He's going to kill you.
Squill shrugged.
Got to catch up with me first. Bunken shook his head in disbelief. So we've been scrimping this entire journey and you've had money all along, dot.
I told you, Bunken, it were for an emergency. Anyway, I got to thinkin' about what you've been sayin', and even if she is a worse pest than Waterlyson, not the kind o' sibling I'd choose if I had any choice, she is still me only sister. I have a feeling you're not exactly the kind of brother she'd opt for, either.
How do you expect to pay Mudge back?
I kinda thought we might find some treasure or something along the way. Maybe this grand veritable's worth a packet o' gold, or something, dot.
If it even exists, Bunken reminded him coolly. Squill, you live in a moral vacuum. Oi, that I do.
The otter straightened.
Mudged be proud.
He stepped past his friend.
We got the bleedin' armor, didn't we? We've got an outside shot at bringin' this crazy stunt off, don't we? Ain't that what matters? I guess so. It's your neck when we get home. Bloomin' right it is. So let's find this walk-in beer sumpus paint and pretties, and get on with it. Besides, if we don't bring this off when I'm killed, I won't owe Mudge any money. Once again Bunken was left struck dumb by the inevitability of otter logic. Chapter 15. They planned the assault for midnight, hoping that Nina had somehow remained unsullied thus far by the Baron's attentions. This was actually the case, though Squill's sister was growing desperately tired. Having enjoyed a long and restful sleep, Crossman was now content to bide his time, no longer in any especial hurry. Not wishing to risk a single additional volume from his collection, he had decided to relax until his quarry simply collapsed from exhaustion, which point in time was observably not far off now. Then, he thought calmly to himself, events would proceed as they ought. He amused himself with elaborate mental preparations. Bunken and his companions ventured out to sign the blacksmith's papers, leaving Viz to arrange for the war paint and frills his newly energized companion had requested. Unable to rest, they wandered the streets of Kamrioka until the sun had set and been replaced by a rising half-moon. Then they returned to the tavern to rejoin the others. The lion was there, with his two fellow fighters. He made some comment as Bunken and his companions walked past. Bunken saw the fox and Caracal laugh uproariously but hardly spared a glance in their direction. They weren't needed, he thought firmly. Snoggenhut was all they needed. Save for a pair of deer snuggling in a far bay, the stable area was deserted. They hurried to Snoggenhut's stall, eager to be on their way. Which was when disaster, that most uncomely of all possibilities, smiled callously upon them. Prone in his stall, bright tail pennant stained with urine, ribbons askew, armor slack and anything but intimidating, Snoggenhut lay snoring sonorously. The thick stench of cheap liquor was overpowering. Viz sat morosely on the rim of a barrel nearby, his legs hanging over the edge, tiny beret clasped in flexible wingtips, head down. The tickbird was a picture of feathered misery. I only went out for a little while. Just a little while. Bunken sat down in a clean patch of bedding and picked disconsolately at the straw. What for? And why now, of all times? Angrily he flung a handful of straw at the comatose rhino. Disaster most complete. Grageloff glanced sorrowfully at Squill. No chance now for your sister. I can't believe it. The otter booted an iron skute. It clinked against another. Snoggenhut didn't stir. All he had to do was stay sober for an afternoon. What appealed to his newfound pride is sense o' duty. We 'ad a bleedin' arrangement, we did. He was all set to go, Viz mumbled miserably. Looking forward to it. He was so much like his old self. I didn't think there'd be any harm in leaving him for a while, but... Why did you leave him? Bunken asked testily. The tickbird couldn't meet the human's gaze. Tried to arrange a loan. We're over a month behind on our bill here. I meant to tell you later. I was only gone a few hours, but when I got back, he indicated the huge, insensible form, Snog was like this. His trough's empty. I was afraid to ask inside how much he'd had. Squill slumped against the wall, crossing his arms in disgust. Now what? We wait until he sleeps it off, Viz told him. Tomorrow morning, if we're lucky. He gazed at his enormous, presently useless friend. I don't understand. He was so proud to be embarking on a new campaign. How are we going to juice him up a second time? Bunken muttered. We can't armor him all over again. He was quiet for several moments. Then he rose and removed not his sword, but a potentially far more powerful weapon. Squill cocked his head to one side. Now, mate, you don't mean to ave another go at just the two of us spell singin'? Got any better ideas? We could do as the bird says and wait for moment, but... Think Nina can hold out another day? The otter looked resigned. This didn't work so well the last time we tried it. We've got no choice. Besides, we don't need to conjure up anything solid like armor. All we need to do is rouse this mess and set him on the right path. Well, the otter was still dubious. If we can get his bloomin' eyes open, maybe the rest'll follow. He stepped away from the wall. Let me think. Confidentially, Nina's much better at this air business o' lyrics than I am. Do your best. Bunken tried to sound encouraging. Long moments passed, until Bunken could stand it no longer. Sing out, Squill. Either it'll have an effect or it won't. The otter nodded, settled himself, and started in. Got a battle up ahead, a battle to be won. Need the elp o' one Snoggenhut, need his elp by the ton. Got to get to the Baron's mansion, got to get there damned fast. Need to move it out quickly cause me sister can't last. Fast, fast, cast it to the winds. Cast it out through the bleedin' sky. Pass it on by, sly, high. Come on, old thing, you gots to try.
While Grangelove looked on apprehensively, Bunkin coaxed what he thought was some appropriate underlying bass from the depths of the duar, from the enigmatic nether regions where the instrument drew not only its music but its magic. A silvery mist began to coalesce within the stall. Squill saw it too and kept rapping even as he backed clear, hardly daring to believe it was working. Grangelove retreated to one side while Viz hastily took wing, abandoning his barrel perch to hover behind the energetically strumming Buncan. The argent fog curled into a tight, scintillating whirlpool directly above the unconscious rhino's head. As it spun, it generated a faint hum. With increased velocity, the sound intensified, until the roaring was so loud Buncan could barely hear the otter clearly enough to maintain proper accompaniment. Small dark clouds formed within the maelstrom. Buncan and Squill kept their attention focused on the rhino, who was beginning to stir. Armor clanged softly. The spellstone was working. Buncan knew it had to work or he'd never be able to face Mudge and Ouija again, not to mention never having the chance to unravel the mystery of the Grand Veritable. It could not work. Miniature lightning crackled within the diminutive clouds as Squill's voice rose to a feverish barking. There was a tremendous reverberating boom as the whirlpool imploded, followed by a flash of light so bright they were all momentarily blinded. Buncan wasn't sure whether he actually ceased playing or not. When he could see again, the stall revealed that Snoggenhut had rolled over onto his back, all four legs in the air. His armor lay splayed out beneath him, an iron mattress. He looked like a corpse in the last stages of rigor mortis. If anything, his snoring was louder than ever. Gasping for air, Squill gazed in disgust at the still recumbent form. "That's it, mate. I can't think o' anything else. I've improvised till I'm hoarse." He sucked at the pungent night air. Not only didn't it sober him up, Buncan muttered disconsolately, it didn't even wake him up. He turned toward the merchant. "I guess that's the end of it, Grangelove. We're finished." But Grangelove wasn't looking at him. Nor was he considering Snoggenhut. His wide-eyed attention was focused instead on something behind the spellsinging duo. "I wouldn't say that we're finished," proclaimed a surprisingly deep voice. Buncan whirled. Viz was still behind him. Only, the tickbird wasn't hovering anymore. He was standing. And he'd changed. Grown a little bit, actually. Well, more than a little bit. When he spread his freshly metamorphosed wings, they shaded the entire area. The frightened deer had buried themselves in the straw of their stall and lay there, shaking. Emerging from the rear of the main building to see what all the noise had been about, the chief bartender, a no-nonsense coyote, took one look at the gigantic winged apparition, let out a strangled squeak, and vanished back inside. Squill pushed his feathered cap back on his ears and stared up at the heavy-beaked, splendiferously plumed skull. "Right spell, wrong subject, mates." Viz inspected each wing in turn, then his enormous, formidably clawed feet, lastly the broad, spatulate tail. "This is wonderful. Wondrous, at any rate." A stunned Grangelove ducked as the transformed tickbird turned a slow circle, flattening a protruding chimney across the street. "No telling how long it'll last," Buncan declared, staring. "Some of our spells don't hold up too well. With just Squill and I executing this one, I wouldn't lay change on its permanence." "Then we'd better take advantage of this one," the transmogrified tickbird rumbled. "What do you have in mind, Gov?" Squill was watching the bird warily. "Like you've been saying, time is important. Climb up on my back, all of you." A vast wing dipped until the tip was touching the ground. Hesitating only mentally, Buncan struggled up the ramp of huge feathers, pulling himself along. Behind him, Grangelove lingered. "Come on," he urged the merchant. I don't know." The sloth's nervous tongue was all over his face. "I am not used to such adventurous exertions. I am only a simple merchant." Buncan settled into position behind the tickbird's columnar neck. "Don't think about it. With your claws you'll be able to hang on better than any of us." While Grangelove glanced down at his powerful fingers. "Having always considered myself permanently earthbound, I suppose it would be a highly educational experience to experience flight." He ambled forward. Buncan looked past him. "Squill, what are you waiting for? We otters ain't keen on flyin', mate. We like life bloody well close to the ground, and plenty o' time under it." "It's your sister," Buncan reminded him sternly. "That's right, smother me in guilt." He shuffled reluctantly forward. "It's only that if I upchuck on Viz's back it might break the spell." "Anything might break it. Move yourself." Reaching down, Buncan gave his friend a hand up. "Puke all you want." Viz gleefully tossed his amazing rainbow crest. "It won't bother me. I've lived with that for years." He indicated the stagnant, soporific shape of the unconscious rhinoceros.
Gargantuan wings beat the air, driving the cowering deer even deeper into their stall. As the coyote returned with querulous friends, the blast of wind from Viz's wingbeats blew them backward into the tavern.
Two strapping sets of claws reached out and snatched the snoring Snoggenhut from his stall. The stupefied rhino was a load even for the transmuted tickbird, but with a determined burst of energy he powered his great avian form into the night sky, multiple burden and all. Banking hard above the towers of languorous Kamrioka, an enchanted shape turned sharply westward. Those few citizens abroad on nocturnal strolls who happened to glance upward at a propitious moment did not then nor ever after countenance what their eyes detected at that particular moment. Viz followed the reflective path of the river, turning inland when the battlements of the Baron's estate became visible off to the north. The half-moon that was playing hide-and-seek with the clouds supplied enough light to show the way. Bunken dug his fingers tighter into the feathers in front of him as Viz took a wild dip. The tickbird looked back at him, panic in his voice.
I'm getting weaker already. I can feel it. Knew the spell wouldn't last. Squill leaned over, estimating the distance to the trees below, and shut his eyes tight.
Beneath the brown fur the muscles of his arms were clenched.
Gragelauth focused his attention on the terrain ahead.
I see no guards on the wall.
There are one or two atop the main gate. Set us down inside, Bunken instructed their mount. Right on the roof.
They'll see us land, Viz argued.
We need something to divert their attention.
What do you suggest?
The feathers Bunken clutched seemed to be vibrating under his fingers.
At any moment, he knew, Viz might contract to his normal size, leaving them all suspended in midair.
But only momentarily.
In his natural incarnation it would be a struggle for the tickbird to raise a good-sized worm.
Leave it to me. And hang on.
With that, Viz drew in his great wings and dove straight for the main gate. Ominously, a silvery mist was beginning to collect along the leading edge of his wings.
Hearing the wind that was not wind, one of the guards atop the wall saw the stupendous apparition approaching and let out an involuntary, startled cry. It was enough to alert the evening patrol below, which reacted with impressive lack of decision. Their yelling was loud enough to reach into the great central hall, where the Baron Crossman was planning his final assault on the upstart occupier of his precious library. He peered past his courtiers, his expression irritable. What's all that noise?
I'll go and see, master.
Holding his floppy hat onto his head, a woodchuck sprinted for the doorway.
Crossman grunted at the interruption and returned his attention to his immediate circle.
Now remember, we're going in quietly. Once inside I want all of you to hug the wall. Nicewick and I will go up the ladder first.
As soon as we can get the lamp out of her reach we'll toss her down to you.
Get on her immediately, she's quick. And don't hurt her. He grinned nastily.
Such pleasures I reserve for myself.
I can't hold it,
shouted Viz as he plunged lower. I can feel myself starting to change back.
Then get the L down.
Squill squealed at him.
We have to land inside. Bunken tried to estimate the distance remaining to the estate. We have to.
At that moment an unearthly shriek split the air rushing past him. It came not from any of his companions but from immediately below.
It wasn't surprising that he didn't recognize it. He'd never heard a rhinoceros scream before. Snoggenhut had chosen that moment to awaken. It's all right. Bunken leaned out and over as far as he could.
We're almost there.
Almost WH where?
Snoggenhut's words were not slurred, his tone unimpaired. As a representative of a decidedly earthbound tribe, the experience of finding himself suddenly and unexpectedly soaring through the air had done nothing less than shock him sober.
The gate, their mount shouted. We're almost upon the gate. Though deeply distorted, the tickbird's voice was not unrecognizable. Snoggenhut's head twisted around and up. Viz? Yeah, it's me, you useless old soak. I'm wondering why I bothered to haul you along. Sorry. Don't know what happened to me. I do.
I can't let you out of my sight for a minute without you crapping all over what little reputation we've got left.
But that's Crossman's estate up ahead.
You're about to get a chance to redeem yourself.
Whether you want to or not. What do you mean?
I mean that the spell that's done me like this is wearing off fast. We have to get inside that wall unnoticed if possible, and in order to do that we need a diversion.
A big diversion. Snoggenhut's eyelids shuddered suspiciously. What kind of diversion?
At which point there resounded in the night sky above the silent forest west of Kamrioka an immortal cry not likely to be repeated in the lifetime of anyone in the immediate vicinity.
Or anywhere else, for that matter. Rhino away! No!
Snoggenhut howled as those great claws unclenched and Viz released his burden.
As the transformed tickbird soared upward, buoyed by the release, the panicked rhino described an elegant trajectory out and down, plunging hornfirst in a great arc straight toward the high, double-doored gateway. On the walkway atop the gate, two of Crossland's household troops witnessed the black-armored, flame-painted monstrosity hurtling toward them out of the half-moon. One fainted dead away on the spot, while the other dove into the courtyard with becoming alacrity. Pennants and ribbons flying, the cast-iron-clad Snoggenhut smashed into the center of the gate with stupendous, if decidedly unwilling, force. Planks and crossbraces shattered explosively. His armor banging and clanking like a military band on speed, Snoggenhut landed in the courtyard, rolled over 3 times, and ended up on his feet, albeit staggering groggily. Fortunately, he did not have to confront any immediate adversaries, the appalled patrol having fled precipitously in all directions. Watching them abandon their weapons as they vanished into doorways and around comers reassured him as his senses returned. Dust from the devastated gate was still settling as he started forward, trailing broken beams and smashed planks from his broad back. Confronted by the unimaginably terrifying sight of an armored, flame-scoured, falling, rhinoceros, those retainers who arrived to see what had happened beat an immediate and fearful retreat. "Come back and fight!" Snoggenhut bellowed defiantly. "Cowards, spineless reptiles! Stand and do battle!" There was so much adrenaline coursing through him that he was hopping up and down on all 4 feet, making a sound like one of the ore crushers at the fabled Kakiriad mines. Not surprisingly, none of Crossland's minions elected to take him up on his offer. At that point the Baron himself, trailing retainers like remeras, appeared in the main entrance to the mansion. The sight of the armored, snorting, quadrupedal intruder, eyes bloodshot and nostrils flaring in the moonlight, gave even the belligerent Crossland pause. Snoggenhut took note of the figures crowding awkwardly in the doorway and let out a gratified rumble. "Ah! Fresh meat!" A silken-clad squirrel squealed frantically and vanished back inside. To his credit, Crossland drew his own sword and tried to rally his people. "Weapons! We'll make a stand here." His saber wasn't as long as the rhino's front horn. Snoggenhut wasn't exactly quick out of the blocks, but once he got his great bulk up to speed he could manage a very respectable pace. The Baron held his ground as long as was sensible, then uttered a violent curse and retreated inside, helping to slam the door shut behind him. Pennants streaming, Snoggenhut plowed through the portal without breaking stride, sending wood, metal strapping, and fragments of stained glass flying in all directions. Braking with his front feet, he skidded to a stop in the middle of the great hall and immediately began hunting for something else to trample, knock down, or gore. The subjects of his attention ran into, around, and over one another in their haste to avoid his homicidal gaze. It was a very effective diversion. Chapter 16. Rapidly shrinking to his natural proportions, Viz just did manage to clear the high wall and land his passengers atop the main building. It was an awkward touchdown, but everyone made it in one piece. As they climbed to their feet they could hear the yells and screams rising from below, a chorus of confusion and fear. "It sounds as if our friend Snoggenhut is doing his job." Grageloff brushed at his pants. "I was not sure he had it in him." "Oh, he always had it in him." Viz was skimming back and forth across the roof, searching for a way down for his companions. "It's just that it was always saturated. But that little flight dried him out, rejuvenated him." "Downdrafts be damned if it didn't rejuvenate me." He paused to hover in front of Buncan. "I enjoyed that little transformation. Think you two could do it again?" "I don't know. It wasn't what we were trying to do in the first place." Buncan made certain the duar was strapped securely against his back. "Have you found a way down?" "Afraid not." Viz gestured with a wingtip. "There don't seem to be any stairs leading to this roof. The only openings I was able to find are vents, chimneys, and skylights." "Fair enough." Squill stood by the edge of one skylight, leaning over to peer through the translucency. "It'll have to do." Buncan moved to join his friend. "We'll break the glass and climb down the ladder." Squill frowned at him. "Ladder? What ladder?" He put one hand over his eyes and pulled his sword with the other. "We otters are the direct type, mate. You ought to know that by now." So saying, and before Buncan could make a move to restrain him, he jumped forward as far as his short legs would propel him and plunged through the skylight, sending glass flying in all directions. "Squill!" Buncan rushed to the opening and peered through. "You idiot!" Below, the otter was climbing to his feet, brushing glass from his clothing and fur as he examined his surroundings. "'Tis a short drop, Buncan. Even old Droopy Eyes ought to be able to handle it. Looks like servants' quarters. What the bloody hell are you waiting for?" He moved out of view. "Squill! Wait up!" Buncan positioned himself as best he could and dropped through.
He was followed by Viz, and lastly by Gragelov, though it took some coaxing to persuade the merchant to make the jump. No one challenged them as they hurried down the narrow hallway, nor was there anyone coming up the spiral stone staircase to intercept them. The level of noise rising from below suggested total confusion within the Baron's household, if not complete chaos. Tracking the cacophony led them out onto a narrow mezzanine overlooking a central atrium or hall where a bellowing, defiant Snoggenhut was holding court, dividing his attention between two groups of Crossman's retainers. When one would try to flee from behind protective pillars and furniture, he would drive them back. This prompted the members of the Orner group to try to escape, whereupon the Rhino would turn and charge them. Occasionally one fell victim to that thrusting horn, or tripped and went down. If Snoggenhut happened to step on the prone unfortunate, he did not get up again. From time to time an arrow shaft or spear would speed the Rhino's way, only to bounce harmlessly off his thick, jouncing armor.
Bunken scanned the battleground. No sign of Nina.
No doubt she has by now been sequestered in some subterranean dungeon.
Gragelov fingered the knife he carried as his sole form of protection.
We need to find a route that continues to lead downward.
How do we get past this?
Bunken indicated the chaotic courtyard.
This way, mates.
Squill shouted from the far end of the mezzanine, already 2 steps down the staircase he'd found. They were about to descend lower when a shrill, familiar bark halted the otter in his tracks.
She's air. He looked around furiously. That way.
Spinning, he charged back up the stairs, bursting past Bunken and Gragelov. Only Viz was able to keep up with him. Sword-waving, Squill led the charge into the library and slowed. It was empty, though there was plenty to indicate that it had recently been fully occupied. Food and drink had been abandoned on tables, and lamps still burned dimly. They're all busy with Snoggenhut, Viz opined.
There's no one here now.
Bunken turned a slow circle as he advanced farther into the room. Bloody heck there ain't, Bunkuch, declared a weak voice from above. Their attention was drawn to a mezzanine-level walkway, where Nina was trying to rise from amidst an uncomfortable bed of open books. A single flickering oil lamp disclosed her location.
Nina. Bunken searched for a ladder. Are you all right? What the bloody, rotten hell took you so long?
She was so tired she had to use the railing just to stand.
Don't worry, mate. She's right enough.
Squill gave Bunken a hand with the ladder he'd found. What's this, more guests? Standing in the doorway, a lithe figure clad in elegant silks and soft leather gestured with the saber he carried. His attitude as much as his attire marked him as the master of the estate. Squill leveled his own sword as he advanced on the Baron.
The game's done, Gov. Me sister and I will be taking our leave now. We ain't your guests.
As you wish.
I grant you swift departure. The mink's eyes glittered.
Your sibling, however, stays.
She and I have unfinished business to conclude.
On the shaky edge of collapse from lack of sleep, Nina still had enough presence of mind to make her way down the ladder Bunken held steady for her.
Oi, Squill. Lend me your sword and I'll finish his business for him, I will. Regret.
It struck Bunken that the Baron was not apologizing, but calling to someone. Entering behind him and blocking the entire doorway was the ugliest member of the pig tribe Bunken had ever seen.
The massive female warthog's huge side-like tusks had been filed to razor points.
Clad entirely in black leather festooned with metal studs and brads, she carried a hooked battle-axe in one hand and a spiked shield in the other. I will be damned if I will give her up now, swore Crossman.
I certainly hope you will.
Bunken slowly drew his own weapon while keeping a wary eye on the hell hog.
Tell me, Crossman was saying, where did you find the horned freak? He's wrecking my home and killing my people.
Viz moved slightly to the fore.
Snoggenhut's his name and gallantry's our game, twitch whiskers. We came to rescue the lady in distress.
I am not hearing this, Crossman murmured softly.
What sort of irrationality is this? You risk your lives for a female's virtue?
If you'd acted like a gentle person in this matter, Snoggenhut wouldn't be tearing up your front hall right now, Bunken assured him.
Ah, well. Crossman flicked at the air with his saber.
Perhaps it's just as well that you are here.
Maybe after she's seen you disposed of she will be more accommodating.
Though if you had waited a few hours more it would no longer have mattered.
What's that?
Squill turned to stare at his sister.
You mean you haven't been EASent?
No, I haven't an EASent, she assured him brusquely. And now, if you'll do me the favor o' gutting this bastard like a trout for the grill, he never will anyone else either.
Crossman sighed.
As the rest of my loyal staff seems unable to deal with a single intruder, it will be up to you and me, regret, to deal with these 3. 4. Viz darted toward the Baron and just did dodge the lightning-fast swipe of his blade. Before this night's out, I'll peck the parasites from your body.
I will have you know that I live as cleanly as I kill. Crossman settled his attention on Duncan.
I am told that your horned associate flew through the air to smash my front gate. His tribe possesses no wings.
How did you manage that, Dot?
Bunken immediately swapped the sword for his douar.
With this. I'm a powerful wizard.
A Spellsinger, son of a Spellsinger.
Really?
You look green as a new-sprung twig to me.
The kind my servants chop for kindling.
The saber flashed. I will have your bones burned and the ashes scattered. You really are one first-class disgusting example of sentience, Squill observed thoughtfully.
Thank you. Crossman executed a sardonic bow.
You I will keep alive long enough to watch what I do to your sibling.
Regret.
With, not surprisingly, a deep grunt, the huge warthog lumbered toward them, raising her battle axe.
I've had about enough of this, Ayabe. With that, Squill dashed forward.
Squill! Even Nina was startled by her brother's unaccustomed bravery. Or foolhardiness. The axe described a vicious arc which, had it connected, would easily have cleft the otter through at the waist. Infinitely more agile than the mammoth hog, Squill ducked under the blow, rolled, and stabbed with his own weapon, putting all his weight behind the thrust.
The point penetrated between boot and legging to slice the Achilles tendon.
Somewhat surprised at his own success, he sprang to his feet and backed off.
The warthog shrieked and went down on one knee.
Then, to universal astonishment, she slowly straightened. Though the wound was clearly visible, there was no sign of any blood, or any indication of damage. As Squill and his companions gaped, she resumed her advance, moving easily on a leg that ought to have been permanently crippled.
Avoiding blows from the great axe, Squill continued to harry the monster. Though his thrusts repeatedly struck home, they had no apparent effect.
He continued to avoid retaliation, but could not do so forever.
No one could.
And while he tired, his gargantuan opponent showed no signs of slowing. There is sorcery at work here, Gragelouth muttered.
Dark sorcery. Indeed. Crossman relaxed by the doorway, patiently awaiting the inevitable.
Regret is my personal bodyguard, and the recipient of a very elaborate and expensive restoration spell.
Did you think you were the only ones who could make use of combat thaumaturgy? Her body renews itself each time it is injured. I doubt any of you can make a similar claim. Eventually she will wear all of you down. Why not simply surrender now to the inevitable?
May you contract a foul disease of the genitals that can only be treated with lye and sandpaper, said Gragelouth.
Nina gazed at the sloth in astonishment.
Why, you old slugamug.
I didn't think you had it in you.
The merchant looked embarrassed. Even I have my limits, young female.
Stand still, the warthog growled, and I will disable you quickly.
The axe hissed down, striking sparks and stone chips from the library floor where Squill had been standing an instant earlier. The otter continued to brandish his sword. He was as defiant as ever, but breathing hard now.
Be disabled? By something as revolting as you?
I'd rather throw myself from the top of the tallest tree in the Bellwoods. I know I am ugly, the warthog rumbled.
Keep insulting me. It energizes me and gives me strength.
Squill, Bunken yelled from the far end of the library, watch out.
She's spell protected. He put up his sword and began to play. Sing. Nina, think of some words to counter this. Wah? She blinked.
Bunket, I'm so sleepy I can hardly keep me eyes open. Then sing in your sleep, or you're liable to lose your brother.
She squinted up at him. Is that supposed to be a threat? He glared at her. Nina.
He's risking his life to try and save you.
COR, but he took his own good time about it. Oh, all right. Yes, sing, sing.
Near the doorway, Crossman started clapping his hands rhythmically.
I'd be delighted to see some genuine spell singing.
Not that such as you are capable of such wonders, your flying behemoth notwithstanding, but I can tell you that it matters not if you are. The most wise and exalted wizard who enchanted Regret in my service assured me that she is immune to any manner of necromantic interference.
So sing out, while you are still able. Bunken ignored the Baron's taunts. Squill, you sing too.
Try to work with each other. The axe smashed into the floor so close to Squill that it shaved the hair on his tail by half.
Sing? How do you expect me to bloody sing, mate? I can't spare the wind.
A sweet, strong alto rilled the room. It was Nina, doing her best to improvise while following Bunken's musical lead. Her lyrics resonated in the charged air, snicked off the floor, vibrated the loose pages of open books.
Got no reason to fight no more. Better mind your manners and mind the store. Just ain't right to go around bashing folks. You don't know, so you ought to pay more attention to who you are. What's really important ain't that far from inside you, if you'll just take a look. Take yourself a page out of a kinderbook.
Taking note of the immediate consequences of the spell song, Crossman soon ceased his clapping.
That's enough. Stop that. Now.
Which warning naturally inspired Nina to trill that much louder. Hefting his sword, the Baron started toward them. This flew straight at him, landed one nice, solid peck on his forehead, and continued buzzing him, inhibiting his advance. Cursing madly, Crossman cut and sliced with his saber. The tickbird taunted him too close for Bunkin's comfort, but there was nothing he could do about it. He forced himself to concentrate on his playing. A gray vapor had begun to coalesce around the she-hog. She grunted and swung at it, but neither axe nor shield was effective against what was virtually no more than a dense fog. As Nina sang on, a most remarkable transformation began to take place.
It can't be, Crossman howled. The wizard shielded HSRL.
Indeed, the protective spell was not entirely wiped, for when Squall chose a propitious moment to dart forward and strike afresh, his sword cut readily through crinoline and lace without damaging the flesh beneath. It was the sudden presence of crinoline and lace that was unexpected. Squill withdrew his blade and stepped back, gaping, his weapon hanging loose in his hand. Nina ceased her singing and Bunkin's suddenly limp fingers strummed in desultory fashion across the douar's strings. Studs and leather had given way to a sleek dress of lavender and lace. Fine tatting decorated the bodice and sleeves while the multiplicity of petticoats sent the skirt billowing. A pert, matching bonnet was fastened beneath the chin with a satin bow. The battle-axe had metamorphosed into a rather large parasol, the shield into a purse. With an invigorated roar Regret swung the purse at Squill, who barely retained sense enough to duck. It smacked against the rear bookshelves and burst open to reveal a flowery interior lined with frills and filled with potpourri.
What is this?
She bellowed uncomprehendingly.
What's happened?
At that point she caught sight of herself in a rococo mirror mounted nearby among the shelves and gave vent to one of the most horrific shrieks Bunkin had ever heard emerge from a female throat. Tossing aside purse and parasol as though they were made of burning brimstone, she raced screaming from the library. This entailed much tripping and crashing to the floor as she struggled to make the high heels in which her feet were entrapped function normally. She was last seen vanishing into the central hallway, her hiked-up skirts rustling around her thick legs. Finding himself suddenly outnumbered, with his secret weapon put to ignominious and utterly unexpected feminine flight, Baron Koliak Crossman damned them all with spurious invective as he bolted for the courtyard.
No!
Weaponless, Nina reached for the source of her preservation and hurled the first oil lamp within reach at the retreating mink. It missed him and exploded against the floor. Flaming liquid fountained in all directions. Some of it caught Crossman on his tail and right hip. Howling, her tormentor stumbled wildly through the doorway. Squill briefly contemplated pursuit before deciding that his purpose here lay in facilitating escape, not homicide. He rejoined his companions and watched while Nina planted a whiskery wet kiss on first Buncan and then a highly embarrassed Gragelauth.
What, no embrace for your own brother? How could I forget?
She approached and without hesitation smacked him upside the head.
Oi!
He grabbed at his cheek. What were that for?
You stupid sod!
She was right up in his face.
What took you so long? Do you have any idea what that nasty bugger had in mind for me? Do you know what I nearly went through?
Squill snarled softly.
Nothing you ain't gone through before, love.
She was on him with a screech, and he fought back energetically and without hesitation. The two of them joined in sibling combat as they rolled over and over across the slate-paved floor. While a distressed Viz looked on, Bunkin considered beating the two of them unreservedly about the head with the precious douar.
Gragelauth sidled up to him.
We really ought to be thinking of getting out of here, my young friend. Snoggenhut should be able to carry us safely to freedom, if he can be persuaded to relent in his present exertions.
I'll handle that.
Viz darted for the door and Bunkin followed. The two otters had to settle for swapping insults in lieu of blows as they hurried to catch up. It was a marvel, Bunkin mused, how any of their clothing managed to survive their exuberant sibling disagreements. They found Snoggenhut pawing the floor as he faced the entrance to the kitchen. The great central hall had been thoroughly demolished, furniture reduced to firewood, banners ripped from their lanyards, paintings and sculpture pulverized underfoot. The kitchen door consisted of a metal grill set in a wooden frame. Half a dozen long spears were thrust rather tremulously through the gridwork. Viz settled onto his iron perch atop his friend's forehead.
Good work, Snog. Time to call it a night. Rhinoceron eyes blazed. No. There's still a few of em left alive. Len Yun finish em off. Not necessary. They're only employees.
The tickbird stood on the perch and gazed back past his friend's prodigious rump.
Did you see a mink come running through here? Couldn't miss him. His ass was on fire. Missed him anyway. Snoggenhut grunted. Been busy. Bunken trotted over to pat the rhino's armored flank. Take us out of here, Snoggenhut. You've done all that was asked of you. More than was asked of you.
The great head swung back to peer at him.
But I want to finish em off. Please let me finish em off? His pleading did not pass unnoticed among the anxious contingent cowering in the kitchen.
Several spears fell to the floor as their owners made haste to find space elsewhere. You are presently engaged in our employ, declared Grageloth in no-nonsense tones, and as your employer I demand that you extricate us from this present situation.
Oh, all right. Bending his front legs, the rhino knelt on the scarred floor.
Using the spaces between the iron scuts for steps, they scampered up his flank and settled into the concave metal seats along his spine.
Bunken took the lead, positioning himself high atop Snoggenhut's shoulders.
He was followed by Squill and Nina, with Grageloth occupying the space above the rhino's hips. Clambering back to his feet, Snoggenhut turned and, with utter disdain, pointed his rear end at the survivors in the kitchen as if daring them to respond.
It was an offer that went unrequited.
No one made any attempt to inhibit them as he lumbered out of the mansion, across the wood-strewn outer courtyard, through the remnants of the main gate, and out onto the narrow road beyond.
Following Grageloth's directions, they turned right at the first intersection, right again up a poorly marked route that led northwest. Only when they were well away from Crossland's lands and the outer environs of Kamrioka did Bunken finally relax.
Nina had been heaping insults on her brother ever since they'd fled the estate, but had quickly succumbed to exhaustion and fallen into a deep sleep. They'd paused long enough to stretch her lengthwise across her saddle, Snoggenhut's broad back and short stride being sufficient, together with her own belt, to ensure that she wouldn't fall off. As he ambled down the trail, Snoggenhut hummed some obscure martial ditty to himself, occasionally breaking into outright song. Listening to him sing was almost as interesting, Bunken thought, as watching him fight. Of Crossland there was no sign, despite his reputation. Bunken hoped the fire had burned his backside bald. They stopped in the town of Pukelpo for provisions before entering the Tamas Desert. Pukelpo was little more than an outpost, full of tired, slightly disreputable types unable to make a go of it in the more prosperous lands to the south and east. While Grageloth haggled over the price and quantity of their supplies, Bunken inquired as to the meaning of the desert's name and was informed that the first person known to have entered and returned alive had been a legendary kangaroo rat name of Tamas. Bunken finished for the speaker. Nope, said the scruffy Tamandua. The rat's name was Desert. Funny coincidence that. He shrugged. I've no idea where the Tamas comes from. It was a not altogether illuminating explanation. There was still no sign of pursuit. Either they had outdistanced it, or else Crossland was still too befuddled or discouraged to mount any. Bunken began to think that they'd seen the last of him and his aberrant drives. Not surprised. Snoggenhut looked up from his feeding. No one's gonna follow us into the Tamas. Nobody goes there for any reason. He's right. This fluttered out of the way as the last of me gurgling water casks was slung across his companion's commodious back. Bunken shaded his eyes as he let his gaze wander out past the edge of the little community. Heat shimmered above distant canyons and mesas. According to what he'd overheard and been told, they were about to enter a region of unknown dangers and great uncertainty. It seemed that he and the otters were to be regular visitors to such lands. How long will it take us to cross? Impossible to say. Grageloth looked over from where he was supervising the loading. My inquiries have failed to produce a consensus on the desert's extent. Everyone seems to agree that there is an end. Bunken smiled thinly. That's gratifying. It is said that eventually the tablelands and sand give way to wooded mountains profligate with game and good water, but none are certain as to the actual distance. As always, the sloth accepted his chosen fate quietly. However far it is, however long it takes, we must cross. He pointed north with a heavy paw. That way lies the grand veritable. Or a veritable lie, Bunken thought. He shrugged inwardly. They'd come too far, had overcome too many obstacles, to turn back now. Besides, he'd always wanted to see a real desert. As for the water-loving otters, they were apprehensive but game. There was no need to worry about Snoggenhut. Fit and completely sober for the first time in years, the rhino was ready to fight mountains. No one bade them farewell as they ambled out of Pukelpo. The townsfolk had seen too many people charge bravely off into the Tamas, never to return. They went about their daily business in the manner of all desert dwellers, with care and deliberation. The days did not strike Bunkan or Bis companions as particularly hot. This was more to Snoggenhut's benefit than anyone else's, as he was doing all the work and lugging armor to boot. He plodded methodically northward, able to tolerate the heat so long as they rested during the hottest part of the day. The otters busied themselves catching fresh lizard and snake to supplement their stores, while Greycloth strained to see ahead, using his experience to select the most likely route since there were no paths or roads through the desert. Neither Bunkan nor the otters ever disputed his choices. The merchant was the seasoned traveler, not they. Several days out from Pokelpo they found themselves passing among towering, twisted formations of reflective-colored sandstone. This was country, Bunkan mused, to delight the eye if not the feet. Snoggenhut's thick, horny footpads were not troubled by the crumbly rock underfoot, and his passengers were as feathers to him. They made steady progress. That was why it was such a surprise when he began to sway unsteadily. A concerned Bunkan leaned out and forward. "Something the matter, Snoggenhut?" Behind him his companions strained to hear. Viz had been scouting a little ways ahead. Now he returned to query his friend. But Snoggenhut wasn't listening. "Everybody off," the tickbird said abruptly. "Off, off." They complied, the otters with inherent grace, Bunkan awkwardly, Greycloth with so much deliberation that he'd barely made it before the rhino keeled over onto his side. Supplies went flying as their indestructible mount let out a vast moan. He lay there, groaning and burbling, eyes rolling back in his head as his legs feebly kicked and pawed at the dry air. His passengers gathered to stare at their stricken companion. Viz settled on Duncan's shoulder. To his great relief the tickbird did not seem panicked. "What's wrong with him?" he asked worriedly. "I think the shock finally wore off." "The shock?" Nina frowned. "What shock?" "Recall our fellow traveler's condition at the moment we were about to storm the Baron's domicile," a suddenly comprehending Greycloth suggested. "It was only an unexpected fall from a great height which returned him abruptly to consciousness." "That has finally worn off." "What's worn off?" Squill made a face. "You talk in riddles, merchant." "I am saying that he has been functioning under the impact of that moment ever since." "Until now." The sloth dispassionately considered the unsteady heap of sudden insensibility. "It has finally worn off." "Got that right," agreed Viz with feeling. "But it's been days," Bunkan pointed out. "How is that possible?" "I did not think it was possible for any living being to get that drunk, either." Greycloth shrugged. Squill found himself a soft patch of sand beneath the shade of a wind-polished boulder. "Looks like rest time, mates." "Not hardly." Bunkan moved to unlimber his douar. "We've got to sing away the last of his inebriation." "What, now?" "Air." The otter indicated the towering buttes, the peculiar spiny plants, the tiny but highly active reptile scuttling into a hole. "Why not just wait for him to sleep it off?" "That could mean days," Viz informed him. "I've seen it take that long." Greycloth considered the sky. It was cloudless, intensely blue, and while not burning, decidedly less than comfortable. Better not to linger in such a place. "I, for one, am not of a mind to wait if it can be avoided." "Come on." Bunkan plucked experimentally at the strings. "It shouldn't take much of a spellsong. We're just going to cure a delayed hangover, not transform birds or call up unwilling whales." Nina sidled over to her brother. "What are you afraid o', Slimebreath?" "Me, I don't want to squat air drinking up our water and waiting for the gut that walks to get over his beauty sleep." She kicked at him, and he scurried to avoid her foot. Bunkan noticed that she'd done her best to reapply her makeup, though it was considerably less florid than when they'd started out. The streaks of color that flowed back from her muzzle were not as bright or well-defined as before. Why she felt the need to wear makeup into a trackless desert was a question only another female could answer. "Let's leave it up to the one who knows him best." Bunkan turned to the tickbird. "Help him if you can," Viz replied. "He'll dehydrate lying out in the sun like that." "Why is he kicking and moaning?" "Detis," the tickbird informed him curtly, adding, "You don't want to know what a drunken rhinoceros hallucinates." Bunkan nodded, found himself a comfortable rock to sit on after first making sure it was not home to anything small and fast that was inclined to bite him on the butt, and settled the douar across his knees. For a change he could enjoy improvising. This time their lives weren't at risk. They were only trying to help a friend in distress. "Got no time to waste in this place. Got to move on, got to find our space. 'Tis a race. We're in, so you have to feel better. Get over your trouble, get to somewhere that's wetter. Shit, you ain't sick. You're in the thick. Oh, the trick."
Nina tracked the musical line easily, chivying her brother into a reluctant harmony.
It was good to hear the two of them singing together again, Bunken thought, after the successful but erratic sorcery he had perpetrated with each of them individually. He relaxed as the by now familiar silvery cloud began to take shape alongside the moaning rhino, growing thicker and more pronounced with each note, each rapt rhyme. It would be interesting to see what form the cure would take. Would it be visually intriguing, or simply straightforward and functional? It took the form of a grotesque, misshapen outline stained green and yellow that laughed horribly out of the side of slavering, rotting jaws. Furthermore, it was not alone. Horrid multiples of the initial phantasm were taking shape all around them, half stolid, half invisible. Noxious ichor dripped from wicked, curving claws. "Stop it," wailed Gragelauth. "Make them go away." Go away? Frantic, Bunken didn't know whether it would make things worse to cease playing or keep on. Judging by their dismayed expressions, neither did the otters. "How can we make them go away? We're calling them up." Something stung him on the cheek. Hard. "Sorry." Viz was apologetic. "I had to get your attention. You're not calling these things up." "He is." A wingtip indicated the moaning, twitching Snoggenhut. "They're what he's seeing. I know, he's described his DTs to me before. Your singing is just making them visible, giving them substance." The tickbird's voice was hard. "Of course, I'm not experienced in such matters, but it seems to me that if you just quit cold you're liable to leave something like these things hanging around." Something that smelled like rotting flesh on burned toast was shuffling toward them, fungoid arms extended, eyeballs dangling from the ends of raw, frayed strings. It was still only half solid, and Bunken forced himself not to run. "If we keep singing," he muttered even as his fingers continued to draw music from the duar, "we're liable to make it worse." "We got no choice, mate," Squill called to him. "I ain't going nowhere with these drunken imaginings taggin' along." "How can I meet any ladies with somethin' like this hangin' off me bloomin' shoulder?" The specter that had chosen to focus on Bunken hovered nearby, not quite corporeal enough to make actual physical contact. He shuddered. There was entirely too much of it as it was. If they stopped singing and playing it might simply fade away. If Viz was wrong. Except that thus far the tickbird had usually been proven right. If their music could give substance to someone else's nightmares, surely it could also give them the boot? He caught the otter's attention as he changed keys. Brother and sister modified their lyrics. Sure enough, as they did so the loathsome shapes began to dissipate. "Not fair," gibbered something with 6 arms and a spastic proboscis. "Just getting ready to suck some brain," groaned another. It took an intangible swipe at Squill with a glistening, translucent tentacle. The blow passed right through her. The more the swiftly deteriorating DT. As complained, the less the unconscious Snoggenhut moaned and kicked. As with most alcoholics, he couldn't conquer his problem until he faced it. Only this time, the otters and Duncan were facing it for him. Literally. A concatenation of rotting fangs and putrefying eyeballs swam up in Duncan's vision only to seep past and vanish. It turned out to be the last of the discomfiting visions. As it evaporated, Snoggenhut slumped into peaceful rest, breathing in slow, steady heaves like an armored bellows. That ought to do it. Viz couldn't sweat but looked like he wanted to. Bunken slumped, his fingers numb and sore. "He's still asleep." After Mare, the bird informed him. "Might last an hour, maybe a couple. No more." He let out an elated chirp. "Guaranteed." "You did good." "Thanks. I think." Thoroughly worn out, Bunken felt like a nap himself, but decided to hold off. Snoggenhut's nightmares were still too vivid in his own memory. Also, some of them might still be hanging around with nowhere else to go, and after what he'd seen of them so far he didn't want them popping up in his own dreams. Chapter 17. When the rhino awoke that evening, he was fully rejuvenated and ready to roll. To his surprise, none of his companions exhibited comparable enthusiasm. So he was compelled to wait while they spent the night in the shelter of the eroded boulders, wondering how they could be so exhausted when he felt relaxed and thoroughly refreshed. Snoggenhut's nightmares had departed for more congenial dreams, and everyone slept comfortably. After a quick breakfast, they remounted their bemused but now fully recovered four-legged fairy and pressed on deeper into the tamas. The landscape grew ever more fantastic, presenting towers and turrets of stone that had been carved by angry wind and impatient water into a surfeit of fanciful shapes. Fragile fingers of layered stone reached hundreds of feet into the sky, while rivers of broken rock flowed in frozen riot down the slopes of brooding, flat-topped mesas. The blaze of mineralized color ranged from pure white to a deep maroon that reminded Bunken of fine wines he'd seen for sale in the shops of Lynchbaney. Black basalt and gleaming obsidian striped the lighter stone like collapsed veins in the bodies of fallen giants. They passed beneath a wall of solid peridot, the intense green volcanic gemstone afire with inanimate life, and had to avert their eyes from the glare. Squill stared until the tears ran down his cheeks, and not only from the light. What a sight! A determined bloke could winkle out Jules' air for a century without dentin' the supply. Ain't that right, Gragelov? The merchant nodded. It is certainly a remarkable deposit. Remarkable? It's bleedin' unique. Mining's hard work, Squill. Buncan shifted his backside against the unyielding iron. You're allergic to hard work, remember? The otter pursed his lips. Oi, that's right. For a minute there I'd forgotten. He went silent as Snoggenhut picked a route between a pair of brittle sandstone spires. They stopped for the night by the side of an arroyo. A small stream sang through its twists and turns, running clear and cold over slick sandstone slabs. There were several deep pools, one of which provided the otters with an opportunity for a noisy swim. All the talk in Pukelpo had been of the desolate, unforgiving Tamas and its endless stretches of windswept rock and gravel. So far the actuality had been both greener and wetter. They'd found water not once but several times, and their casks were as full as when they'd started out. Maybe, he dared to muse, after all the trouble they'd had in places where they'd expected none, they might now have an easy time of it in the one region where difficulties were anticipated. While the Tamas had proven itself unexpectedly benign, it was still far from an inviting place. Not only hadn't they met a soul since leaving Pukelpo, there was no indication that anyone else had passed this way at any time in the recent past. There were no tracks of riding animals, no casually cast-off detritus of civilization, not even the chilled embers of an old campfire. They were truly alone. The arroyo gave way to a spectacular, sheer-walled canyon that wound north. Gragelov was good at analyzing the topography ahead, and they had the benefit of Viz's wings. Each time the merchant decreed a change of direction, the tickbird would soar ahead to confirm or deny the wisdom of his decision. Invariably, the sloth chose correctly. Buncan marveled openly at this talent. Years of traveling by oneself sharpens one's sense of direction, cub. It must, because I'd get us good and lost in these chasms and gorges. He scrutinized the sandstone ramparts. How much more of this do you think there is? That I cannot tell you. The sloth scanned the high rim of the canyon they were traversing. So far it's been a lot easier than I expected. Yes. The dar-visaged merchant almost, but not quite, grinned. Something must be wrong. Nothing's wrong, mate. Squill lay flat in his seat, his incredibly limber body curled so that his head rested on his hips. Our luck's changed, that's all. 'Bout bloody time, too. The canyon continued to grow both deeper and wider, until it seemed as if any passing clouds must surely stumble over its lofty rim. Here and there isolated pinnacles thrust their peaks into the sky. Their appearance was deceptively frail. Though it looked as if the first random gust of wind would topple them, still they stood, silent and immutable sentinels, the only witnesses to the presence of the diminutive creatures on the canyon floor far below. Armor clinking, Snoggenhut splashed through a shallow tributary of the cheerful stream they had camped beside the night before. On the far side he paused and knelt to slake his thirst. Sensing the chance for a quick dip, the otters dismounted and disrobed in one smooth, flowing motion. Buncan settled himself in a comfortable hollow in the rocks, while Viz hunted for water bugs along the shore. With great dignity, Gragelov slid from his seat and set about washing his face and hands. Buncan lay back and contemplated the sky. Not such a bad journey, not now. He glanced lazily to his left, then to his right. And blinked. Something was coming down the canyon toward them. It was big, bigger than Snoggenhut. Much bigger. In point of fact, it reached a third of the way up the canyon wall. He scrambled to his feet. The object most nearly resembled an inverted cone, its top being much broader than the base on which it scooted along the ground. As it drew nearer, the faint whisper which had first caught his attention had risen to a dull roar. The otters had scrambled clear of the pool and were throwing themselves into their clothing. This had rushed to his armored perch atop Snoggenhut's forehead, while Gragelov edged close to the rhino's protective bulk. The merchant was anxiously examining the base of the canyon walls. Shelter. We have to find shelter. Don't worry. I've seen bigger whirlwinds in the Shakmadura country, Viz told him. Everybody hunkered down close to Snoggenhut. I don't think it's strong enough to move him. He glanced to left and right. I don't see any caves, merchant. We might as well stand our ground. Easy for you to say. Gragelov clung determinedly to part of the rhino's armor as the introverted storm bore down on them. You can be caught up in such a phenomenon, thrown skyward, and simply cast free while the rest of us would suffer a prolonged and possibly lethal descent. Snoggenhut turned his snout into the oncoming whirlwind and braced himself against the rocks underfoot. The storm collected gravel and unfortunate insects, swapping them for twigs and fragments of other plants it had picked up elsewhere.
Its roar was loud but not overpowering. Bunken hugged the rhino's comfortingly massive flank, squinting into the flying debris. The disturbance would pass over them quickly and they could be on their way.
He was feeling quite confident until he saw the second whirlwind.
It entered the gorge from the opposite end, as if sniffing along their track.
Much larger and more intense than its predecessor, its concentrated winds reached 3/4 of the way up the canyon walls.
Instead of a muted, mottled gray, it was an angry black. Instead of twigs and leaves, entire trees could be seen spinning and snapping within its tubular core.
As it bore down on them, it lifted huge sandstone boulders as if they were pebbles and flung them aside.
Greijlof saw it too.
Most unusual to encounter two such atmospheric phenomena at the same time.
I fear for our safety.
He rubbed at his eyes. Flying sand was starting to become a problem. Perhaps they will bypass us, slam into one another, and cancel themselves out.
Crikes! Squill waved down canyon, past the original whirlwind. There's another one! And another, shouted Nina. A new pair of whirlwinds came corkscrewing up the canyon in the wake of the first.
Somehow they maintained their individuality despite bumping into one another and off the sheer canyon walls. As the travelers turned, they were not surprised to see additional whirlwinds of varying shapes, sizes, and colors filling the upper end of the chasm from side to side, crowding in behind the black giant that had first raised their apprehensions. There was no way out now, nowhere to run. Both ends of the gorge were completely blocked. Bunken pointed to a cluster of prodigious boulders that lay heaped against the nearest wall. One had been reduced by wind and water to a high, sweeping curve, a frozen, buff-colored wave. While no all-encompassing cavern, it did promise some shelter from the onrushing winds.
Over there! Snoggenhut put his mass in motion, wishing loudly for the half-barrel of hard liquor they didn't have with them. Once beneath the arc of stone, they arranged themselves as compactly as they could behind the rhino's armored bulk.
Flecks of mica sparkled within the rock as they waited to see what would happen when the two onrushing clusters of wind slammed into each other. Would they simply pass around or through, or would the opposing cyclonic forces tear themselves to pieces? They got their answer when the first two whirlwinds to enter the canyon paused in their advance and turned toward the mound of boulders. Highly concentrated gale-force winds sent dust and sand flying and muddied the surface of the small stream that flowed through the canyon. I saw them first. The voice of the smaller vortex was a breathy rush of syllables. Somehow Bunken wasn't surprised. He'd often listened to the wind moaning and howling in the treetops of the bellwoods, and if it could howl and moan, why not also speak? Not so. The larger, far more intimidating storm seemed to bend in the middle to peer down at them. It was I who first sensed their presence. What does it matter? Wondered a third from behind the first two. Wind had set Snoggenhut's armor to clanging. It tore at the travelers' clothing and hurled specks of dust into their eyes, making them blink and squint. Averting his face, the rhino locked his knees and held his ground. Bunken had to shout to make himself heard. The canyon was filled from side to side with pushing, shoving storms, each violently roiling the air around it, each competing with its neighbor for a place to set its turbulent foot. The din was overpowering. It matters to me, replied the first whirlwind. I saw them first, so they're mine. The second bumped up against it, but the smaller storm held its air. Storm currents contended tumultuously and suspended objects were wrenched from one brawling eddy to another, whole trees, chunks of rock, bits of plant matter, even live animals flashing dazed expressions. I didn't know whirlwinds fought among themselves, Bunken muttered. Fought, L. Squill pressed against Snoggenhut's armor, one paw clamped determinedly over his hat. I didn't know the bloody things could talk. Not all of them. Only the educated ones. Bunken and Squill turned to the merchant, who was now sitting with his back pressed against the curving stone. How did you know that? Bunken asked him. Because I have encountered one such previously. Greijlof was trying to shield his eyes with his hands. It stole my entire inventory. Extracted everything from my wagon and wrapped the contents about its exterior for all the world like a demure maiden draping herself in the finest linen. It was a small whirlwind, no more than 10 times my own height, and utterly immoral. They're very curious and, as I learned to my dismay, highly acquisitive. I first realized it was capable of communication when it complimented me on my choice of merchandise. Though this revelation allowed me the opportunity to argue for its return, for all the good it did me I might as well have been remonstrating with these rocks. I was told to consider myself fortunate that it did not have the resources to accumulate me in addition to my goods. He gestured at the vast, howling storms. I do not think it necessary to point out that these are strong enough to do so. So they collect objects for fun? Bunken asked.
Not for fun.
The explanation was supplied by a modestly decorated maelstrom which had managed to slip in close past the two angry combatants.
We are simply bound to collect things. It's what we do.
How did you conduct a conversation with something that had no mouth, no eyes, no face, no features of any kind save those acquired objects held suspended with its body?
While Bunken wondered, Nina inquired. You mean you go looking for stuff intentionally?
We do. Then we meet several times a year at a predetermined rendezvous like this canyon to swap swirling stories, gusty gossip, and found objects.
Now, Squill protested angrily, I ain't no found object. You are so an object, explained the unrepentant Eddie, and you've been found. So those two? Bunken indicated the quarreling mini-cyclones. Want to collect you, their interlocutor explained. Each is claiming right of initial perception.
We object, the huddled Gragelauth announced.
We are intelligent beings and we have our own priorities.
Oh, you wouldn't be collected permanently, the whirlwind moaned.
After a while the novelty of you would get old. With time even the most diverting acquisitions lose their attraction. For example, I'm thinking of trading this. A petite offshoot of the central vortex protruded horizontally from its parent's flank. Clasped unsteadily within this gyrating pseudopod was a cracked but still intact ceramic bathtub. Bunken was relieved to see that it was unoccupied.
Collected this on the other side of the world not 3 months ago.
Beautiful, isn't it? There was unmistakable pride in the whirlwind's voice.
The airy pseudopod contoned, the bathtub rotating along with it. See, the white finish covers both sides.
Very pretty.
Bunken made sure he had a firm grip on his precious douar.
It was still too early to panic.
Thus far they'd only been threatened verbally. Even a short stint as ornaments would hinder us in our own search, Gragelauth pointed out.
Don't intelligent people have a say in whether they're collected or not?
This stayed hunkered down behind his little shield. Even a casual gust of wind could sweep him helplessly to his doom. That's a question of ethics, the whirlwind replied unhesitatingly.
As a force of nature, I'm not required to have any. And by the way, our existence isn't an easy one, you know. Life isn't all open fields and low-pressure centers.
Maintaining one's appearance and posture in calm air is a real struggle.
You don't know what's it like to be tightly wound all the time. Collecting helps us to relax. Being a found object's not so bad.
We take care to sweep up food and water for the ones that are alive, and you get to do a lot of free traveling.
Excuse me if I decline the wonder, said Squill. I never had me set on puking me way around the world, but why haven't you taken the opportunity to suck us up while those two are fighting?
Battling the wind, Bunken clung with one hand to Snoggenhut's heavy armor.
The vortex skittered backward, unintentionally pelting them with sand. I'm not into living creatures, myself. Too much work to keep them alive. I prefer inanimate objects. But you might as well resign yourselves.
Once those two have settled things between them, you're going to be collected, voluntarily or otherwise.
We cannot allow that.
Gragelauth was insistent in spite of their situation. We seek the grand veritable. The whirlwind spun a little tighter and its voice rose.
I've heard of that. There's nothing to it. No reality. It's a story, a rumor.
Nothing more than a tale with which to amuse a fresh breeze.
That is what we seek to determine.
Not to minimize the honor of being deemed collectible, but we really cannot spare the time.
Good luck convincing them of that. Reabsorbing its esteemed bathtub, their drafty interlocutor retreated.
Another maelstrom took its place, rotating proudly.
Want to see what I've collected?
I don't think so, replied Bunken slowly.
Come on. It spun very near. See?
A spiraling torus was thrust toward them.
Bunken flinched but held his ground.
An old woman hovered within the blustery extrusion.
She was clad entirely in black.
Long, stringy hair hung from beneath her pointed black hat, and her narrow, pinched face was dominated by a huge hooked nose at the end of which reposed a hairy wart of unsurpassed ugliness. The folds of her skirt billowed around the broomstick she straddled.
Let me guess, said Nina. You do collect intelligent creatures.
The cyclone hummed.
You got it.
Hey, you! The old woman shouted toward them.
Can you get me out of this? I'm late for a whole batch of appointments.
Sorry, madam, replied Gragelauth politely. We are preoccupied with troubles of our own.
Yeah, well, I've heard that before.
It's just that I've been stuck inside this damn thing for longer than I care to think. Sort of flying in place, if you get my drift.
How'd you happen to get trapped in there? Nina studied the old woman with interest. Didn't get trapped, young water rat. Got collected. Last thing I know I was heading south past Topeka Air Control, minding my own business, and the next I'm swept up in this thickhead hunk of air. She shook her head in disgust. That's what I get for eavesdropping on cockpit conversations instead of paying attention to the regular FAA weather updates. Bunkan didn't quite know how to respond. How are you doing in there? Well, the food ain't too bad, and the view's interesting. Could be worse, I reckon. I expect I'll get out of here soon enough. Then she'll get it. The Taurus retracted into the body of the whirlwind. Who'll get it? Nina wanted to know. But with a hideous cackle, the old woman disappeared skyward. You never know where you're going to find things when you travel between worlds, the storm informed me. Whirlwinds can travel between worlds? Bunkan asked. With ease. Molecular diffusion beats jogging any day. The ether's more permeable than most people think. You just have to pick your spots. Sounds like rot squared to me. Squill scratched his forehead. A bulge in the whirlwind side provided them with a temporary view of a small elephant with extraordinarily large ears. You wouldn't believe where I picked this up, the storm told them. Before they could take a closer look, the airborne pachyderm vanished into the dark depths. The vortex which had first approached them interrupted the display. Looks like those two have finally got their Coriolis forces aligned. Leaving distinctive tracks in the sand, the garrulous pair retreated. Their place was taken by the two wailing storms which had been battling over right of perception, the large, charcoal gray, intimidating spiral and its smaller but equally pugnacious counterpart. They roared and bellowed within a hand's breadth of each other as they confronted the travelers. The smaller inclined its crown toward them. We've reached a settlement. We have, boomed the other as flying rocks crashed against one another within its flanks. Look here. Grageloth adjusted his attire. We have some conclusions of our own. Silence. A blast of wind sent the sloth stumbling. Bunkan and Squill caught him under his furry arms. Collectibles should be seen and not heard. Besides, we're not going to hurt you. Physical damage would reduce your display value. For some reason this revelation did not make Bunkan feel especially grateful. We've decided to divide you among us. I get the large armored quadruped and its small flying companion. The rest of you will go with CS. The smaller whirlwind advanced slightly. You're not splitting us up. Bunkan draped a possessive arm loosely over Snoggenhut's neck. You have nothing to say about it, growled the larger storm. Behind it, the assembled cyclonic forces murmured their approval. They completely filled the canyon, obscuring the sheer stone walls and the sky beyond. Amidst these howling and bellowing gales, the cluster of boulders held by Bunkan and his friends was an island of calm. No avenue of escape presented itself. Even if one had, Bunkan knew, they couldn't outrun the wind. If you'll just organize yourselves into two groups, hissed the smaller whirlwind, this'll be a lot easier for everyone. Bunkan felt a persistent gust nudging him to his right. He fought against it as best he could, trying to dig his heels into the sand. We haven't got time for this. He steadied the douar against his waist and began to play. The otters hadn't been idle. They'd used the delay to prepare themselves. Clinging tightly to Snoggenhut's armor, they sang out at the top of their lungs. Hey, yours make music, rumbled the larger of the two acquisitive eddies. That's not fair. The agreement is made. The second etched small circles in the ground with its foot. As they squabbled, Bunkan played on, grateful for the respite. Keeping a watchful eye on the whirlwinds, the otters harmonized maniacally. Yo, we got us a real problem here. There's some winds in the air gonna cost us dear. Need something to stiff M. Stifle M, kick M. Knock M for a loop and stuff M. Down in a crack, gotta break their back. Take M apart or cram M in a sack, Jack. If you know what we mean. Something began to take shape between the wind-battered travelers and the bickering storms. The magic was working, but Bunkan's elation was muted. Instead of a familiar silver-gray mist, something black and ominous was forming. It started as a softly mewing spindle shape hardly large enough to bully a pebble. As the otters rapped on it grew larger, until it was the size of a bedpost, meant a lamppost. Tightly wound as an anxiety attack, it swelled and expanded, a coal-black shaft screwing its way skyward. In seconds it was large enough to divert the attention of the equivocating whirlwinds. The smaller suddenly refocused its attention. Are you doing that? Look at it, just look. It spun in uneasy circles. Stop it. You've got to stop it. This expression of concern from that which had just threatened them naturally inspired Bunkan to play faster, the otters to improvise even more enthusiastically. The agitated whirlwind shifted toward MEM, its intentions clear. Bunkin braced himself for the shock of gale force gropings. They never came. The squabblers had waited too long. By now the spell-sung black spindle was enormous. Punctuated by intermittent bolts of dark lightning, its howl was deafening. As the whirlwind darted forward, the spindle cycled to intercept it. A sound not unlike a breathy grunt filled the air as the approaching vortex was knocked backward. Trees, rocks, chunks of debris flew from its flank as it momentarily lost shape. Never seen a whirlwind throw up before, the immovable Snoggenhut observed. As the rotating black spire they had called forth continued to mature, Bunkin wondered if perhaps the otters oughtn't to tone down their lyrics a little. But he couldn't stop playing long enough to make the suggestion, and in any event the specter they had conjured was now making too much noise to be heard by anyone. The now gigantic malign cloud seemed composed of dense black smoke. Lightning continued to flash from its fringes, and the sound it made stiffened the small hairs on the back of Bunkin's neck. Gragelauth cowered against the curving sandstone while Viz clung desperately to his iron perch. Meanwhile the otters, motivated now by a sense of malicious mischief as much as a need to defend themselves and their companions, rapped on, ignorant of what they had wrought but delighted at the effect it was having on their erstwhile abductors. "Tornado!" screamed the dazed whirlwind, collecting itself as best it could after the blow it had taken. Staggering wildly, it skittered off down the canyon. The panicked cry was taken up by the rest of the boreal convention as, pushing and shoving, they scrambled to escape. Mass confusion ensued as collections and isobars slammed into and sometimes through one another. Fleeing from the restrictive walls of the canyon, the frenzied storm scattered frantically to the four winds. By this time the invoked tornado towered higher than the greatest of the previously assembled whirlwinds, an inverted black cone that sucked at the sky. Its power was palpable, its bellowing like that of a runaway waterfall. Squill and Nina could hardly hear themselves sing, much less each other. As they looked on it pounced on a retreating vortex and tore it apart, sending its collection of rubble flying in all directions. Where a moment earlier there had been a healthy whirlwind in flight, in seconds only a scattered cluster of desultory breezes remained. It was an appalling display of meteorological ferocity. Far higher now than the canyon walls, the black spindle pawed angrily at the ground as if searching for additional victims. It spun back and forth, daring any organized wind to approach. In shifting to the middle of the chasm, the noise had been reduced to just less than intolerable levels. Snoggenhut glanced back and up at Viz. "What's a tornado?" Clinging to its perch, Viz shook his head. "Beats me, Snog. But at least it's on our side." For the moment, the tickbird thought. Save for the apparition they had called into being, the canyon was now clear of breezy intruders. Bunkin let his fingers fall from the douar. The otters ceased their rapping as Squill moved to loosen one of the water casks. I have never seen or heard of such a thing. Looking down, Bunkin saw the awestruck merchant staring at the awesome cloud. What a weapon it could be. "Oi," commented a relieved Nina, "think what it could have done to that bastard Crossvanzoos. Splintered it and sent every one o' them up the dirty bugger's arse. Impaled him on his own. We get the picture, Nina." Bunkin carefully checked his douar for damage from flying gravel. The tornado whipped across the little stream that ran down the center of the canyon and in an instant sucked it dry. It displayed no inclination to pursue the fleeing whirlwinds. Gragelauth plucked tentatively at Bunkin's sleeve. "A most useful conjuration and demonstration, but do you not think that it is time to make it disappear?" Viz peeped out from his armored howdah. "Yeah. Make it go away, Duncan." The tickbird faced the now aimless storm warily. "It's making me nervous." "Right. Squill, Nina?" Squill nodded as his sister slaked her thirst. "Righty-ho, mate. Give us a minim air." When Nina was sated she recorked the cask and settled herself close to her brother. Each put an arm around the other's shoulder as they leaned their mouths close. Whiskers tangled. "Done your job and done it well. Blew 'em all away like a storm from hell. Now's the time to leave. Time to go on your way. Hey Tornado, what you say?" "We say, you gots to go away and maybe come again. Some other day, okay?" With a violent twist, the black spire abandoned the creek bed and started toward them. Eyes wide in his gray-furred face, Gragelauth retreated until his back was once more pressed against the sandstone arch. "What are you doing?" "Make it go away, Dot." The otters rapped faster and Bunkin's fingers flew over the douar strings, but the savage storm continued its deliberate, turbulent advance until it was almost upon them. In the face of that terrible wind Bunkin had to fight to stay on his feet, while the otters now clung to each other in deadly earnest. Even the massive, defiant Snoggenhut was brushed backward several feet. This storm, Bunkin sensed, would not delicately collect them, would not care for and pamper them. It would smash them as thoughtlessly and thoroughly as it had the unfortunate whirlwind it had overtaken.
Behind him he heard Greyjloth screaming frantically.
"Make it go away, Spellzingers! Make it go away! Oh, what a tangled web we sloths weave!"
The sorrowful lament wasn't intended as a suggestion, but the otters jumped on it just the same.
"Wind it up and tie it tight. Lock it down like sleep at night. Bind it fast and make it helpless. Got to see it doesn't eat us. Don't want to make it angry at me, at anyone we see. Just have to put it away for a while.
Time to do it fast, and for sure in style."
The propulsive vortex was almost upon them when its outer edges began to kink and snap. As the tornado halted, Bunken sensed a distinct feeling of puzzlement.
It began to groan as if it had bones, embarking on a succession of violent convulsions. Tumultuous winds continued to buffet the watchful travelers, but they came from all directions now, confused in their approach and aimless in their passing. As they stared, the tornado folded in on itself. Disorganized streaks of black wind coiled in all directions. The storm contracted and spasmed, nodding and re-nodding until with an audible groan the entire towering structure keeled over to slam into the canyon floor, sending a cloud of dust and sand flying. Bunkan averted his face until the cloud had begun to settle. When he looked back, he saw the tornado lying prone, twisting and humping helplessly in a futile attempt to loosen the thousands of knots into which it had tied itself at the behest of the otter's spellsong. A benumbed Greyjloth sought to gather Biss wits. "Astonishing, but we had best depart before the treacherous phenomenon ascertains a solution to its current predicament."
Nina took a deep breath.
"I'm all for that, Gov.
That were a near thing."
With a prudent eye on the bound tornado, they took turns mounting Snoggenhut, who as soon as everyone was aboard trotted off up the canyon, careful to maintain a circumspect distance between himself and the enraged but impotent Maelstrom. As they finally exited the steep-sided chasm, Greyjloth turned in his seat to peer back the way they'd come. There was no sign of the benighted tempest. "That is what I try to do to my competitors," he informed me somberly.
"Surely it will free itself eventually?" "I'd think so."
Bunken scanned the mesas and plains ahead. "Hopefully, before that happens we'll have put plenty of distance between us." The merchant settled himself back in his seat. "Of course, if it were to pursue us, you three could simply bind it within itself again."
Bunken felt his duar bouncing lightly against his back. "Don't count on it, merchant."
"So far we've been pretty lucky with our spellsinging, but John Tom always said something about sequels never being as good as the originals."
"I guess that's just a natural component of sorcery.
So if it comes after us we might have to try something else, and it might not be as effective."
"I'd rather make speed."
"I suspect I have more confidence in you, young human, man, you do in yourself." "Ere now, Gov," said Squill, interrupting without hesitation, "I've got plenty o' confidence, I do."
"Feel free to compliment me." Greyjloth half bowed in the otter's direction. "My tribute was intended to include all." "Well, then."
Squill pushed out his lower lip. "See that it stays that way, Gov." An otter, Bunken mused, was the only creature he knew of that could strut sitting down.
Chapter 18.
Their enhanced confidence did not make the Tamas any smaller or do anything to mute its rising temperatures. They took to resting and sleeping for long stretches during the middle of the day and trying to make up the time lost at night.
"Oi, Governor." Squill clung cheerlessly in his iron seat.
Even the bright feathers of his cap drooped listlessly in the heat.
"How much more o' this blasted country is there?" Greyjloth shifted his attention from an unusually tall pinnacle. "No one really knows for certain."
In that the good citizens of Pukelpo were being truthful.
"But our progress is steady."
"I would not think the crossing would require too many more weeks."
"Weeks?" barked Nina.
Her mouth hung open and she was respirating in short, rapid pants. "I don't know if I can take many more days o' this, but—"
"Do you wish to turn back and perhaps meet up with our cyclonic friends again?"
"No fear o' that, Gov." Squill straightened slightly in his saddle.
"They've been scattered, they avenue. Getting a little tired myself."
Snoggenhut punctuated his complaint with a frustrated snort.
"This armor isn't getting any lighter."
This hopped down from his perch to bend over and peer into the rhino's eye.
"Quit complaining.
If you're thirsty, there's plenty of water."
"Or is it something other than water you're worried about? Put a beetle in it, bird."
"I'll stay clean."
"Aven't had a swim in days."
"Otters like water, not sand."
Nina's expression turned dreamy.
"Big river, good friends, plenty o' fish to catch. This bleedin' grand veritable better be worth all this trouble." More than that, her brother added reproachfully, "it had better exist."
"Do I detect a certain waning of enthusiasm?" Greyjloth murmured. Wanan, L, Squill groused. It's on bloody death's door, it is, but. Bunken winced as Snoggenhut hit a couple of bumps while loping down a dry ravine and back up the far side. I don't know about the two of you, but I couldn't turn back now if I wanted to. Why not, mate? Squill asked him. Because it would mean admitting defeat. The duar bounced lightly against his back. The otter blinked. What the hell's wrong with that? Anybody offers me a sack of fresh crawfish, I'll admit defeat right now, I will. Raising both arms melodramatically, he implored whatever gods might be watching. You. See, I admit defeat. I embrace it, I do. Now, how's about something fresh to eat? He held his arms aloft for another minute before lowering them. Gods must be busy. Strikes me as how they're always busy. We're not turning back. Bunkan was firm. Ain't we? How's about we put it to a vote, what? He glanced back along Snoggenhut's spine. All those in favor Otun and back raise a hand. He thrust his own skyward. When it was not seconded, he glared goggle-eyed at his sister. Now, what's this? You were complainin' more than all the rest o' us put together. A chagrined Nina turned away from him. Well, I've been thinkin' about what Bunsky there said about admittin' defeat, and even to explain it to Mudge and Ouija and all, and I just ain't so sure it's a good idea to give up just now. Is that bloody right? Her brother's exasperation was plain. When is a good time, then? When she didn't reply, he added, so you're in favor o' continuin' with this madness? I didn't say that. I abstain, I do. Say what? You can't bleedin' abstain. Her whiskers thrust forward belligerently. I just did. Bunkan reflected that only a couple of otters, sustained by their remarkable agility and superb sense of balance, could manage to engage in a serious tussle on the back of an ambling rhinoceros without falling off. At least things were back to normal. As always, the scuffle concluded without any serious damage having been inflicted to either side. Squill settled back in his seat as though nothing had happened. Seor, mate, how about we try to spelzing up a nice, cool pool? Pick a likely-looking depression in the rocks and make a job of it? I don't think so. Blimey, where's the arm, Bunkan? Just enough for a quick swim. Wouldn't take much o' a spell song. Bunkan looked back at him. I said no. We've been pushing our luck all along. We might need a spell like that for drinking water, and as I've said from the beginning, harmonic replication's a pain. Squill took mild affront. Oh, replication, is it? Who's been studyin' behind me back? Bunkan returned his attention to the route ahead. You don't need a swim. The hell we don't. 'Tis our natural right, it is. 'Tis in the bleedin' tribal constitution. Well, your constitution's suspended until we leave the Tamas. He made an effort to soothe his irritated companion. Don't think about it. If Grageloth is right, we'll be out of this soon. Squill was not mollified. Cor. If Grageloth is right. Their frustration was muted by the country through which they were passing. If anything, the towering formations grew increasingly more impressive, infinitely varied in silhouette and color. Gigantic buttes rose from the desert floor, their flanks sculpted into fantastic shapes by eons of patient wind and water. Acutely aware of the uncomfortable situation, Grageloth made an effort to divert the otters from their discontent. You two need to get your minds off our present condition. See those cliffs? He pointed to the abraded walls of a dark volcanic plug which rose from the earth like a dead tooth. Notice how the edge resembles the profile of a human face? His fingers moved. That rocky projection in the center is the nose. The brow rides higher, while beneath the nostrils are. Squill cut him off. At the moment I'm not interested in anything that looks like a bleeding human. His gaze burned into an indifferent Bunkan's back. The merchant refused to be discouraged. Very well. Look at that eroded pinnacle off to our rat, eroded pinnacle off to our blee, that of a porcupine? Squill was reluctant to turn and look, but when his natural curiosity got the better of him he was surprised to discover that the merchant's sense of the surreal was keen. He perked up slightly. Bugger me for a blistered bobcat if you ain't half right, Greyface. It do right look like a member o' the spiny tribe. Nina found herself drawn into the game in spite of herself. Anything to alleviate the endless boredom. It became a contest to see who could read the most outrageous or unlikely identities into the deeply worn rock. Her identification of a pile of rubble as a crouching kudu was surpassed by Squill's insistence that an isolated butte looked exactly like an armored mouse. Before long everyone was finding recognizable shapes and forms in the passing scenery.
More than anyone would have believed possible, the merchant's game was helping to pass the time. As for Gragelauth, he was better at it than any of them, explaining that it was a pastime he'd been forced to indulge in on many a long, lonely journey. The game was resumed in earnest the next morning, the merchant having drawn up a means for keeping score. Points were awarded for accuracy, imagination, and frequency. Snoggenhut was pointing out what he asserted was a hawk hidden among a sandstone overhang when the silence of their surroundings was broken by shouts from the dry riverbed ahead. Everyone strained to see, but it was Viz, hovering high above, who first matched the sound to a possible source. Armed riders, on large bipedal lizards. They're all hooded, so I can't make out their tribes. Outlines are indistinct. How big? A concerned Gragelauth inquired. Riders no larger than the otters. Snouts protruding from the hoods. Light-colored whiskers. I see some tails. Long and fur-covered, mostly light brown. The tickbird glanced meaningfully at his companions. They're coming this way. Snoggenhut took a deep breath. Being a large boulder, he headed toward the natural barrier. Better get ready for company. No one argued with him. As the rhino positioned his backside to the stone, the otters drew their bows, making sure arrows were at the ready. Bunken laid his sword across his lap as Viz settled onto his armored perch atop Snoggenhut's forehead. Gragelauth sought to find a use for his fingers, and failing that, nibbled nervously on the pointed tips of the thick, heavy claws. Their progress marked by the cloud of dust kicked up by their mounts, the riders advanced until they were within spear-throwing distance. Spreading out, they formed an unbroken line in the shape of a crescent in front of the stolid Snoggenhut. There were enough of them to block any attempt at flight, not that the rhino could have outrun the speedy lizards even over flat ground. As the dust settled, Bunkan and his companions were able to get a good look at those confronting them. The riding animals pawed at the ground with nervous energy, bright green eyes shining alertly, small sharp teeth glistening in their jaws. Leather bridles and reins were intricately tooled, as were individual saddles and other tack. As their mounts settled in place, several of the riders adjusted their hoods. It was the widely traveled Gragelauth who finally identified them. Meerkats. I don't know that tribe. Bunkan was intrigued by the creatures. An uncommon one. The eyes and snouts are unmistakable. They are fabled desert dwellers. I myself have encountered them only once before, in far more civilized circumstances than these. Though the meerkats were in the majority, there were also a couple of ground squirrels among the riders, as well as individual representatives of several other desert-favoring tribes. Bunken tensed as one of the riders slowly advanced, an elaborately whittled spear cradled in his short but powerful arms. A beaded cloth quiver lashed to the riding lizard's right flank held half a dozen similar implements. Wide, dark eyes inspected them carefully. The mouth seemed frozen in a perpetual half-sneer. More interesting than most travelers we see. From whence do you hail? From farther than you can imagine. Bunken was as startled as anyone to hear Gragelauth speak up. From beyond the Tamas, beyond Pukelpo, beyond Kamrioka, and even the river Sprylishan. That far. The rider did not sound impressed. Well, never let it be said that the She-Murog denied hospitality to travelers in then country. If you will follow us back to our village, we would be pleased to exchange tales and share victuals with you. Bunken hesitated. We're kind of in a hurry. To refuse hospitality is to insult not only me but all the She-Murog. As the rider spoke, his fellow villagers shuffled their weapons, everything from javelins to small, one-handed crossbows to hooked knives and swords. These nomads were not likely to scatter in panic at a charge from Snagenhut, Bunken reflected. Tough and determined, they were fashioned of far sturdier stuff man Crossfin's retainers. Had they numbered half a dozen or less, maybe, but there were nearly 30 of them. Perhaps all they did want was the company of strangers. Certainly they didn't encounter many travelers out here. It was also possible they might know the fastest and easiest route out of the desert. You lead and we shall follow. Gragelauth had apparently reached the same decision. The hooded one bowed slightly. Graciousness is unto a shield in the desert. I am Chichurag, first rider of the She-Murog people. It will be my honor to welcome you into my house. He turned and sent his lizard trotting northward. The line of riders parted to let him pass. Squill leaned forward, whispering. I don't care for this, mate. Gragelauth is doing the right thing. What else can we do? Run like hell and make a fight of it, the otter replied. No human and otter turned to face the merchant. Their mounts are too quick. They would run us down. We may yet have to fight, though I am putting my faith in tact and diplomacy. But Miz is not the place to do it. Let us sound MEM out first. Bloody L. I'm outvoted again, ain't I?
Afraid so. Bunkan turned to speak with Viz, leaving the otter to sulk in his seat.
Escorted by the Shimurog, Snoggenhut trundled along behind Chichurug as they crossed a series of crumbling gullies. Turning right up a smooth surface slope, they passed through a high, narrow cleft in a sheer rock wall. This penetrated the solid stone for a respectable distance before finally opening onto a sizable box canyon. High-peaked tents dyed in a panic of colors and patterns were scattered about the high ground. Some were striped vertically or diagonally, others were checked, a couple sported polka dots of alternating hue. Most clustered around the spring-fed, reed-fringed pool that occupied the depression in the center of the canyon. The colorful, non-threatening view somewhat offset the realization that there was only one way out of the sheer-sided stone amphitheater. It was a natural fortress and an excellent place to camp, Bunkan reflected as they rode in. Squill's reservations vanished as soon as he saw the pool. When the otter's request was made known to Chichurug, he amiably and without hesitation granted them permission for a swim. They didn't hesitate, doffing their attire with admirable speed and plunging into the delightfully cool pond without delay. A number of villagers gathered silently to watch the lanky visitors sport within the clear waters. Bunkan was feeling much better about their situation. The overtly cheerful tents, the neatly tended and surprisingly extensive irrigated fields, Chichurug's friendliness, all combined to suggest a comparatively peace-loving people who armed themselves only out of need to deal daily with the exigencies of a harsh land. Only when he had dismounted and gone for a stroll later among the tents did he see the expertly mounted, carefully cleaned bones. They decorated more than one dwelling, and there were too many of them to write the grisly displays off as a familial aberration. None boasted of reptilian origins. A horrified Bunkan identified the bleached white skulls of two large cats. Another hut was crowned by a bear's skull. What a bear had been doing roving the Tamas he couldn't imagine, he knew only that the unfortunate Ursine's wanderings had ended here. Had these wretched travelers perished from heat or exhaustion out in the unforgiving desert, or had they been deliberately slain and brought here? He was beginning to fear that Squill had been right and they should have made a break for freedom the instant they'd been confronted by the nomadic outriders. Too late now. A glance was enough to show that the only way out, through the narrow cleft by which they'd arrived, was well guarded. Yet the skulls mounted like trophies didn't square with the extensive fields of painstakingly tended crops. Dedicated agronomists didn't slaughter strangers, and the extensively tilled land was proof that the Shimurog were not roving bandits. What was going on here? Females and older males were tending to the fruits and vegetables, while the younger meerkats, together with an occasional kangaroo rat, jabbered amusedly at the lightning-fast antics of the otters. Others prodded and poked at the massive Snoggenhut. His thoughts churning, Bunkan rejoined his friends as they emerged from the water and proceeded to dry themselves. I bid you join me in my domicile. Chichurug led them to what was by far the largest tent in the village. It wasn't quite large enough, though. The Shimurog leader explained apologetically. I am afraid there is not quite enough room for your great friend. He gestured at Snoggenhut. No sweat. I'll wait here. The rhino licked thick lips and crossed his front legs. Something to drink would make me feel less left out. Your acumen is to be commended. Rewarded it will be. Chichurug spoke to one of his people in a strange dialect. The villager thus addressed nodded his understanding and hurried off toward another tent. Woven mats covered the spacious floor. Large pillows fashioned of fine material stolen or bartered for lay scattered strategically about. Chichurug promptly crossed his short legs and sat down. Sleek female meerkats appeared from behind a cloth divider to proffer water, some kind of lukewarm desert tea, and platters of produce doubtless freshly picked from the fields Bunkan had seen. Old enough to be interested in more than vegetables, Squill let his eyes track the progress of the lithe feminine forms. Well now, this airs more like it. It pleases me that you approve. Chichurug gestured with a broad sweep of his hand. He had removed his robe, to reveal his bright white furred form clad in shorts and some kind of diaphanous shirt. He was a hand's breadth or so shorter than the otters, and considerably smaller than Bunkan. The visitors settled themselves against the soft cushions. Delighted to feel something against its backside besides rock or lightly padded iron armor, Bunkan's body betrayed his unease. It was almost impossible not to relax. Chichurug accepted a long smoking stick from one of the females and waved it casually. Now, then, tell me how you come to be in the lands of the Shimurog? It must be some matter of great importance to have brought you, as you have said, so far from your own homes. Before either Bunkan or Grageloth could respond, Squill was off and running. Omitting certain unflattering details, vastly embellishing upon others, he regaled the attentive leader of the Shimurog and his equally rapt harem with a story of unsurpassing skill and gallantry, occasionally even remembering in an off moment to insert a brief word or two about his 5 companions. Bloody rotten stinkin' egotist of a sibling, Nina muttered under her breath. Squill blinked, turned to her.
Say what, sister? I was remarking that you're your father's son.
She smiled pleasantly.
That's a fact. Squill resumed his oral epic. Evening pressed down on the box canyon when he finally finished.
Their host seemed pleased, and the travelers had consumed a prodigious quantity of fresh fruits and vegetables, as well as several delicious prepared varieties which had been transformed through drying, steaming, broiling, and other means of efficacious preparation. Within Chichurug's tent, unabashed contentment reigned among hosts and guests alike. To the otter's astonishment, one polished wooden platter was even heaped high with dried fish. There are caverns nearby, their host explained, cut by water and populated by colorless, blind fish.
The meerkat smiled. But not tasteless, I assure you.
Their flesh is tender and succulent and forms a welcome addition to our diet. It finished off the otter's suspicions as neatly as if they'd been pared away with a sharp knife. Even the always leery Greyjloth was compelled to admit that their welcome had been all that could have been hoped for.
Tiny belly bulging, Viz glided into the tent to land on Duncan's shoulder. He'd taken a moment to relieve himself.
After belching delicately, he whispered into the human's ear. Keep your expression bland and don't let on that I'm telling you anything, but we're in trouble.
Buncan smiled as he waved off a fruit-laden female. How do you mean? Want to take a guess? It's Snog.
This tune was harder for Buncan to maintain his composure.
Don't tell me they got him drunk?
Viz's beak was all but cleaning Buncan's ear.
They must have done it when I was in here with the rest of you.
I don't know if they did it deliberately or if he got a taste of something that appealed to him and asked for more.
Snog's a hard one to say no to. Not that it matters.
The important thing is that right now he's lying flat on his side, out cold to starboard, snoring like a ventilation shaft from hell. I don't think he'll be able to stand up till morning, much less run.
What's that you say?
Chichurug leaned forward, and Buncan remembered having read something about meerkats having exceptional powers of hearing.
Your great friend is already asleep?
The village leader burst out laughing in a series of sharp, squeaky barks, similar to but higher pitched than that of the otters.
He should rest well tonight, men. As will you all. Tomorrow we will have the ceremony.
With studied diffidence, Buncan slid the douar off his shoulders and laid it across his knees, making a pretext of checking the tightness of the strings. He tried to sound nonchalant.
What ceremony?
The ceremony of fertilization.
Chichurug glanced at the roof of the tent. Tomorrow night the moon will be full. We need to ensure that our fields will be also. Buncan untensed, his muscles relaxing.
For a moment his natural suspicions had gotten the better of him.
What is the ceremony of fertilization?
However it was performed, he mused, it sounded anything but threatening.
You have seen our fields. Wonderfully kept they are, too. Greyjloth was at his obsequious best. Chichurug accepted the compliment with a nod. We are proud of what we have wrought from the Tamas.
Our fields do more than sustain us, they provide us with the means to live well in a place where few others can even survive. We tend them as if our lives depend on them, which they certainly do. The Shimurog wandered the Tamas for many years before finding and settling in this place. Since then we have cared for the soil of this canyon as if it were our own flesh.
We have ample labor and enough water.
Only one shortage complicates our work.
I wondered about that, Greyjloth admitted. What are they talking about? Buncan mused.
Though he'd been following the conversation closely, he felt suddenly lost.
Chichurug stared evenly at Greyjloth. You are perceptive, traveler. Many successful seasons have thinned and weakened this earth.
Rain carries some nutrients down from the surrounding rim, but it is not nearly enough. Our springs run clear and clean, which in this case is less than helpful. We make use of the dung of our riding and pulling animals, but even this is limited in the results it can achieve. Therefore, whenever the occasion presents itself, we miss no opportunity to lavish upon our precious sustaining fields whatever additional fertilizers may become available.
Greyjloth smiled demurely.
If you would like to add our personal byproducts to your efforts, we will be happy to accommodate you, but except for what Snoggenhut can produce, I fear you will be disappointed.
Chichurug put the stub of his second smoking stick aside. You underestimate yourself, sloth. He grinned, his black nose twitching. Crops do well on dung, but better by far on blood and bone.
At which point Buncan knew exactly what had happened to the bodies of the original owners of the mounted skulls he had encountered earlier.
Chapter 19.
With speed no one imagined he possessed, Greyjloth sprinted for the exit and straight into the arms of the half-dozen guards waiting outside.
Buncan wrestled his douar into position while Squill and Nina lunged for their weapons.
The meerkats and rats and ground squirrels were too fast. They poured into the tent and swarmed the travelers, too many for the otters, too quick for Buncan.
Viz made a dive for the doorway and flew straight into a waiting net. Squill managed one good sword stroke, slicing an overanxious meerkat from groin to armpit, before he went down under 5 or 6 assailants. Without Snoggenhut's aid they didn't stand a chance in close quarters, and Snoggenhut was apparently indisposed until morning. They wouldn't knave until morning. It was all over in less than a minute. It wouldn't have mattered if the otters had fumbled for lyrics instead of weapons. The duar was quickly wrenched from Duncan's fingers. Not because the she-murog had any idea it possessed unique powers, but because it was large and well made and if properly wielded could conceivably bash in an unwary meerkat's skull. Which was just what the furious Buncan wanted to do, except that his hands and feet were being rapidly and expertly bound. Anyone who could bind an otter to the point where it couldn't move, much less free itself, knew how to handle ropes and knots, he reflected. If Squill and Nina couldn't get loose, he knew he'd only be wasting time and energy trying. In moments the travelers had been reduced to so many impotent bundles flopping futilely on the mats. Greylough was trussed so tight he couldn't move, while Viz's wings had been secured to his sides and his feet bound at the ankles. Satisfied, their confident assailants left them to gaze longingly at then weapons and worldly goods, which had been tossed in an indifferent pile in the center of the tent. Viz hung upside down from a crosspole, bemoaning his fate. First trussed, next dressed? From his ignominious position he glared at the contemplative Chichurug. The village leader winced at the affront. We are not cannibals. We do not eat intelligent beings. Do you think we of the she-murog are uncivilized? Squill would have replied, except that Nina shot him a look threatening sudden death if he so much as opened his mouth. Under the circumstances it wasn't much of a threat, but her brother kept silent anyway. Not, Buncan thought, that any otterish invective could make their situation any worse. Chichurug continued. You will be drained of blood. This is not an unpleasant way to die. One drifts first into unawareness, then sleep, and finally death, but... Yeah? Said the incorrigible Squill, unable to remain quiet for more than a minute. How about you give us a demonstration, Gov? The village leader did not deign to respond. Afterward your bodies will be pulverized and ground to powder. During the height of the full moon you will be sown upon the fields of the she-murog. This is an honorable passing. That of which your bodies are made will contribute to the production of food and to the continued health of new, young individuals. You can't rationalize it, Viz chirped from his inverted position. It's cannibalism by any name. It is not. Chichurug was unmoved. Your passing will inspire new life. Because we're bleedin' unlucky enough to ave arrive just before the full moon, Nina muttered. Chichurug strolled over to peer down at her tightly bound form. Blood and bone can be preserved between ceremonies. A full moon simply provides better light for the process of sowing. The presence in the night sky of a new moon, or a half moon, would not have altered your fate. Gee, I feel much better now, she said sardonically. Chichurug stretched. It is time to rest, but not here. If you moan and scream and disturb our sleep, it will be necessary to gag you as well. I would rather not do that. Your last night should be as comfortable as possible. Within reason. He departed in the company of 2 guards. I go first to check the ropes on your large friend. He is several fields worth of fecundity unto himself. A single meerkat was left to watch over them. Given the condition of their bindings, even one guard seemed superfluous, Buncan thought. They had been tied with fiendish invention. He could barely move his fingers, let alone a hand. No chance of working the heavy leather thongs against one another behind his back. His legs were bound at the ankles and knees. If he struggled too much, he'd probably fall over onto his side. At least he was able to rest his back against one of the tent poles. Squill and Nina had been left on their sides, facing the center of the tent. Their bindings were secured to pegs hammered into the floor. They couldn't even turn over. Like Buncan, Greylough had been favored with a sitting position. In addition to the usual thongs, leather mittens had been fastened over his hands and feet to make sure he could not make use of his heavy, albeit closely trimmed, claws. In his upside-down position Viz was less than helpless. Their captors were taking no chances. This is it, then, he mused. I'm gonna die not in glorious battle against some wicked sorcerer or dark forces, trying to rescue some beautiful girl in distress, or while taking possession of the grand veritable, but as fertilizer for a fruit tree. Along with their swords and the otter's bows his duar rested in the pile alongside the guard, who sat bored and cross-legged in the middle of the tent. Hoodless, he leaned back against the tent's center pole, cleaning his claws with the point of a stiletto while sparing them only the occasional cursory glance. It was extremely frustrating. Ungagged, Squill and Nina could rap all they wished, but without the unique accompaniment of the duar their efforts would come to naught. He tried working his wrists against one another and had about as much success as he expected, which was to say none. As the night progressed, the steady stream of complaints from the two otters began to slow. There being nothing else to do, they tried spellsinging anyway, producing such a stream of rhymed invective that it seemed certain the guard would respond. Save for an occasional tolerant smile, he utterly ignored them, refusing to be provoked by Squill's inflammatory prose. Why should he be, Bunkin thought, when all 6 of them would be so much ground meal by this time tomorrow? So bored was the meerkat that from time to time he actually dozed off, only to snap awake again after a slumber of several minutes. It was a promising development they could take advantage of only in their imaginations. With the onset of nightfall, a steady, polyphonic chanting had begun deep within the village. It was accompanied by small drums, finger cymbals, and rattling gourds. Some sort of formal invocation, Bunkin mused, to whatever gods of the soil required musical propitiation. Though it was now past midnight, there had been no let-up in the droning concert. When it terminated, he suspected, so would he and his friends. He wondered how long it took to drain a body of blood. A glance through the open portal revealed no sign of emerging daylight, though he could only guess at the actual hour. John Tom had brought back from the other world a device he called a watch, though Bunkin couldn't understand why it wasn't called a time. It was a portable clock. Half of him wished the gadget was presently encircling his wrist so he could know the exact hour, while his other half wanted to remain ignorant. Morning would come soon enough. Sorry, Dad. Sorry, Mom. This isn't how it was supposed to be. The world, he thought, could be very uncooperative. Not the guard, though. He drifted off again, his head drooping onto his right shoulder. Bunkin struggled mightily with his wrists and succeeded only in exhausting himself. If anything, the leather strands seemed to grow tighter, threatening to cut off the circulation to his hands. The otters were half asleep themselves, while Viz emitted soft whistling snores from the crosspole from which he hung. So he was more than a little surprised when a voice behind him whispered anxiously, "Get ready." Duncan turned his head to scrutinize the merchant. Get ready? Get ready for what? Why, to spellsing, of course. To work your magic. He shifted his attention. You. Squill, Nina. Miff. What? Squill looked up sleepily. Wake your sister. Prepare a spell song. The otter blinked, sparing a glance for the dozing guard before returning his attention to the merchant. Come off it, Gov. We can't do no spell singin' without Duncan's duar to back us up. I am aware of that. I am about to free you all. Nina was now as awake as her brother. With what? Kind words and good intentions? Be still, the sloth whispered, and watch. Grageloth sat bound securely, his claws contained, his arms tied behind him. He was neither as strong as Duncan nor as agile as the otters. It should have been obvious to any observer that he was completely helpless. Except, he was not as thoroughly bound as his captors believed. Possibly in their triumph they had simply overlooked it, or perhaps they had never encountered a representative of Grageloth's tribe before. Sloths had powerful, highly visible claws, and these the she-Murog had rendered useless. But they had forgotten to do anything about his tongue. Long, flexible, and prehensile, it curled out of the merchant's mouth as he leaned forward, straining against the post. It crept down his chest, crossed his waist, and reached the top of his pants. There was a gentle click as it nudged one of the fake jewels which decorated the buckle of his snakeskin belt. The guard stirred, and everyone held their collective breath. The meerkat rubbed his snout, twitched his whiskers, but didn't open his eyes. As soon as the guard had settled afresh, Grageloth re-retuned to his work. With the click, the front of the buckle had popped open, to reveal a hidden compartment containing a well-traveled, experienced merchant's emergency supplies, a miniature vial of energy-giving honey-based concentrate, another of poison, a couple of valuable jewels, and a small, all-metal blade. At the sight, it was all the otters could do to contain themselves. The guard slapped at a fly, turning his shoulder to the center tent post. Exerting himself to the limit, Grageloth felt of the blade with his tongue. Delicately, the end of that sensitive organ curled around the short hilt. Bunkin winced sympathetically, but the merchant never faltered. Gripping the blade, Grageloth removed it from the open buckle. Nina lay nearer than Squill or Bunkin. Steadying himself, the merchant rocked to his left until he fell over on his side. Bunkin inhaled sharply, but the sloth held on to the blade. Extending his tongue to the limit, which was greater than Bunkin would have believed possible, he passed the tiny knife into the otter's waiting fingers. Don't drop it, you silly twit. Squill squirmed against his own bonds, a bundle of pure, restrained energy. Shut up, broomface. A pause, then a husky whisper of triumph. Got it. Grageloth retracted his tongue, licking his lips as he smiled gently at Bunkin.
That was something of a strain, but why didn't you tell us? The merchant shifted against the floor, unable to sit back up. What, and have one of you cubs perhaps give it away? Besides, I honestly did not know if I could reach the buckle, bound as I was. I am not one to raise false hopes. Hurry up! Squill admonished his sister. Her fingers worked the blade back and forth. Want me to drop it? Then chew your whiskers and leave me alone. Squill went silent, but it required a distinct effort of will. The guard dozed on, oblivious to the silent struggle taking place practically under his nose. What seemed like hours passed. Finally Nina's arms gave a visible twitch and her hands came around in front of her. She barely paused long enough to rub circulation back into her wrists before starting on her leg bindings. The work went faster now that she didn't have to worry about dropping the knife. Once free, she tiptoed silently around the inner edge of the tent to come up noiselessly behind the guard. Bunken gave a little jerk as she used the knife. The unpleasant business quickly concluded, she immediately set to work on the thongs binding Gragelauf. Oi! Her brother exclaimed. What about me? You can just lie there for a minute, Mr. Always in a hurry. Squill glared at her and gnashed his teeth, but quietly. The merchant was soon loose. Avoiding her brother, who tried his best to bite her on the leg as she stepped past, she set to work on Duncan's bonds. Only when he and Viz had been released did she at last turn to Squill. Bunken nudged the motionless guard with a foot as he strapped on his sword. The thick woven that soaked up most, but not all, of the meerkat's blood. Where'd you learn how to do that? She didn't look up from her work. From me, dear Mum. She always told us that academics should be grounded in a good practical education. As soon as he was free, Squill favored his sister with a threatening glare. But instead of assaulting her, he limped over on tingling legs and kicked the dead guard square in the face. Blood spurted. Bunken frowned. There's no need for that. The otter smiled thinly up at him. I know that. I just did it for me own personal pleasure. As he drew back his leg for a second kick, Bunken stepped in front of him. Come on. We're a long ways from being out of here. Squill hesitated, then nodded and hurried to salvage his own belongings from the pile. Viz was stretching his wings, fluttering into the air and then landing to rest. We can't leave without Snog. The tickbird shook his head dolefully. I can't believe they got him drunk. He'd been doing so well. Doubtless he thought he could handle it. Gragelauf was philosophical. A common misconception of those overly fond of the bottle. Do not be too hard on him. Maybe Renee didn't get him drunk. Bunken slipped the douar over his shoulders. Maybe he was drugged. Viz brightened. I hadn't thought of that. I made the obvious assumption. We all did. Bunken stroked the douar in anticipation. We're not going to be able to just walk out of here, free Snoggenhut, and ride out through the break in the rocks. Too many guards and chanters around. But right now surprise is ours. We'd better make good use of it. Spellsinging, yes, said Gragelauf enthusiastically. But what form should it take? Squill stepped forward. Leave it to Nina and me. His eyes flashed. Bunken's fingers strummed the double set of strings. At the center, something fiery flared. The otters murmured one very angry sentence. A globe of reflective flame leaped from the douar's nexus, floated like a bubble across the interior of the tent, and burst against the far wall. Concentric ripples of silver fire expanded outward from the hole in the wall like ripples in a pond. Gragelauf looked delighted. My, but aren't we incensed, Dot? Squill and Nina stood side by side, fingers entwined, bobbing in time to Duncan's music. This time no grins were in evidence as they sang. Viz settled expectantly on the merchant's shoulder as they followed the highly focused human and otters outside. Not far away Snoggenhut lay on his back, still clad in his armor. His feet thrust into the air, front and rear securely bound at the ankles. Heavier thongs crisscrossed his exposed belly, binding him to the earth. Viz glided over to land on the ground next to his associate. The tickbird turned his head sideways as he examined his friend and companion. How you feeling? The rhino looked away. They offered me a drink. Some kind of fermented lizard milk or something. I was thirsty. Maybe a bit too thirsty? Snoggenhut's voice was uncharacteristically muted. Maybe. I don't have that much. There must have been something in it. Bunken had to admit as he continued to strum the douar that the rhino did not sound drunk. The music and conversation alerted a startled guard who was sleepy but not asleep. High ground squirrel barked a challenge in Viz's direction.
Viz ignored him as he spoke to the merchant. Hey, Greycloth. You can help here. The sloth waddled over and began applying the blade of his larger knife to the rhino's bindings. By this time the agitated guard was yelling for help. Sleepy, half-clad figures came stumbling out of nearby tents. Bunkan and the otters ignored them. A lambent, silvery mist now all but obscured his busy fingers. Chichurug emerged from a large tent opposite the recumbent Snoggin hut. The first rider of the Shimurog reached back as someone within handed him a curved sword. He waved it over his head as he started toward the escapees. You have ruined the timing and dishonored the ceremony. Now we will have to wait another day. Viz rose and darted at the meerkat, easily avoiding the sword stroke aimed in his direction. Sorry, Ratface. We're out of here. Chichurug paused as armed males gathered around him. Am I to be moved by your serenade? Your story did not impress me. I, Chichurug of the Shimurog, am not one to be frightened by the desperate warbling of inept troubadours. Who's inept? Bunkan shouted challengingly. The otters were no less irate. Stomp M in the ground, cut M to pieces. Kick M in the EAD, make M all dead. Grind M into powder so their fields can be fed. With their own blood, hey. Turn it to a flood, say. Turn the ground to mud, yeah. Let Snoggin hut trample everyone who tries to flee. Start with that one as a bleedin' example. But Snoggin hut's thongs didn't fray and dissolve. No invisible, impenetrable wall materialized to protect them from the now fully awake and furious villagers. No enraged dragon or other powerful defender appeared to challenge their approaching captors. As Chichurug and his mob of heavily armed villagers lurched forward, long snouts twitching, eyes full of murder, Bunkan began to feel concern. Playing faster did nothing to alter the status quo, nor did the most violent imprecations the otters could improvise. For this outrage, Chichurug declared, the traditional butchering will proceed simultaneous with the collection of blood. This so that you may see for yourselves as you die with what skill our females wield the ceremonial knives. Consider it a special honor which. That's when the ground began to shake. Well, not to shake, really, but to tremble, as if the earth itself had been agitated by the otters' lyrics. Bunkan considered slowing the music, but he had to keep up with Squill and Nina, who were spinning insults and threats as fast as they could think of them. Maybe, he thought, he should have been paying more attention to the content of their rap than to the approaching Shimurog. How dangerous a condition could they conjure? He wailed away grimly at the douar. By now the surface was shaking sufficient to bring Chichurug and his people to a halt. A poorly posted tent collapsed nearby, sending its dazed occupants stumbling out into the night. An apprehensive Greycloth plied his knife as fast as he could. Snoggin hut's front legs were free, and he and Viz were working frantically on the back pair. The tickbird kept glancing worriedly in all directions. Hurry up, merchant. Something's happening. I am as aware as you. Greycloth sawed at a stubborn thong. This spellsinging? Viz fluttered above Biz's friend. They have it under control, don't they? They know what they're doing, don't they? More or less. More or less? It seems to be something of a hit or miss proposition. The sorcery always works. It is the results that are unpredictable. As if to punctuate the merchant's observation, the earth promptly gave a thunderous belch, tossing the sloth to the ground. Feet freed, adrenaline pumping, Snoggin hut rolled forcefully to his left, ripping the pegs that held the thongs across his belly out of the dirt. He stood erect, shaking himself like a dog after a swim. His iron scuts clanged violently, sounding the bells of the church of the contumacious rhinoceros. More furious than frightened, Chichurug made an effort to advance over the quivering ground. His people followed reluctantly, then initial enthusiasm waning fast. They'd advanced several paces when they halted in them tracks. Bunkan turned to look over his shoulder. The sun was lightening the eastern sky, but it wasn't the sun that rooted Chichurug's followers in place. It was something that had appeared between the village and the sun. Two towering buttes looked down into the box canyon. Both were shuddering violently, enormous boulders and slabs of sandstone sloughing from their sides. Bunkan remembered how as they'd progressed through the tamas he and his friends had made a game of finding shapes and outlines and faces in the cold rock. It was apparent now that they hadn't imagined those creations. As more and more stone slid from its shoulders, the outline of a gigantic armored ape became visible. Spikes and blades projected from its burnished armor and a fringed helmet adorned the low-browed skull. Slowly, ponderously, it uncoiled from the crouching position in which it had been trapped for untold eons. An axe the size of a small town dangled from one immense hand. The second butte collapsed to reveal a great cat of unidentifiable lineage. Its armor differed dramatically from that of the ape but was no less awe-inspiring.
As one huge paw thrust his short sword skyward to pierce a low-hanging cloud, the liberated giant let out a roar that reverberated like thunder across the canyon. Not only was the sight sufficient to send Shichurug and the rest of the Shimurog fleeing in panic, it was plenty impressive enough to intimidate Bunkan as well.
Not having enough sense to be afraid, the otters sang on. Bunkan removed his fingers from the duar and waved at them. "Hey, guys, I think maybe that's enough." The otters ignored him, utterly focused on their rap.
Beyond the sheer sandstone walls, monstrous ape and gargantuan cat were turning curious, unnatural eyes toward the fault sounds emanating from the bottom of the box canyon. Bunkan slung his duar across his back and grabbed each otter by the neck, using force instead of reason to choke off their singing.
"I said that's enough." He indicated the two titanic figures. "Let's go."
Clutching its axe, the ape was leaning over the canyon wall for a better look. As the edge crumbled beneath immense hands, boulders crashed into the fields below, smashing fruit trees and threatening to bounce into the village itself.
Wailing Shimurog dashed in all directions, not knowing what to do.
The riders who moments earlier had been intent on spitting Bunkan and his friends were now desperately trying to control their spooked mounts. "Whoa," said Squill as Bunkan dragged him and his sister toward the waiting Snoggenhut, "I told you those rocks looked like a monkey."
"You did not," Nina objected vociferously. "Not now."
Bunkan shoved them halfway up the rhino's capacious back. As soon as he followed them and before he was even settled in his seat, this chirped into the hairy ear he was holding.
"Now, Snog. Let's move."
With a nod and a snort, the rhino turned and rumbled out of the village, heading at an inspired gallop for the cleft in the canyon walls. No one tried to stop him. Once he got up to speed, nothing short of a natural disaster could. Only a terrified and completely frustrated Chichurug took a swipe at them with his sword as they hurtled past. The blade shattered on Snoggenhut's armor. Their last view of the first rider saw him hopping up and down amidst the confusion of his panicked village, hurling imprecations in their wake. A few rocks fell from the rim of the chasm as Snoggenhut barreled through, but they missed the riders on his back. Of the armed Shimurog who normally guarded the way out there was no sign. As they emerged into open desert, Bunkan allowed himself a sigh of relief.
"That's it. We did it, we made it." Snoggenhut was slowing. "Don't count your retirement money yet, human."
Off to their left, the armored ape stood tapping his massive axe against an open palm the size of a small plateau. The rising sun glinting off his red armor made him look as if he was on fire. Nearby, the sword-wielding giant cat stood surveying the landscape, its pointed ears scraping the clouds.
Moreover, they were no longer alone.
Snoggenhut came to a halt. As far as they could see, perhaps a third of the buttes and mesas of the Tamas were coming to life, each one revealing and releasing a different soldier from some long-forgotten war of the Titans. One by one they sloughed off their ancient shackles the way a sleeping human might shed a cosmetic mudpack, rising to their feet and stretching mightily in the warming sun. The noise of ton upon ton of cracking, crumbling, falling rock was deaf. Crumbling, falling rock was deaf from side to side, searching. Which way?
Greyjlof cupped his hands to his mouth to make himself heard. Northwest, Snoggenhut.
Ever to the northwest. Viz pivoted on his perch atop the rhino's head. Why? The sloth shrugged. That is where we must go, and under the circumstances it seems as good a way as any.
Viz nodded, relaying the instructions to Snoggenhut.
The rhino resumed his heavy-footed lope, heading down a slope in the indicated direction.
As he jogged along, rocks spilled from the butte on their immediate right.
Something with 3 heads emerged, unlike anything Bunkan had ever seen or heard described. 4 legs supported the squat body, and a barbed tail the size of an ocean-going ship whipped reflexively back and forth. Each hand held a club the size of Clothahump's tree. Espying them, the monstrosity let out a bellow and reached down with a third hand that blotted out the sun as it descended. Even though Snoggenhut accelerated to his maximum speed, Bunkan saw there was no possibility of avoiding those immense fingers. They would smash them flat or pluck them from the ground as easily as he would a flower. Greyjlof was mumbling something under his breath. The otters held each other, Viz bravely elected to perish with his old friend, and Bunkan simply shut his eyes. He felt something massive but controlled patting Bun gently on the head. Opening his eyes, he saw that the hand was similarly caressing his companions. It withdrew, and the apparition straightened. Its subsequent bellowing could, with difficulty, be comprehended. Free. Free for the first time since before time. The barbed tail lashed a gully in the ground as the entity's 3 heads inclined to stare down at them. I who have known nothing but time now say there is not enough time with which to thank you for your song.
Squill grinned nonchalantly. Well, you know how it is, Gov. We just like to sing.
Yeah, he's a real altruist, me bro is.
Bunkan threw Nina a warning look.
Naturally she ignored him.
All around them, as far as they could see, the liberated giants were embracing. Some were crying pond-sized tears. Others clapped long-petrified acquaintances on the back, sending booming shock waves rolling across the plain.
"I wonder how many have come this way before and remarked on the outlines in the rocks," Grageloth murmured, never dreaming it was not then imaginations at work but their perception. Since it was apparent they were not about to be crushed into paste, Snoggenhut saw no harm in slowing to a walk. Shielding his gaze against the rising sun, Bunken spoke to the specter.
"What will you do now that you're free?"
The three heads replied in chorus. "Why, return to where we came from, of course.
If it still exists." An utterly unexpected voice bellowed behind them. "I'll lull you all.
I am not afraid of anything, be it god or mortal."
Squill turned in his seat. "Well, I'll be double buggered. Look who's comin'.
Waving his sword defiantly above his head, Chichurug, first rider of the Shimurog, was galloping in pursuit, urging his nervous blindered mount onward while screaming defiance.
"Illusions!"
They heard him howl. "You have manufactured illusions to fool my people. You have disturbed their minds, but you do not fool me.
I will cut your heads off. I will have you roasted alive over the cooking fires. I will." The armored ape reached over and down. An enormous thumb descended.
Chichurug barely had time to look up and emit a single startled squeak before he was turned into a dark smudge against the earth. "Bloody effective illusion," Nina observed demurely.
None of Chichurug's fellow villagers seemed inclined to mimic their chief's action.
There was no sign of any further pursuit. Extending arms the length of rivers, the great creatures linked hands, and in one instance, tentacles, across the Tamas. Ancient warriors of a forgotten titanic land, paralyzed gods of another place and time, whatever they were, they suddenly began to ascend slowly heavenward. Final vestiges of their long earthly imprisonment, a few clinging rocks and boulders tumbled from their sides, plunging to the ground as they drifted up through the clouds toward the intensifying sunshine. As they rose they diminished in size until they looked almost normal, then minuscule, finally vanishing entirely into an all-encompassing sky.
Dust still rose from the enveloping rock they had shed. For a long time no one said anything.
There was only the sound of dust and rock settling, and Snoggenhut's heavy breathing. "I wonder where they came from," Bunken eventually murmured after the rhino had resumed his march northwestward.
"Grageloth?" The merchant shook his head. "Who can say? The world is full of wonders. Too many times we look right at them and recognize only their shape and not their reality."
"It took your necromancy to restore life to those."
He nodded skyward.
"To find wonders one must first know how to look."
"And sing," Nina added.
"You ave to know how to sing."
Grageloth conceded the issue. "Perhaps the next time we require assistance you could be a tad less motivated? The next apparitions you conjure might turn out to be less grateful."
"Not to worry, Gov." Squill was bursting with confidence.
"We know exactly what we're about, don't we, Nina?"
"Oi, to be sure."
She looked back over her shoulder at the sloth. "You can relax, merchant. We're going to escort you safely to this air grand veritable, and nothing better get in our way, what?" Grageloth pursed his lips. The assurance of ignorant youth. "There are forces at work in the universe you cannot begin to comprehend." He raised his eyes to Bunkan. "You are clever, and far more important, I think, lucky. But you are not your father's." "I don't pretend to be." Bunkan checked to make sure the duar was secure against his back. "And you know what? I'm glad.
John Tom's music tends to get a little old fogyish sometimes. You need new music and new words to make new magic."
"Watcher," agreed Squill.
Peering ahead, Bunken thought he could just make out a line of hills. Where there were hills there might soon be mountains, and that would mean cooler temperatures, more water, game, and shade.
The end of the Tamas. Grageloth wagged a proverbial finger at him. "Sometimes the old magic is best. This is known." Bunkan replied without turning.
"I won't dispute that because I can't, merchant, but I will say this. Where both music and magic are concerned, you have to go with what you feel."
Chapter 20.
Several days of easy marching saw them leaving the desert behind, as Bunken had hoped. They climbed into scrub woodland where the first brave but scraggly trees tested the fringes of the Tamas. Following a route that led steadily upward, they soon found themselves tramping through real forest. But it was like no forest Bunkan or the otters had ever seen. Instead of growing close together, the trees were spaced widely apart. Their leaves were long and thin, their consistency oddly stiff. Bark peeled in narrow strips from the trunks, which were varying shades of white or red instead of the familiar brown. Certain species pulsed with a dull, thrumming sound that echoed persistently inside Duncan's head, as if a tiny fly had become trapped in his inner ear. Dense clumps of bushes played tag with the trees and each other, leaving plenty of open space for Snoggenhut to traverse. From the valley of a small river which sank rapidly into the sands of the desert, they ascended to rocky slopes and thence to more densely vegetated rolling highlands. The trees were remarkably polite, none pressing too closely upon its neighbor. As they continued to climb, more familiar growths made their appearance, but the verdure was still dominated by the strange white-barked trees of the lowlands. Day and night the alien forest boomed softly around them. Buncan pointed to one especially dominant specimen. It thrummed deeply and he could feel as well as hear the vibrations. "Gragelauth, do you know what that's called?" The sloth regarded the growth. "No. In all my travels I have never seen the like of these trees before. Nothing like 'em in the Bellwoods." Nina was standing erect in her seat, effortlessly maintaining her balance despite Snoggenhut's rolling gait. "Looks like you could go up to one and strip the bark off in a few minutes. Yet the peeling appears to be a natural phenomenon. Most striking." They were following the crest of a steep-sided, winding ridge. Nina gazed longingly at the river which tumbled playfully through the canyon below. Already the foothills of the Tamas had become unnamed mountains. The way was growing increasingly rugged. Small reptilian game was plentiful, and the numerous streams which tumbled down the rock faces drilled pools which yielded tasty freshwater crustaceans. There were fruits and nuts to be gathered, most unfamiliar but many edible, and plenty of forage for Snoggenhut. The bounty of the land allowed the Miem to be parsimonious with their supplies. So relaxed were they that they reacted with equanimity to the sudden appearance of the wombat and thylacine in front of them. The squat, heavily built wombat was clad in light brown cloth. He carried a poorly fashioned spear and wore leather armor only around the waist. There was nothing protecting his head, or legs, or for that matter, his expansive gut. A wide-brimmed hat flopped comically around his head. The thylacine was more formidably armed, both naturally and artificially. Unlike his companion, he looked as though he knew how to use the long pike he carried. Beneath his extensive brass armor expensive silks gleamed brightly, and the helmet he wore boasted a narrow vertical strip of metal to protect the topside of his long snout. Reflections of the skill of some accomplished cobbler, his well-fitted sandals were laced all the way up to the backs of his knees. "Now what have we here, Kibo?" The thylacine spoke without taking his eyes off Snoggenhut. "Bushwhacked if I know, Badara." Dark eyes peered up at them from beneath the brim of the oversized chapeau. "Where might you lot be headed?" Buncan leaned to his right to peer past Snoggenhut's armored frill. "Northwest." He nodded forward. "Be easier if we don't have to go around you." The singular paw didn't move. "Did you hear that?" the thylacine said to his companion. "They're going northwest." The wombat grunted as the thylacine turned back to the travelers. "What business would you be having up near?" "Not that it's any o' your business," said Squill, Stantag in his own seat, "but we're searching for the Grand Veritable." Grand Veritable. The thylacine leaned against his pike and scratched behind one ear. "Never heard of it. Would it by nature be necromantic?" "You've it on it, Gov." Behind the garrulous Squill, Gragelauth rolled his eyes. Keeping a secret around the boisterous, boastful otters was like trying to conceal Snoggenhut in a side pocket. "What might this Grand Veritable be?" the thylacine inquired. Squill smirked at him. Otters were professional smirkers. "That's what we aim to find out." The thylacine nodded and yawned, displaying an astonishing 180-degree gape. "I don't suppose you'd know that the monastery of Kiliguri also lies to the northwest?" "No, we wouldn't," Buncan replied. "Is it something we should know about?" The thylacine straightened, his tone darkening. "You expect us to believe that? Everyone knows Kiliguri." He gestured with the pike. "Better get off your mountain. Now." Next to him the wombat lowered his spear. Squill and Nina promptly drew and notched their bows. They exhibited no particular haste. The notion of these two interfering with the progress of the heavily armored Snoggenhut was laughable. Buncan was more cautious. He'd learned from John Tom that any obviously outnumbered and overmatched potential opponent who refused to yield ground was either a complete fool or knew something you didn't. He wasn't positive about the wombat, but he was pretty sure the thylacine was no fool. Snoggenhut glanced back at his riders. "Want me to turn M into roadkill?" "Not just yet." Buncan leaned forward and whispered. "What do you think, Viz?" The tickbird was leaning against the side of his armored howdah, his feet firmly clamped to his perch. "I think there's more to these two happy hikers than meets the eye." Instead of watching those confronting them, he'd been studying the surrounding forest. The thylacine gestured with the point of the pike.
Let's go, friends. Climb down. We're considering your request, said Bunkan.
So far we don't find you very persuasive.
We can fix that.
Putting 2 fingers to his extensive lips, the Thylason blew a short, shrill whistle. Subsequent to a premonitory rustling, the woods disgorged a host of armed creatures who immediately surrounded the travelers. Despite his concern, Bunkan was amazed that so many had managed to remain hidden for so long. Many of the tribes represented were unknown to him except through his studies. All were armed to varying degrees, but while their number was impressive, their appearance was decidedly motley. This was no formal military force, he concluded. Even if they were bandits, they weren't putting up much of a show. But there were an awful lot of them, and there was no mistaking the determination in their faces. He picked a couple of wombats and one other Thylason out of the mob. There were also koalas, several platypi, one of whom flaunted a gold ring through its leathery beak, a couple of Rayonjans who'd woven wicked-looking metal barbs into their tufted tails, a trio of spear-carrying emus, similarly equipped cassowaries, diminutive possums wearing dark shades to protect their sensitive eyes against the daylight, and at least one squadron composed entirely of dingoes. But the majority of the ragtag force was made up of wallabies and kangaroos, representing more than a dozen subtribes. Bunkan counted 50 individuals before giving up. One rarely encountered any representatives of these tribes in the Bellwoods, he reflected. Remembrance of those temperate, accommodating woods brought a sudden and quite unexpected tightness to his throat. He and his friends were very far from home, from the warm confines of the dimensionally expanded tree by the riverside, from his own room, from his other friends, and from his mother's exotic and sometimes overspiced cooking. Now was not the time to succumb to the foibles of resurgent adolescence, he reminded himself firmly. He was now an experienced adventurer in Spelzinger, and he'd damn well better act like one. By this time more than 100 armed males and females surrounded Snoggenhut and his companions. An equal number of arrows and spears and pikes and swords were pointed in their direction. While there was no doubt that the rhino could break through the encirclement, it was equally certain that a shower of weaponry would fall on him and his passengers. With what kind of accuracy it was difficult to say. Many of the wallabies and roos looked agile and fast enough to bound right onto the rhinos retreating back and if necessary engage Bunkan and his comrades in hand-to-hand combat. She's right, then, declared a deep, booming voice. A huge russet-tinged roo as tall as Bunkan hopped out of the foliage, leaped effortlessly over the wombat and Thylason, and landed with a thud an arm's length in front of Snoggenhut. Wearing only light snakeskin armor, he stood gazing thoughtfully up at Bunkan, apparently utterly indifferent to the fact that with a quick lunge Snoggenhut could impale him on his bourne and sing him into the nearest bush. A spiked earring dangled from the roo's right ear. A strip of leather bristling with steel spikes ran from his forehead, down between his ears, and all the way down his spine to his heavy tail, the tip of which had been fitted with a double-sided wooden club. This gave an occasional, ominous twitch. In his right hand the roo held a double-sided war axe. Bomb feet were shod in some kind of sock-like material. Upward-pointing hooks flashed at the toes. Like the rest of his companions, the speaker, Bunkan reflected, was not dressed for casual conversation. Haphazard and disorganized, they were clearly not military, and they were over-equipped for mere banditry. What was going on in these far-off, strangely vegetated mountains? I'm Warrigar. His war axe flashed in the sun as he strained to peer past Bunkan. You're a curious lot. Not from around here, that much is clear. We're from a lot farther than you've ever been, Nina informed Nun. I won't argue with that, Sheila. He returned his attention to Bunkan. Myself, I'm a simple blacksmith. Don't get around much. But the good folk of Nusaluwu have invested me with the responsibility of leadership, and I am not to let them down. He jerked a thumb in the Thylason's direction. Heard you tell Badara and Kibo you were heading northwest. Kiliguri lies to the northwest. Bunkan fought to contain his exasperation. Look, we don't know what's going on here, and we've never heard of this Kiliguri place. We're on a quest of our own, and we're just trying to stay out of everybody's way. The roo was insistent. What's your business in the northwest? Didn't you hear that too? We're looking for the Grand Veritable. Never heard of it. We told your friends. We don't know what it is either. That's what we're trying to find out. He hesitated. It's said to be the source of great power and great danger. The roo nodded contemplatively. Can't say about power, but we've plenty of danger here to go around. He turned and pointed with the axe. You continue on the way you've been going and you'll for sure find it. That's our business. Filter to keep up a bold front, he thought, then show any weakness. We've been dealing with trouble ever since we left home. Bloody right, said Squill. So if you'll be good enough to let us pass, Bunkan continued, we won't trouble you any further. I don't know what your business is with this Kiliguri, but it has nothing to do with us.
Killiguri has to do with everybody, insisted an armored quokka from the edge of the mob. A mutter of agreement spread through the assembled. Squill gestured with his bow. Now, you lot, we ain't got time for this.
Me sister and me human friend he put a paw on Bunkin's shoulder, are bleedin' great spellsingers, we are.
If you don't make way there, we'll show you some real power. Turn you into a flock o' gabbin' geese, or toads, or make all your air fall out, or maybe dump you in each other's pouches.
Otters were not particularly adept at threatening glares, but Squill gave it his best shot.
Spellsingers. Warrigar's brows rose. Now that's interesting.
Turning, he called into the crowd.
Winja, Charu, Nura.
3 stocky birds lifted clear of the mob and soared over to land on a fallen log to the quokka's left. Each was slightly larger than Viz. They wore uniform scarves of black striped with yellow, but no headgear. Their plumage was white with black highlights, and their thick, pointed bills looked too heavy for their bodies.
Duncan had never seen anything like Miem. Except for the outrageous beaks, they might well have been oversized kingfishers.
As they settled down on the branch, murmuring among themselves, a pair of small wallabies hopped forward. One carried a pair of short wooden sticks inscribed with arcane symbols and drawings, while his companions held an intricately painted wooden tube hollowed at both ends. It turned in upon itself at least 3 times.
An attempt to duplicate the Duar's systemology of mystical intersecting strings? Bunkan wondered.
Warrigar gestured with quiet pride at the waiting group.
As you can see, we have our own spellsingers. So don't think to intimidate us with music.
We're not trying to intimidate you, or anybody, said Bunkin patiently.
We're just trying to get on our way.
The Thylason stepped forward and snarled softly. You lot don't look much like sorcerers to me. You look like a bunch of cubs too lazy to walk. Laughter rose from those close to him.
Who's a cub? Barked Squill angrily. Squill. Bunken turned in his seat. The otter was not to be denied. Just a small demonstration, mate.
To show these buggers what we can do to 'em if they ain't polite.
Grageloff leaned to one side.
Perhaps an exhibition of a very minor nature might serve to facilitate our departure?
Haven't said you could leave yet, Warrigar reminded them. Just going to sing a little song. Bunken unlimbered the Duar, scowled whammingly at the otters. Nothing hostile.
Nina smiled brightly as she and her brother began to improvise. Air in the woods, 'tis peaceful and calm.
Wouldn't wanna hurt it by dropping no bomb. Just wanna go on our way, hey.
Say how pretty it is. Look at the blossoms, let Viz.
Let us away, hey.
There. Surety that was harmless enough, Bunken mused as he rested his hands.
Nothing happened.
Then Snoggenhut let out a violent sneeze as a bouquet of exquisite purple orchids began to grow from his nostrils.
Hey! Knock it off.
He shook his head violently, but the spray of blooms developed rapidly until they formed a small carpet that drooped from his snout.
Viz surveyed the thaumaturgical horticulture thoughtfully. Kind of mutes the intimidation factor.
Snoggenhut shook his head again and flowers flew in all directions.
Yeah.
This'll really strike fear in the hearts of our opponents.
Quit complaining.
The tickbird hopped down the length of the rhino's head until he could bend over and inhale deeply.
This is the best you've smelled in years.
Duncan's brows drew together as he frowned at the otters.
Nina lifted both paws non-committally.
You wanted non-hostile, Bunscan, you got non-hostile.
That's just a sample, Squill declared warningly. Weren't even strainin' ourselves.
We can call up thunderclouds, earthquakes, all the aspects o' bleedin' nature. The forces o' the universe are ours to command, they are. Bunkin glared at him, and the otter smiled innocently.
Not bad.
Warrigar glanced at the wallabies and kookaburras.
Show 'em, mates.
The birds essayed a few experimental trills. Then the one in the middle nodded and the nearest wallaby began rhythmically clapping the sticks together.
Waxsticks, Warrigar explained for the benefit of the interested travelers. What's waxsticks? Bunkan wanted to know. Warrigar grinned. If the magic doesn't work, you can always whack your enemy over the head with them.
The other wallaby put his mouth to the top of the painted tube and began to blow. A low throbbing tone not unlike that made by the booming paperbark trees emerged, only deeper and with variations.
It sounded not unlike Snoggyhut after an especially bad night. That's a didgeridoo, Feyru informed them as the 3 kookaburras began to harmonize. Their song had the quality of ancient chanting.
Deep within the earth moves the great spirit Ulangu. The great worm of legend. Vast is his power, irresistible his strength, powerful his crushing jaws that. I could use a worm about now, blurted the bird on the end,
putting a crack in the refrain.
Immediately, his companions stopped singing and began to giggle.
Warrigar made a face. Put a cork in that, Winja. The kookaburra wiped its beak with a wingtip, its breast still heaving. Sorry, Warrigar. He nodded to the wallabies.
They resumed their playing.
Bunken sensed the slightest of vibrations in the air. Ulangu we call. And Narima of the sky. Who drops down upon our enemies. Slays them in their sleep. Rips them to shreds.
And peas in their beds, added the second singer, folding his wings across his chest and collapsing in hysterics.
His companions held on to then dignity for approximately another half-second before joining him. The two wallabies ceased their playing and looked helplessly at the big Roo.
Burned by that overbearing marsupial glare, the spell singers tried a third time. This time their laughter was sufficiently infectious to spread to the motley assemblage behind them, with the result that the entire band threatened to dissolve in uncontrolled mirth.
A disgusted Warrigar watched as tears tumbled down the kookaburra's cheeks.
Two of them fell off the dead log on which they'd perched and rolled about on the grass, holding their sides. The third lay prone, pounding desperately on the log with both wingtips as his guffaws grew steadily weaker. The vibration which had so briefly disturbed the plenum vanished.
Dag! Warrigar noticed Bunken watching him. That's the trouble with kookaburras.
This lot really can spellsing, but they also can't take anything seriously.
Not sorcery, not our present desperate situation, nothing. They'd laugh all the way to their own funerals. But they're the best we've got. Somehow they're going to have to counteract the necromancy of the monks of Kiliguri.
He glared at the embarrassed but still giggling trio, who were slowly picking themselves off the ground. As for you lot, he said, turning back to face Bunkan, you don't strike me as the type who'd ally themselves with the likes of Kiliguri. He stepped out of Snogginhut's path.
Go on your way.
The Thylason made as if to protest, but the Roo waved him down.
No, Bidara. Despite their strangeness, I'm convinced these travelers know nothing of our problems here.
We've no right to involve them and ought to let them pass in peace. If they run into trouble near Kiliguri, they'll have to deal with it themselves. He stared evenly at Bunkan.
You've been warned. I and my friends are absolved. We can't worry about you. Our own sorrows are too great, but... Now hold on a minute, Bunkan began. Squill leaned forward to jab him in the ribs. What minute, mate? You heard him. Let's get movin'. Bunkan turned in his seat. I just want to find out what we may be getting into. We ain't gettin' into nothin'. We're gettin' past it.
Ignoring the otter's protests, Bunkan dismounted and walked up to Warrigar.
What is this Kiliguri, anyway?
The Thylason's jaws parted, showing sharp teeth.
I don't think you should tell them anything. What if you're wrong and they are in league with the Dark Ones? I'm convinced they're not, Bidara.
For one thing, they could ride to safety now, yet this one chooses to stay and ask questions.
Minions of the monks would grab the first opportunity to flee. For another, can you imagine the Dark Ones recruiting anything like those two to their cause?
He indicated Squill and Nina, who were bickering vociferously atop Snogginhut's spine. Viz left his iron perch to settle on Bunkan's shoulder. My friend and I are well traveled, but I've never heard of this Kiliguni either.
Maybe you're not as indifferent as you make out. Warrigar regarded Human and Tickbird thoughtfully.
I accept that you're sorcerers, even if so far you've only proven that you're sorcerers of the flowers. Behind him, Kibo and several others chuckled.
The brooding Bidara didn't crack a smile.
We can do more man conjure flowers, Bunkan told Hun.
A lot more. I won't deny that we need all the help we can get.
The Roo indicated the trio of kookaburras, who were still recovering from their bout of hysterics.
I'd hate to have to depend on that lot in a critical moment. Those of his companions in arms within earshot murmured their agreement. Even if pretty flowers represent the apex of your wizardry, we could use whatever kind of help you could provide.
It's clear from the armor worn by your great friend and the ready bows of your water rats that you travel prepared to fight.
I won't say that your presence among us would turn the tide. Hold on, said Bunkan. I just asked to know what's going on. I haven't said anything about helping. Fair dinkum, stranger.
Warrigar encompassed the mob with a sweep of his free hand. We're all dwellers in this same land, in these hills and mountains. We and our ancestors have lived here in peace and harmony, more or less, since before memory.
Most of us are farmers or simple townies, or craftsfolk like myself. We ask only to be left alone to live our lives in peace.
We've never had any trouble with the monks, until a little more than a year ago. The monastery of Kiliguri sits in a small, steep-sided basin high above the valley of Milajadi. It's not a place for those who'd contemplate the goodness of the world. Prior to a year ago we had little or no contact with those who dwell within.
Then something changed. Kiliguri has become home to those who thrive on evil machinations. Bad doings, stranger. Travelers who pass close tell of frightful noises issuing from within.
Tormented screams and unnatural voices. Though curious as to the source of these sounds, they hurry on.
One can't blame them.
From time to time several of the monks will descend to shop in Milagidi town, or have something fixed they cannot repair themselves.
Nowadays all good folk shun them as well as their business.
The Roo was leaning on his thick tail as he spoke.
Not that we haven't had trouble with them before. The wombat wagged a thick finger at Bunkan. Used to be little things. A blight on some greengrocer they thought had cheated em.
A sprained leg that took too long to heal.
Consumptive farm animals. Nothing like what's been happening recently. Nothing like it.
Warrigar took up the refrain. Just over a year ago, unnatural clouds were seen to gather above the monastery. Bolts of lightning struck within, yet there were no fires, no sign of damage. The Dark Ones began to play with great forces. What little we've been able to learn of their doings fills us with fear. It's clear that the monks are intent on some vast evil. A truce used to exist between the common folk and the monks. They've broken that with their detestable doings. Nothing was left to us but to try and put a stop to them permanently, before they can go any further.
Go any further with what? Viz asked him. Snog and Hut. All of you, you'd better come and listen to this.
The rhino nodded, ambled over. The crowd retreated to make room for him.
Warrigar turned and peered into the assemblage. Moera. Where's Moera?
A pinkish-white avian fluttered out of the crowd to land without ceremony on the Roo's left shoulder.
In addition to a light blue and green checked scarf, a mother-of-pearl anklet flashed from his left leg. Moera's actually been inside the monastery, Warrigar informed them. He's the closest thing we have to a spy. He's taken a big risk. The Gala nodded.
They pluck birds up there.
Seen it myself.
He shuddered, feathers quivering.
Horrible. You should see their new guards. Great awful things, all claws and fangs and beaks. Moera confirmed the stories we'd been hearing, Warrigar went on. Confirmed them, and worse. Too right, mate.
Then Spy was old, Bunkan thought. His eyes were dulled with age and his beak worn. His attitude suggested the first stages of senility.
Or maybe he was just a little crazy. Could he be believed?
Warrigar seemed to trust him completely.
People have been abducted, the Roo was saying, and taken to the monastery.
His voice was grim.
Lately the monks favor cubs and infants, those of travelers and outlanders as much as local folk. Most are never seen again. But there have been a few escapees. Moera confirms what they've told us. Seen them at work, the Dark Ones. The Gala stretched his aged wings significantly. Heard them talking. Saw things. Cor, what sorts o' things? Ninat inquired.
In front of her, Squill affected an air of bored indifference.
Saw them, the Gala insisted. Tampering. Tampering with what? Bunkan wanted to know.
The bird leaned forward, and his eyes bulged.
Nature.
The dark monks, they're tampering with nature itself.
Chapter 21. I don't understand, Bunkan said cautiously. Who does? Pink wings flapped urgently.
The Dark Ones don't understand either, but that doesn't stop them. The forces of life, the threads that bind it together, that's what they're stuck into up there on that mountaintop. Weavers they think they are, but all they can tie are knots, nasty knots. Though there was no need to lower his voice, he leaned forward and whispered. Used to be just irritating, the monks were. Not no more. Want to control it all now. Not just the hills and valleys. All of it. The whole world. I've heard them speak words I don't understand. Nobody understands them, including the Dark Ones. But they use them. Words of somber power, traveler. Words unknown to the monks until a year previous. What sort of words? Grageloth slowly dismounted. I am quite facile with words. Not these, mate, not these. Words like, the Gala struggled to remember. He was old enough, Bunkan mused, that his memory was no longer his servant but a constant irksome challenge. Squill whistled derisively. There ain't no bloomin' mystery words. Desoxyribonucleic acid. The Gala abruptly blurted. Peptide chains. Molecular carbon. Heterocyclic compounds. Enzymatic cortical displacement. He blinked. It all sounded like nonsense to Bunkan. But organized nonsense.
Necromantic or not, organized nonsense could be dangerous. Maybe Clothahump could have made sense of the Galala's ravings. Bunkan couldn't, nor could Gragelauf. Cross-nuclear chromosomal ingestion. Forced immune system rejection repression. Moira was gesturing wildly with both wingtips.
They use these words to commit iniquities.
To make things. What things? Bunkan pressed him. New things. Outrages. Horrors. Even Badara was subdued as the bird rambled on. New kinds of people. Nina's expression reflected her confusion. How can you make new kinds of people? By combining them.
I saw them myself. His voice fell again.
They take a wallaby. Then they take a lynx. Tie M up and put M in a cauldron. Pour foul-smelling liquids over them.
Then the Dark Ones come out, the monks in charge. They chant the words. Bunkan could see that the Gala was all but overcome by his own memories. But the bird pressed on.
Vapors cover that cauldron. You can't see. The Dark Ones chant louder. Now you hear the sounds. Again he shuddered. The chanting fades away.
So does the smoke. And that poor wallaby, and that poor lynx, they're gone.
Gone? Gragelauf swallowed. Gone, departed. Something in their place. Some things.
One useless, dribbling and drooling, gone. The other, a combining.
Legs of a wallaby, eyes of a cat.
Tail of a wallaby, claws and teeth of a cat.
Ugly, nasty, evil. No mind of its own anymore.
Does what the Dark Ones tell it?
What do they do with the unsuccessful half? Nina was unsmiling. Moira stared at her. What do you think?
She didn't push him to elaborate. That was a good one, the Gala insisted.
Seen worse. One head, 3 eyes.
One body, 6 legs, all mixed up. 2 tails. 2 heads. Horrors. Lose their bodies, lose their selves. Lose their wills.
Belong to the Dark Ones now. Do their will. But YT Bunkan demanded to know. It's the worst thing I've ever heard of.
To take 2 healthy, happy individuals and do that to them, it's worse than the stories I've been told of the plated folk.
Sounds bloody ridiculous to me. Squill looked bored. Does it now?
The Gala gazed up at the otter with such unexpected intensity that Squill blinked involuntarily. Wouldn't think so if you'd seen some of the things I've seen.
Mole rats merged with gazelles. Koalas all mixed up with hawks. Numbats with fish fins. But what can it all be for? Gragelauf wanted to know. Not sure.
Heard the Dark Ones wanted to make people more beautiful.
At first. That doesn't justify the tampering, no sir. They had some successes. Got ideas, got corrupted.
Started trying to make guards and warriors, servants.
Beauty can't never compete with power.
His feathers quivered.
Destroy the results they don't like. Can't change 'em back. When we first questioned the disappearances, they denied knowing anything, Warrigar explained.
Then they insisted only criminals and maladroits were taken, or travelers who tried to break into the monastery and rob them. We stopped believing then denials when our own young started disappearing.
Sham, all sham, the Gala insisted, to cover their activities. We know them now for what they are. Been corrupted, yes they have.
By the dark forces.
Maybe too much testosterone. They use that word a lot now.
Warrigar indicated the anxious, determined faces gathered close.
Many of those here have lost children. They don't even know if they're still alive, or in their original form. But they want to find out. They have to find out.
The Rue's eyes were level with Bunkan's.
Human infants have also been taken. Even if any o' this piffle is for real, said Squill challengingly, what makes you think you can do anything about it?
Warrigar's tone didn't change. We will, or die trying. Fair dinkum, growled Bidara, gripping his pike tightly. The Rue took a step back. We won't see any more of our cubs vanish from their beds, or disappear from our towns and farms.
We won't watch them turned into creatures their own parents wouldn't recognize.
So you're going to storm Ms. Bleedin Monastery?
Squill glanced back at his sister. Sound familiar, Nina? Why does I have a feelin' this'll be a tougher nut to crack than a certain baron's walled mansion?
It will be difficult, Warrigar admitted. The monastery is located high in the mountains, in a narrow basin. A wall protects it from the front, and the cliffs on both sides are extremely steep and difficult to scale. There are no trees above the wall, and cover is scarce. Therefore we must attack from the front.
There are 2 springs in the basin behind the monastery itself.
They can withstand a long siege. But there will be no siege. We all of us have trades to practice, crops to plant or bring high, families to look after. We can't afford to be long at this work. So we must attack and shatter the Mam gate, the only gate. He gestured with the axe. Then we will put Kiliguri to the torch, and incinerate the evil it contains. An inspiring cheer rose from his companions, echoing through the papabark woods.
Bunken hesitated, uncertain how to respond.
I don't know what to say, Warrigar, except that we have our own priorities.
Bloody right we do.
Squill gazed down importantly. We've come a long way, and we ain't about to chance no dangerous detours here.
We're searching for the Grand Veritable and we've a ways to go yet, Bunken added.
Tell em, Bunk, Squill said with a whistle. So if you want what help I can give, it's yours.
He extended a hand.
Right, Squill broke off, goggling at his friend.
Say that again, mate?
It's what John Tom would do, Bunken explained. Squill was beside himself.
Well, it ain't bleedin' what Mudge would do.
The Roo ignored the fuming otter as he shook Duncan's hand.
We can use every extra fist, mate.
I'm sorry we misinterpreted your presence here at first, Dot.
No, you didn't misinterpret anything.
Squill was waving wildly, looking to his companions for support.
Nina gave a little shrug and smiled beatifically. What about the rest of you?
Warrigar let his gaze rove over the travelers. The workings of the Dark Ones threaten you as much as us. If they are not stopped in our country, who knows how far then scourge might spread?
Maybe even beyond the Tamas. I'm high.
Snoggenhut gave a little shake that set his armor to jingling lightly.
Could do with a good fight. Don't remember too much of the last one I participated in.
Same here.
Viz and Moera exchanged acknowledgements by simultaneously dipping then beaks. Bunkan eyed the merchant.
Gragelouth? The sloth was reluctant to commit himself.
Squill's observations are like a battered bowl, it leaks, but still holds truth. We should be on our way.
I know, but there's greater truth in these folks' misery.
We could maybe make a difference here.
He indicated the 3 now abashed kookaburras.
I don't see how we can deny them our help.
Ask me, growled an indignant Squill.
I'll show you.
Bunkan looked past him.
Nina? 'Tis an awful lot you're a skin, Bunkless. You really think Mudge would have ridden on by?
She squirmed uncomfortably.
Don't you want to be better than that? Don't you want to bloody well live? Squill asked none.
Bunken glared at his friend.
We survived Hygria. We survived the Sprylishan and Kamrioka. We saved Nina from Crossfin and crossed the Tamas in spite of the Shinurog.
What does that tell you, Squill?
That we're temptin' bloomin' fate, mate. Are we Spelzingers or not?
You sure got John Tom's talent.
The otter sighed.
Why'd you ave to go and get his bleedin' sense of duty as well?
I'm not going to argue with you anymore. Bunken turned away. You don't have to come.
Cor, what are we supposed to do?
Nina put hands on waist. Go on by ourselves, then? Without him?
She pointed at the reluctant merchant.
He's the only one who knows the way. We 3 needs to stick together, we do. We can't make magic without you, and you can't make it without us.
I can still use my sword, Bunken reminded her.
You? A swordsman?
She let out a series of long whistles.
He ignored the insult.
I don't like the circumstances either, Nina, but part of the reason I'm here is to participate in worthy adventures like this.
Is it now?
Said Squill.
Then why'd we have to come home this blinkin' way? You coulda got yourself killed right back home. There's plenty o' them and Lynchbaney would do the job for free. As I told you, I'm a blacksmith by trade.
Warrigar spoke quietly.
Not a soldier. None of us are.
Me erd bleeds for you.
Squill spat to his right, unfortunately not quite missing his foot.
100 pairs of eyes and more watched him silently.
Oh, right then, he muttered. Go on, bury me in guilt. Dump it copiously. I loves it, I'm a glutton for it.
He reached back to finger his quiver.
Blacksmith, you think you can make me some more arrows?
A broad smile creased the Roo's face.
We've plenty with us.
You can have your pick, so long as you promise to stick them where they'll do the most good. Fayar Dunkum, or whatever the hell you said, Squill mumbled disconsolately. Waragar, Badara, and Moera let Snogginhut lead the column as it wound its way through the forest. The path led steadily upward. Unfamiliar evergreens began to appear more and more frequently as they ascended, their branches and needles so evenly spaced one would have thought them fashioned by hand instead of grown. Higher up they could make out the first bare rock faces, naked granite devoid of any vegetation. We're not afraid of the monks, Waragar explained. Only the revolting creations that do their bidding. Some are more formidable than others. We have Moara's description of a numbat crossed with a thylacine. I wouldn't care to meet something like that on a black night. If you and your people can handle the fighting, Bunkin told him, maybe my friends and I can come up with a spell song to counteract their sorcery. Based on our experiences, I think the best thing to do would be to confront them directly. That means slipping us inside. We managed that feat under similar circumstances not long ago, but we were lucky. I don't know if we could do it again. The Roo looked thoughtful. Moara's the only one of us who knows the monastery's interior, but he's a flyer. He rubbed his chin as he hopped along, easily keeping pace with Snogginhut, his tail flicking behind him. What about it, Moera? The Gala timed his shrug to Waragar's bounce. Hard to get out. Might get in. Can you sneak? Bunkan grinned. I'm traveling with 2 otters. Wait just a bloody minute, mate. Squill had been listening closely. You want us to go inside this den o' sorcerers and their offspring and clean them out? Bunkan looked up at the otter. Not clean them out. Just keep them from using their necromancy against Waragar and his people. Confuse them, tie them down, create a diversion. I liked it better when we were throwing Snogginhut around. The rhino glanced back and up. Easy for you to say, Otter. Right. So this time all of us are to act as a diversion. What appends if the oversized rat air and his mates don't make it in? By my way o' thinking that leaves us appy-sappy diversions high and dry, singing our bleedin' urts out. You get tucked into the dark ones and we'll get in, Waragar assured him. Well, then, there's nothing to worry about, is there? What am I going on about it for? Why, there's one thing don't concern me already. What's that? Waragar asked politely. The otter's reply was bitter. I don't own enough worth making out a will for, but. What about aerial guards? Bunkan inquired. According to Moera, that shouldn't be a problem. The Roo hopped easily over a large boulder that Duncan had to scramble around. They can combine an eagle with a badger, but it still won't fly. Planning to attack at night? Yes. We'll strike when the moon is at its highest. Maybe we'll catch them groggy with sleep. Even monsters have to sleep, or so I'd imagine. He didn't sound like he believed it, Bunkan mused. Suddenly he recalled something the Roo had mentioned earlier. You said that the cliffs surrounding Killiguri were steep and difficult to negotiate. How's Snogginhut going to climb them? Waragar looked away. Actually, I don't see that your large friend can. We were hoping he would help us assault the gate. Surely you can see that he's better suited to that than alpining? I hear you, said Snogginhut. Besides, the Roo added, I think you'd find it hard to slip him inside unseen, even with Moara's help. What? It isn't up to me. Bunkan looked over at the tickbird. Viz? The Roo's right, Bunkan. We'll take this gate, however strong it is. If there's climbing to be done, you'd be better off with an elephant than OL Snog here. The rhino did not object to the conclusion. I, too, should remain with our newfound friends, Grageloff declared. The merchant was contrite. My tribe is not designed for speed. I would not want to delay you at a critical moment. Marvelous, said Squill from atop Snogginhut's back. Anything else we need to leave behind? Our clothes maybe? Our weapons? We're already leaving our bloomin' brains. What brains? Nina opined. Squill turned on his sister as they embarked on their favorite pastime of trading insults. Bunkan let his gaze sweep over the valley below. In the distance the lights of a small village were just visible. He returned his attention to the mountain path. How much farther? Waragar indicated the lightly used trail they were following. Another day's march. Are you still ready and willing? We're willing, anyway. Bunkan smiled. You won't surprise em. Snogginhut maintained his steady, unvarying pace. They're bound to see a troop this size coming. We know. Our hope is that when we just encamp outside the wall and don't attack they'll think we're settling in for an extended siege. Then we'll get into em when they're in bed. You've obviously had experience in these matters. What's your opinion?
Snoggenhut considered. Good a strategy as any. Don't let's drown in optimism, what? Nina made a face. Don't it trouble no one else that this whole enterprise depends on the wiles of a senile pink parrot? The monastery of Kiliguri was an impressive pile of moss-covered cut masonry situated behind a massive wall of huge, square-cut stones each as big as a good-sized boulder. The wall sealed off the basin containing the monastery buildings as thoroughly as a dam. A trickle of water ran from a pair of drainage pipes set in the base of the wall. Heavy iron grates prevented entrance to the pipes, and Bunken had no doubt they were watched at all times. That obvious way in was close to them. He was not disappointed. The culverts smelled abominably. The trail they were following continued past the main gate and ended at an impassable waterfall. Trees had been cleared in front of the wall, meaning anyone approaching would be instantly visible to those within. The only way in was through a comparatively narrow gate reinforced with iron bands and bolts the size of his fist. It was a far more impressive and forbidding structure than Bunken had anticipated. He found himself wondering if it would ever yield to Snoggenhut. As they spread out among the trees, he could see caped figures gathering atop the wall. Wallabies, a couple of koalas, one numbat. By the light of the torches they carried, he could see that regardless of species, the fur had been shaved from the crown of each head. Cryptic markings decorated each naked skull. Hermetic tattoos. Badara stood close to Duncan. We don't understand them. Occasionally the monks and acolytes atop the rampart paused to converse with one another. More torches were brought and set in empty holders, until the entire wall and the open ground below were thoroughly illuminated. Certainly there was enough light for those within the monastery to watch as the core of common folk busied themselves setting up camp. None of Warrigar's people had challenged those inside, nor had the silent shapes on the wall tried to hail the interlopers establishing themselves among the trees. Maybe they think we are pilgrims, Grageloth ventured, and are waiting for the first supplicants to present themselves at the gate. We'll present ourselves, all right. Bunken was studying the steep slope where the mountain met the wall. But it won't be at the gate. Chapter 22. This way. Mawara would vanish into the dark dash. Ness, then dart back to chivvy them onward. It's not bad, it's not. Our second nocturnal sortie, Bunken reflected as he scrambled up the increasingly steep cliff. He dared not look down. Nearby he could hear the agile but short-legged otters cursing steadily. This, he mused darkly as he fumbled for a handhold above his head, was a smidgen more difficult than being gently set down atop the Baron Crossman's mansion. The idea was to climb until they were high above the well-guarded point where the wall met the mountain, scramble forward, and then slink downslope until they were within the monastery proper. A large scaling party would doubtless have been spotted, but just the four of them creeping slowly along might escape the notice of those within, whose attention was sure to be focused on the rowdy mob of angry farmers and townsfolk who were busily establishing camp in the woods. We're high enough. Moera fluttered inches from Duncan's face, pivoting in midair to gesture downward with a wingtip. Quietly now. Trailing in his wake, they began working their way toward the shadowy structures below. Most were dark, but lights beckoned in a few high, narrow windows. To Bunken's relief, the slope leading into the monastery was much gentler than the one they had scaled outside. There was no sign of any guards. He hoped the monastery's entire defense would be concentrated on the wall. Nina kicked a rock loose and they all hunched low as it initiated a miniature avalanche. The pebbles banged and bounced noisily off one another for a minute or so before the slide petered out. Silence once more took possession of the hillside. No shouts rang out below them, no torches were waved in their direction. Bunken breathed a sigh of relief as he resumed his downward crawl. I can't believe no one's even looked up air. Squill tried to tiptoe around the loose scree. We're pushing our luck, we are. Not luck, no, not luck. Moera dipped and darted above their heads. They have so much confidence in their sorcery, and in everyone else's lack of imagination. Think they're the only ones who can think, they do. He allowed himself a soft derogatory squawk. Stuff the pongy sods. Bunken edged carefully around a steep drop. Keep in mind that we don't have wings, Moera. No worries, mate, the aged Gullah cackled. She'll be right, she will. He left them to scout on ahead. Eventually he directed them to a spot where the third floor of a large stone structure impinged against the bare rock. In the light of a waxing moon, they followed the Gullah across the open slate roof past planters filled with sleeping blossoms of unknown type toward an arched doorway of peculiar design. As they hugged the shadows, Bunken saw that the portal was framed by numerous bas-reliefs. The subject matter set his hair on end. A reassuring distance off to their right they could see the inside of the wall. Brawny forms dire of aspect were beginning to join the monks on the parapet. Bunken was inordinately glad he could not see their faces. He glanced skyward.
They had until first light to do what damage they could before Wurigar's people attacked. That assault would take place whether the infiltrating spellsinging trio succeeded or not. The country folk had come too far to turn back now. We'd better do something, he thought grimly. They'll never breach that wall without help. Not even with Snoggenhut leading the charge. The question most profound was, precisely what could they do? Improvise, John Tom had always told him. When in doubt, improvise. Almost as if in anticipation, the Duar chafed and bumped against his back. He found himself wishing he had the knowledge to grasp the meaning behind the dark monk's mysterious invocations. Softly now, groundbound friends. Moera settled gently on Duncan's shoulder. Around this first corner, your first glimpse. You can decide if what is measures up to what I've said, you can. Buncan stepped through the open doorway and peered down the lamplit corridor. Moera's descriptions had prepared them, but words could only do so much. Standing guard at the nearest intersection was a creature with the legs of a wallaby and the squat body of a wombat. Its profile revealed the face of a dingo in the last stages of some grisly degenerative affliction. Abortive dull green wings protruded like diseased eruptions from its shoulders. It carried a blade the size of an executioner's sword. How do we get past that freak? Squill whispered. Leave it to me. Nina edged to the forefront. I'll dazzle it with me charms and the rest you can sneak up behind it. Hey, wait. Buncan made a grab for her but was too late. She was already sauntering down the corridor as if she owned it, in full view of the wallabat and whatever else might happen to come along. Shit, Squill muttered. Get ready. Nina halted right in front of the guard, who gaped at her. Hello, gorgeous. How come you're stuck in air when all the action's out front? Yellow, bloodshot eyes narrowed as they focused on her. Its voice was tortured. Kill, it rumbled as it swung the oversized blade in a great descending arc. It cracked the floor where Nina had been standing an instant earlier. Air now. What do you think I am, rough trade? Kill, snarled the abomination, lurching after her. So much for stunning it with her irresistible beauty. Sword drawn, Squill was racing down the hallway. Buncan and Moera had no choice but to follow. It saw them coming and brought the blade around in a sweeping horizontal arc. Buncan stumbled to a halt, glad that the haphazard creature hadn't been given the arms of a gibbon. Squill ducked lightly beneath the blow and drove his sword up into the ogre's belly, while Nina struck it from behind. It let out a soft gurgle, choking on its own blood, and made a last desultory swipe at the hovering Moera which the Gala avoided easily. The blade tumbled to the floor as the guard clutched at its throat. It fell over, kicking spasmodically. The kicking slowed rapidly, and soon all was still. The otters stood over the corpse, breathing hard. Moera fluttered approvingly nearby. Hope you're as adept with your magic as you are with your swords. There were only one of them. As he wiped his weapon clean on the fallen guard's raiment, Squill grinned at his sister. I hope we don't have to depend on your good looks to overcome anything else, but... Oh, shut up, she snapped. It were worth a go. At least I distracted it. Controlling his revulsion, Buncan forced himself to examine the dead guard. Gross. I wonder who it was originally. This is but a tame example of the horrors perpetrated by the Dark Ones. Moera was keeping an eye on the corridor ahead. There exists far worse. Now that's encouraging. Squill sheathed his weapon. In truth, they were lucky. Once, a troop of unholy Groatsqueries armed with huge battle-axes marched by ahead of MEM and they were forced to wait in an alcove until the guards had passed to a lower level, but nothing actually impeded their progress. Where are you taking us? Buncan inquired of Moera as they cautiously started down yet another set of winding stone stairs. To me, axis of all evil, the Gala replied. So you can kill it at its source. Buncan found he was more eager than afraid. Whoever could deliberately pervert honest, wholesome sorcery in such an appalling fashion deserved whatever fate bestowed on them. Their advance continued unchallenged. Perhaps Dios who would normally be patrolling these corridors were gathering on the wall to confront and intimidate Wurigar's people. Whatever the reason, he was grateful, and remarked on their good fortune to Moera. Won't last, it won't. The Gala was pessimistic. The Dark Ones will realize Wurigar ain't going to attack right away. Then maybe they'll think to check their backsides. Got to work fast, we do. Abruptly he backed wind and landed on Duncan's shoulder. We're close now, we are. Quickly go. Buncan lowered his voice and tensed. Close to what? To the secret room. To the place where the Dark Ones plot their malignancies. The lair of the board. The Gala turned into a narrow, low-ceilinged corridor. Found DIs by accident, I did.
Hush now, I can hear them talking. Planning their defense, Nina opined.
Cadet, I said, Moira hissed. They slowed, and Bunken saw they were approaching a small hole in the corridor wall. Light and voices were visible on the other side. As he eased forward and caught a glimpse of what lay beyond, he sucked in his breath. It was a vision extracted whole and uncensored from the fevered imaginings of some seriously ill necromancer. There were 10 of them garnered in the chamber below. All wore the dark cowl of the Kiliguri monk, making it impossible to identify individuals. They sat around a long table of polished wood of a color and grain Bunken had never seen before. It had a sheen more suggestive of glass than honest lumber. Strange carpeting whitey weave so tight and fine he couldn't imagine how it had been loomed covered the floor. The cups the monks sipped from were filled with a dark, bubbling, odorless liquid. Several of Dios present were scribbling on dike pads bound together at the left edge whitey loops of thin metal wire. The center of the table 4 boxes set whitey glass windows faced the 4 points of the compass. Several dials protruded from the top of each. Wires connected MEM to a much bigger box in the middle of the table, and also to small rectangular panels that rested in front of each monk. Several of the attendees were tapping hesitantly at their respective panels. Theurgically lit from within, the window boxes displayed shifting, moving images that appeared to respond to the seemingly random tappings of the monks. The master box in the middle whined softly, like a live thing. As Bunken stared, a beautiful female possum entered, tail elaborately wound whitey green ribbon and held high. Squill whistled softly, inducing his sister to jab him in the ribs. From a ceramic carafe balanced on a tray, the servant refilled the monk's cups with more of the steaming dark liquid. They took no notice of her presence. What sort o' sorceral potion is Dial? Nina murmured. I've heard them speak of it. Moira craned his neck for a better view. From what I've been able to observe, they're all addicted to it. It alters them in strange and subtle ways. They call it coffee and believe it bestows on them special powers. I've no proof of Dial. Maybe it's some kind of collective ritual delusion whose social function is of paramount importance. See? As they looked on, the assembled monks raised their cups in unison and mumbled some sort of hypnotic chant, of which Bunken caught only the solemnly intoned words "brighten your day" and the meaningless caffeine. Following Ms. brief ceremony, they returned to their conferencing. Try as he might, Bune collective demeanor as a result of consuming the liquid. Any glow or enhancement they felt must be wholly internal. The windowed boxes were something else, something tangible. He wondered at the complexity and staying power of the spell that caused the images displayed therein to change so rapidly. Often 2 or more of the monks would put their heads together and whisper furiously before tapping on the knobby panels. The unnatural activity raised prickles on his spine. Listening intently, he thought he could make out some of the sorceral terms Moira had mentioned during their first meeting, words like haploid dispersion and mitochondria. Enhancement. There was frequent mention of the long necromantic term desoxyribonucleic acid. They're concocting some great misfortune to throw against Wurigar, Moira whispered. We have to stop MEM, we do. This all has to do with implementing the corporate plan. Bunken frowned. Corporate plan? What's that? I've heard them speak of it often. It's the foundation of their sorcery, framework for all the iniquity they work. Squill made a face. Sounds like something that should be stepped onto me. As a cold sound to it, it does. Nina's whiskers twitched involuntarily. You were right, Moira. Bunken rolled the shoulder the gala was perched on, trying to keep the muscles loose. This evil does extend beyond your country. It needs to be stopped here, now, before it can grow and infect other parts of the world. Or even other worlds, he added, mindful of John Tom's place of origin. Don't want no bloody corporate plan pollutin' the Bellwoods, Squill muttered darkly. Whatever it is. Look, they're doing something. Nina nodded toward the opening. The monks were rising from their oddly upholstered chairs. The window boxes had gone blank, their glass faces now dark and imageless. Raising a hand for silence, the figure standing at the head of the table solemnly addressed his colleagues. His words were clearly audible to the quartet huddled in the narrow corridor. We shall now vote. At that command they all threw back their hoods and stood revealed in the steady lamplight as representatives of the same tribe, though many individual clans were represented. Hares, Bunken realized. They were all hares. Why hares? He found himself whispering aloud. Why should they be the dark ones, the dabblers in evil? Why them? I know. I know because I've listened to them rage, because I've watched their frenzies, I have. Moira's beak was close by Bunken's ear. It's because they're sick of being thought of as cute and harmless. 10,000 years and more of accumulated resentment has pushed this lot over the edge, it has.
They're tired of being cuddled and stroked by everyone else.
It's respect they want, and they owe me to get it through sorcery.
Puzzlement mottled Nina's expression.
But they are cute and cuddly. 'Tis the way they were designed.
They can't help it, the bloody fools. Would they rather be like the skunk tribe, what nobody wants to get near? What's wrong with this lot?
I told you, Moira whispered. They're so mad they've gone bad.
Collective self-loathing.
I think it's one reason why they're so set on creating new creatures, I do.
Twisting and warping reality. Their anger has driven them insane.
Bunkin found himself staring at the nominal leader of the 10. His fur was predominantly dark brown, with white, unhealthy-looking splotches. With his wild eyes and buck teeth that had been filed to sharp points, he looked anything but cute and cuddly.
We will throw the blasphemers back. He was declaiming. Fling them over the falls.
Another added enthusiastically. This, too, can be incorporated into the plan. The leader ran a finger along the edge of the strange table. Once this band of simple villagers has been defeated, there will be none to stand against us in the mountains. We can make servants and slaves of those who survive, and use them as the base for our planned corporate expansion.
Mergers and takeovers can then proceed apace.
He let his gaze rove over his followers.
All those in favor?
Aye. The chorus of acolytes resounded. The leader nodded his approval.
See that it is so recorded in the minutes.
Lifting both hands, he tilted back his head and closed his eyes. His colleagues did likewise as he intoned the words.
Stock manipulation. Insider trading. Currency exchange.
The room grew dark save for a singular greenish glow which seemed to emanate from the ceiling. The assembled monks murmured softly to themselves. They've certainly tapped into something, Duncan whispered.
Some kind of gloom-laden power I've never encountered before.
He wished silently that Clothahump were there.
Moira shifted nervously from foot to foot on Bunkin's shoulder. That's Drow doing the invoking.
He's the biggest fanatic of the lot. The chanting rose in volume and the greenish glow intensified, until with a triumphant shout of leveraged hostile buyout, the assembled monks vanished in a cloud of bilious smoke.
Bunkin exhaled slowly. That's very impressive. Where've they got to? Nina wanted to know. Not far, if experience is an indicator. Moira shifted to Bunkin's other shoulder.
To the vault is my guess, it is, to prepare some special poison.
Come, and we'll find them.
Spreading aged but still competent wings, he fluttered off back up the corridor. They had to avoid a single, pitiful guard, a transformed sugar glider whose wings hung about her in tatters. A prehensile tongue dangled from the misshapen head of what had once been a graceful gazelle.
The sight turned Bunkin's stomach. Tread softly here. Moira settled once more onto Bunkin's shoulder. This is the kitchen where decay is prepared.
The corridor opened onto a vast chamber dominated by a lofty bowl-shaped ceiling. Lamps glowed in holders set high on stone walls. They stood on an upper floor looking down into a circular pit within which slab-like tables and numerous cages were visible. The tables held much elaborate thaumaturgical apparatus fashioned of glass and metal.
Bunkin recognized the monks from the boardroom.
Hoods back, they were bustling about the exotic apparatus and cages, mixing fluids and measuring powders.
Drow stood at an intricately inscribed wooden pulpit which supported a huge, open book.
There was also a knobbed panel attached to its own small window. This pulsed with light and unseen schematics. The leader of the Kiliguri monks gripped the sides of the podium while watching his faithful at work.
There, in the back. Nina gestured insistently at the far side of the pit. By the Black River itself.
Bunkin let his gaze follow her lead. She was pointing at the last row of stacked cages.
These held not deformed monstrosities, not unfortunate travelers, but cubs, the young of numerous tribes.
Even at a distance he could make out an infant flying fox and immature osprey huddled fearfully together. Both their wings had been clipped to forestall any chance of their flying to freedom. Other cages held juvenile rooks and platies, possums and tiger cats, dingoes and koalas, along with equally disconsolate representatives of outlying tribes such as small felines, rodents, a black bear cub, and an especially wretched sifaka. It was a panorama of collective misery heartbreaking to see, and for the first time he was glad as well as proud to have offered his help to Wurigar's band.
There were also 2 human children crammed into a cage too small for them to stand up in.
While he wasn't and never had been a tribal chauvinist, their plight still affected him more powerfully than that of any of the other captives. That was only to be expected, he thought.
An angry knot formed in his stomach.
At that moment the wizard Drow and his fellow hares did not look in the least bit cute or cuddly. Though he knew sorcery was involved, the mechanics of the physical intermelding baffled him. Aside from wondering why anyone would want to, how could you combine the characteristics of a human child and a flying fox or wallaby? He couldn't shake loose of the question as his gaze shifted to the abominations jammed into some of the other cages.
What you doing here?
Whirling, Bunken saw exactly the sort of brute he feared. Except for the protruding, black-tipped snout, it had the face and arms of a young human, but the remainder of the body was wholly raw. Enormous, oversized feet, stout lower body tapering to a narrower chest, powerful tail, high leathery ears, all reminded him more of Wurrigar than his own tribe. The creature regarded them belligerently, a large club easily balanced in both hands, light chain mail hanging from the smooth shoulders.
Get him! Yelled Squill without hesitation.
He and Nina were on top of the creature instantly.
Bunken was right behind them as Moira darted back and forth overhead, whistling encouragement.
Bunken wrenched the club out of the creature's grasp while avoiding a kick that if it had connected would have taken his head off. The Ruman fought back as best it could, but was no match for the combination of Bunken's strength and the otter's agility. In moments they had it pinned on its side. Nina's face burned where she caught a glancing blow from the muscular, madly flailing tail, but otherwise they were all three unharmed.
Straddling the prone neck, Squill raised his sword.
Go ahead, kill me, the Ruman mumbled.
Frowning, Bunken raised a hand to block the otter's blow. Wait. Wait?
Squill pushed his hat back on his forehead.
What the hell do you mean, wait? He'll give the bleedin' alarm. The trapped creature gazed up out of limpid blue eyes. Please, just kill me. I want die. To everyone's astonishment, the grotesque entity began to cry. Now even the notoriously unempathetic Squill found himself hesitating. Go on, it sobbed. What wait for? Finish. The eyes closed. Squill hadn't lowered the sword.
The ugly blighter's trying some sort o' bloomin' trick, he is.
I don't think so. Rising, Bunken eased Squill gently but firmly aside. The otter backed off reluctantly. Given the chance to rise and flee, the Ruman didn't move.
It just lay there bawling softly like any abandoned kid.
Make quick. Fast, before Dark Ones see what's happening. Bunken looked toward the busy pit, then back to their captive. They can't see over here. We won't let MEM hurt you. Can't prevent.
The Ruman's sobs faded to sniffles, and he squinted up at Bunken.
Who you people, anyway?
Twisting his malformed head, he met first Squill's gaze, then Nina's.
You not from around here? No, we're not.
Bunken retreated a step, giving the creature some room. We come from a land far to the southeast, farther than you can imagine. Gingerly, the Ruman sat up.
Why? What you do here? He gestured at Moira as the Gala landed on Bunken's shoulder. You kind I know. You from here? Damn right I am, mate, said the bird huskily.
What we do here is gonna put an end to these monks and their monkeying once and for all.
The Ruman's eyes widened. Cannot do. Cannot challenge the Dark Ones. Will destroy you.
They draw strength from other worlds.
Too powerful now. He looked around anxiously. You go now, before they see. I not tell. Not. We saw them at work. Bunken spoke patiently, soothingly, trying to calm the panicky creature.
They're powerful, but it's only sorcery, but.
Only sorcery.
The Ruman rose, and Squill immediately pressed the point of his sword against the poor creature's ribs. It gazed at him sorrowfully.
Not tell, he reiterated.
The otter glanced at Bunken, who nodded slowly.
Squill backed off, but not far. His sister hung close on the other side. We're Spellsingers, Duncan explained.
We've come with Moira here, the warrior Wurrigar, and many others to try and put a stop to what these Dark Ones have been doing.
Oi.
We were just passin' through with nothin' else to do.
Squill's tone was caustic.
The Ruman studied each of them in turn, still unwilling or unable to believe.
You sorcerers too? You fight Dark Ones?
That's right, Bunken told him.
Must do this.
The creature spoke with such sudden violence that Bunken was taken aback. Must stop them now, or they take over whole world.
Every place and everyone and everything. Stop them now. That's what we aim to do, mate. Moira fluffed his feathers.
Their style of sorcery is new to us, Bunken noted, but it is only sorcery. As the great wizard Clothaham has said, any magic which can be propounded can be countered.
Nina gave him a sideways glance, and he looked slightly embarrassed.
The Ruman's human fingers worked nervously against one another while the thick tail switched back and forth.
Been here long time. Sometimes I listen, learn things. Not so dumb. Not. Draw first to make hateful breakthrough and learn words of corruption. First makes plan, then recruits others. Starts small, with bugs. Puts wings of one on body of other. Fish next. I remember when both my turn. Originally to me. Now one you see. Other. Throw away. His voice was momentarily choked. Not sure which me. Not sure which throw away. Me lucky. Many times both throw away. Sometimes make things hard even for dark ones to look at. Much screaming. He was silent for a long moment. Me success. The word was uttered with enough sarcasm to cut oak. Must serve dark ones, all monks. Only life. Rather be dead. Not so easy to be dead. Forget things. What's your name? Bunkan asked as gently as possible. Tortured blue eyes gazed back into Biss. Name dead too. Well, then, what do they call you? Silm, maybe original name of one of two that I was. Maybe not. Matters not. It turned hopeful. Kill me now? We're not going to kill you, Bunkan declared firmly. I can't do it. Squill lowered his sword. Bloody hell, I can't do it neither. That's a first. You're not responsible for what you are, Bunkan continued. We don't want to hurt you or any of your friends. Have no friends. Silm managed a feeble shrug of his half-human, half-Ru shoulders. None here friend to another. Each our own private horrors. Bunkan nodded as if he understood. Then help us. I'm asking you to be our friend. Help us to make an end to this. The Ruman looked doubtful. Dark ones have so much power. You ain't heard our power, Gov. Wait till you hear what we can do. Will you help us? Bunkan tried to be insistent without being overbearing. Clearly resistance was not a concept with which the Ruman was conversant. I'm not sure. No. You not see what dark ones do to any who dare fight back. He quivered all over. Not want to see. We can take care of ourselves, Nina assured him with a confidence she didn't entirely feel. Still the creature hesitated. Then Ru ears flicked forward, suddenly alert. Silm help. But only if you promise one thing. What's that? Bunkan asked curiously. If we losing, you will kill me. Bunkan swallowed hard. This was very different from Nina's gallant rescue. There was no glory to be had, only something that needed to be done. He felt no exhilaration, no feeling of anticipation. Only a grim sense of determination. All right, he heard himself mutter. It sounded like someone else. Silm nodded understandingly. Must be strong. I beautiful compared to what you will see. Must destroy devices, potions, powders, everything. No more experiments. No more sorcery. No more me's. Duncan peered down into the pit. We have friends outside. A small army. They're going to attack Killiguri just before daybreak. When they hit the wall, that's when we should make our move. Too right, Squill murmured by way of agreement. Is there a place we can hide till then? Nina inquired. The Ruman considered, then beckoned for them to follow. Storage place near here. Little used. Window high up. You come. Chapter 23. Despite his determination to stay awake, Bunkan found himself dozing on and off. His intermittent sleep was filled with fractured dreams populated by broken bodies. As soon as one would come together properly, it would fall, tumbling over and over, to shatter like glass against the red rocks of the Tamas. Each tune he would awaken, only to drift off again. Finally he awoke to an enclosure that was perceptibly brighter. And no longer silent. A distant clamor could be heard through the single high window. He shook Moera awake, then Squill. Nina was already alert, conversing softly with Silm. Following his lead, they moved back out into the corridor. A hooded Manjan was hopping just ahead of them. They trailed a safe distance behind, halting at the overlook as the small marsupial continued down into the busy pit. The dark ones were conversing anxiously with one another, their voices louder and considerably more agitated than they'd been earlier. As the travelers watched in silence, they left in groups of 2 or 3 through the main doorway, until the chamber was deserted save for those who were unable to flee. Now. Silm rose from his crouch and took a long bound toward the nearest stairs. Before they come back.
Down on the floor of the pit, Bunken found himself surrounded by tables laden with arcane apparatus. Sleepy moans emanated from the stacked cages. Tilting back his head enabled him to see the elaborately painted symbols stenciled on the curvilinear ceiling. Despite the rising sun, it was still dark inside. He found himself longing suddenly for the lucid, unpolluted air of the woods, any woods. On the table in front of him were several constructions that looked like children's toys, unrecognizable shapes consisting of small balls connected together by sticks, globes that split into other globes. Notepads were filled with peculiar hieroglyphics. A crash sounded off to his right, followed quickly by another. The otters had started high, dumping fluids and powders onto the floor and smashing their containers. Taking out his sword, he began flailing methodically at the toy models, reducing them to fragments. At Drow's vacant pulpit, he found himself staring at the blank window box. Though he put his face right up against the glass, he couldn't see anything inside. It was an impenetrable, opaque gray. He tapped on the connected panel, but nothing happened. Being ignorant of the requisite magic, he was neither surprised nor particularly disappointed when his fingering failed to enlighten him. The important thing was to ensure that it could no longer enlighten the dark ones. Removing it from its resting place, he raised it high overhead and slammed it to the floor. The shell cracked like an egg, spewing bits and pieces of wire and plastic. With his sword, Bunken hacked at the remains, reducing them beyond hope of repair. Whooping and hollering with delight, Squill and Nina were smashing their way through the surviving apparatus. Moira helped where he could, but Silm was unable to overcome his conditioning. He stood off to one side, not lending a hand. But he observed it all, and his eyes shone. Powders and fluids mixed on the stone floor, occasionally forming hissing, bubbling patches which Bunken and his friends in their deliberate vandalism were careful to avoid. By now the first uncertain queries were being voiced by the bastard inhabitants of the cages. Bunken wanted badly to release them, but knew the contrivances of the Dark Ones had to be attended to first. He wondered how Warrigar and his people were doing outside, not to mention Viz and Snoggenhut. The knobby panel was fashioned of some particularly tough material. Putting up his sword, he picked up the rectangle and slammed it repeatedly against a wall until not a knob was left connected to the panel itself. Then he stood on the rectangle and tugged until it snapped in half. He threw the two pieces in opposite directions, looked around, and paused. "Where's Squill?" Panting heavily, Nina relaxed her sword arm. She was surrounded by debris. Moira stood on a table that had been cleared of equipment. "Don't know." The Gala sounded concerned. Nina flicked her head in the direction of the far stairway. "Said not to worry. Said he had a bit o' an errand to run. See, there he is now." Turning, Bunken saw the otter standing at the top of the stone staircase. In his short arms he held the critical metal box from the Dark One's conference chamber. "Wouldn't want to leave and forget this." Smiling, he heaved the heavy container into the air. It slammed into the stone stairs and tumbled toward the floor of the pit. To their astonishment, it screamed as it bounced. "Leave me alone. Don't come near me. Unauthorized access, unauthorized access." The words were clearly audible above the metallic whangs and bangs as the box bounced down the stairs. When it finally rolled to a stop, Bunken moved toward it. Instantly it rose up on 4 tiny rubber feet and tried to skitter away from him. "Don't touch me. You have not been properly formatted." The words issued from one of a trio of tiny slots in the box's front. All 3 were jabbering away simultaneously. "C drive inactive, C drive inactive. Unauthorized access attempted. Insert a properly formatted diskette entry refused, entry refused." Is that so? After overcoming his initial surprise, Squill had trailed the protesting contraption down the stairs. Now he deliberately thrust the point of his short sword into the most vociferous of the complaining slots. He was rewarded with a grinding, whirring sound. The entire sword began to vibrate. So did his arm. When he tried to yank the weapon free, the slot clamped down hard on the blade. Drool dripped from the other slots, and Bunken thought he could see tiny teeth lining the interiors. wipe intruder," piped one of the free slots. "You ain't wipin' not neen, you bloody hunk o' accursed tin." With both hands Squill managed to wrench his weapon free. Raising it high overhead, he began flailing away enthusiastically at the frantic container. Still screeching incomprehensible insults and occasional comprehensible threats, it tried to dodge and, failing that, to bite its tormentor, but was no match for the active otter. On the other hand, its metal skin was uncommonly tough, and Squill's best efforts succeeded only in denting the smooth surface. "See the damn thing." Moira hovered just above Bunken. "Sorcery that complains. Let me." Silm took a flying leap and landed on the box with both huge feet. His weight failed to phase it. A commotion on the level above drew Bunkin's attention.
We're discovered. We've got to finish here and get out.
Working alongside Nina, he concentrated on smashing the last of the intact gear. With Silm's help, they were able to upend the largest of the work tables.
What remained of the delicate equipment it held went crashing to the floor. Still not satisfied, he took his sword to the fragments while Squill continued to duel with the jabbering box. Rebooting required. As it hobbled toward the stairway from which it had made its ignominious entrance, Squill leaped on its back in an effort to restrain it.
Like that of some squat, squarish turtle, its internal mass was sufficient to haul him upward.
"Gimme a and air, mates,"
he bawled as he clung to the slick metal surface.
"'Tis tryin' to get away."
"Hold it, Squill." Searching through the rubble, Bunkin found an intact bottle 3/4 full of some pale yellow liquid. Racing up the stairs, he joined Squill in forcibly tilting the box onto its back. Rubbery feet kicked at the air, seeking purchase.
Unauthorized entry.
While the otter did his best to hold the box steady, Bunkin poured the bottle's contents into the largest and loudest of the three mouths.
When it was empty, he stepped back. A moment later, Squill let go. The box staggered up another 2 stairs, then stopped and began trembling violently.
A distinct gargling noise came from all 3 slots. This was followed by mechanical retching noises and the regurgitation of several small bits of plastic.
One mouth gasped feebly. "Blind, I'm blind. Where's the C prompt? I can't find the C prompt. Maledictions on you all. Abort, re-entry, fail. Abort, re-entry, fail." With a final shudder, it seemed to settle down on its tiny feet.
Then it rolled over and bounced back down the stairs, to lie silent and unmoving at their base. Descending to stand alongside, a wary Squill nudged it with a foot, glanced over at Bunkin.
Both human and otter were breathing hard.
"I think it's dead, mate." Bunkin nodded, turned to look upward. The commotion he detected was growing louder.
"Someone's coming." "Moera?"
The gullah flew toward the ceiling, called anxiously down to them.
"They come. The Dark Ones come. Beware and be ready." A hand touched Bunkin's arm and he forced himself not to pull away from its tormented owner. "Remember promise," Silm said softly. "I'm not killing anyone. Not yet." Sheathing his sword, he brought the duar around in front of him. "Squill, Nina."
The 3 of them put their heads together and in low tones began to rehearse possible defenses, while Moera squawked and circled overhead. Left to himself, Silm ripped and tore at the innards of the unmoving box until they lay strewn all over the floor.
"Who dares?" came a bellow of outrage from above.
"They have destroyed the oracle."
Judging from his tone, the second speaker was more frightened than angry.
Hooded figures were gathering on the level above the pit. Bunkin was gratified to see that they carried not cryptic sorceral implements but ordinary weapons, swords and knives. "Get ready," he murmured to his companions. They formed a tight little knot off by themselves.
"Kill them, kill MEM."
Beginning softly with one of the figures, the chant grew quickly in strength and volume. The tallest of the hooded ones stepped to the edge of the stairs and shoved back his cowl. Eyes burning, ears twitching, Drow glowered ferociously down at them. "You will be most agonizingly dismembered, and then I will have the pleasure of transmuting your genes." His glare was pitiless. The threat had little effect on Bunkin, since except for the part about dismembering he didn't have the vaguest idea what the wizard was talking about. "By the power of the all-splicing mage, by the haploid dissolution. By the fecundity of my kind and the fevered twists of their DNA, I call upon the great master of selective breeding to make an example most hideous of these blasphemers." Raising his hands toward the ceiling, he began a new chant that was quickly picked up by his followers. A dark glowing mass formed at the base of the stairs. Low, reverberant grunts and growls began to issue from within. "Steady," Bunkin urged his companions, his fingers taut on the strings of the duar. Something was moving within the blood-red cloud. As it began to dissipate, a hulking shape half as big as Snoggenhut emerged. Sloping, hunched shoulders were clad in a studded leather vest. Its short, fluffy tail had been transformed into a nest of spikes, as had the crest that ran down its back.
Both ears were ragged and torn, and long fangs hung from the upper lip. One hand dragged an immense wooden mallet along the floor. "Carrot!" it rumbled. "No, no!"
Above, Drow was forced to interrupt his chant and point at Bunkin and the otters.
"Rend, tear, immobilize." The massive figure blinked uncertainly. "Carrot? Carrot later." A dyspeptic Drow bellowed. "Rend first." Heavy-lidded eyes focused on the unmoving trio.
Lofting the mallet in both hands, the mutated hare lurched forward and swung. Bunken began to play even as he leaped to his right, the otters scattering in the other direction. The head of the mallet dimpled the floor where they'd been standing. "Hey, gruesome, over air!" From beneath a still intact table, Squall made a face at the apparition, which brought the mallet around and down with a prodigious grunt, reducing the wooden platform to splinters. Squill had long since scrambled to safety. Drow wrung his hands helplessly. "No, no. Be careful." This request, evidently involving elements of subtlety far too fine for the ungainly executioner to comprehend, it paused to blink dumbly up at its master. "Rend careful?" The delay allowed Bunkan and his friends time to regroup. Despite being winded, the otters harmonized splendidly and without hesitation. This no place to ignore a dare. "Callan up, this thing's hardly fair. But that's alright, 'cause we got rap to spare. If you won't fight straight, we won't fight square. Beware. Up there. Better have a care. Better watch your hair. 'Cause our fresh hip hops gonna fix your lop underscore. And your magic ensnare." Silvery fog enveloped the mallet-wielding monster. Halting in mid-swing, it let out a mammoth sneeze. Evidently the enchanted mist was ticklish, and, despite the by now somewhat desperate chanting of the Dark Ones, began to shrink. Fangs diminished, feet contracted, head and body dwindled. Only the ears remained resolutely unchanged. The brute continued to reduce until there stood in its place a diminutive rabbit no larger than Moera, with ungainly ears that went all over the place. A representative of the Lop clan, Bunken thought with a smile as he relaxed his fingers, to end all Lops. Despite the transformation, it still made an effort to comply with its original directive. "Rend!" It declaimed in a high, squeaky voice as it brought its equally shrunken mallet down on Squill's foot. The otter let out a yelp and danced clear. "You bloody little! I'll tie you up in your own ears and use you for a bleedin' yo-yo." "Enough!" The raging drow flung his arms wide. The other Dark Ones drew away from him. "Hear that?" Nina prompted him. Straining, Bunken could make out the sounds of fighting somewhere outside the chamber. He smiled. With the Dark Ones diverted, it sounded like Warrigar and his people had managed to breach the gate. If they were inside the wall, it was only a matter of time. "It's over!" he shouted up at the aggrieved hare. "You're finished, drow. Even as we stand here, our friends are busy cleansing this monastery. Except for you," Nina added pleasantly. "You're too bloomin' ugly to cleanse. You slew the oracle." Drow's voice was a tormented snarl. "You have destroyed knowledge. Do you know what that means?" "Yeah, we know what it means." Bunken gave the inert, disemboweled box a kick, and it rattled hollowly. "It means you'll never again be able to use it to foist your perversions on innocent people." "Perhaps not, but while the knowledge giver has been slain, the knowledge it has already given remains with us." He spread his aims to encompass the pit. "All this, yeah, even all this, can with time be replaced." He glanced to his left. "We can begin anew, brothers." A murmur arose from the other Dark Ones as they waited to see what their mentor would do. He returned his gaze to Bunkan and his companions. "But first," he hissed, "we must deal finally and irrevocably with these intruders. Then we will take care of those pathetic countryfolk outside." The wizard straightened. "You spellsing impressively. Sior, we ain't hardly worked up a sweat, gov. Colloquially speaking, that is." Though Nina knew she was physically incapable of perspiring, she'd often wished she could sample the sensation. "I tire." Drow let out a measured sigh. "So much to do, so many distractions. It is hard to contemplate greatness when one is always tired. It's even harder when you're dead." Squill fingered his sword as he favored the wizard with a friendly grin, whiskers arching. An observation full of truth, water rat, and one which applies equally to the mundane. Turning to the acolyte on his immediate left, he murmured, "Release the berserker." "The berserker?" The hooded one stammered. "But great drow." "Release it, I say." He gave the hesitant hare a violent shove. "I will establish control." Hearing a moan, Bunken turned to see the Ruman backed up against the wall. "What's this berserker, friend Silm?" But this time their ally was unable to reply. An instant later the chamber echoed to the sound of wood splintering as a mighty physique came smashing through an upper-level door. Fragments of wood spilled over into the pit. Bunkan waved away sawdust and tried to focus. A much smaller shape came gliding rapidly toward him. Viz. On the level above, Bunken could see Snoggenhut peering down at them, a satisfied smile on his homely face. Bits of door teetered on his broad back and his armor was badly dented, but he appeared otherwise unharmed. In his wake the sounds of fighting doubled in volume.
"We're through," declared the tickbird, hovering overhead. "They're giving up all over the monastery."
Bunkin turned to stare back up at the master of the Dark Ones.
"It's all over, Drow.
The simple folk you despise have overcome your creations.
Make it easy on yourself and surrender now."
Drow appeared not the least concerned. The wizard was looking not at him but to his right, toward the dark portal that sealed off the far end of the pit. "Not only is it not over, human cub, it has not yet begun.
Your immature mind is not capable of envisioning the end product of informed and inspired genetic manipulation.
Indeed, you are not even aware of the forces of which I speak.
It therefore falls to me to enlighten you. Pay close attention. It is the last thing you will ever learn." His laugh was like a rotting jellyfish, soft, unpleasant, redolent of decay. "When you have been dismembered, it will be my pleasure to recombine you.
I will fashion from your remains several simpering, crawling things, the lowest of the low. You will live in constant pain, begging for death, an example to any and all who would dare consider defying the sanctity of Killiguri." Squill pointedly blew his nose into a sheaf of papers he'd picked off the floor. "That's quite a speech, Gov, but it ain't relevant, 'cause you're gonna be eatless real soon now." Gripping his sword tightly, he started toward the stairs. A distant rumble made him stop. Everyone looked curiously, uncertainly, toward the shuttered portal that was now the focus of the wizard's attention. Suddenly a high-pitched shriek that scraped the upper limits of audibility echoed from behind the opaque barrier. Bunkin shivered in spite of himself. Nothing screamed quite like a dying rabbit.
Drow pushed out his lower lip. "Pity."
It would seem that in the course of carrying out his duties Brother Juret did not move quite quickly enough. It wasn't so much a rumbling, Bunkin thought restively, a ponderous heavy breathing that was coming nearer and nearer.
He thought of the bellows constantly at work at the Lynchbaney smithies.
No cheery, animated sparks accompanied the approach of this sound. It resonated with prodigious threat.
Nina glanced at him. "Duncan?"
The seriousness of the situation was reflected in her calling him by his real name. He kept staring at the blocked portal, mesmerized by something he could only sense.
"I don't know. Something big."
Drow held his ground, but his colleagues commenced a slow retreat, murmuring nervously among themselves.
"Something wrong, Spelzinger? Come, give us a tune. Something jaunty and brisk. Have you never crooned a berserker before? Is not music supposed to soothe?"
His arms and hands were jerking about, tracing edgy spirals in the air. As Warrigar's people pressed their offensive deeper into the confines of the monastery, the constant buzz of hand-to-hand combat in Bunkin's ears diminished but did not cease.
He knew now that was only an echo of a sideshow. The outcome of the entire undertaking would be decided any minute, here in the ruins of the monk's laboratory. Moira and Viz looked down from above, while Snoggenhut paced fretfully on the upper level.
Silm was nowhere to be seen, the Rooman having fled precipitously. Otter to the left of him, Otter to the right of him, Bunkin waited for whatever was coming.
And something was coming.
Of that there was no doubt. It did not crash through the heavy barrier, nor smash it violently aside. It simply bit through the gate as if it were fashioned of paper instead of iron-barred timbers, then contemptuously spat the crumpled wood and metal aside.
Bunkin considered the apparition.
It was not quite as big as Snoggenhut.
Its aspect, however, was enough to strike terror into the hearts of heroes yet unborn. Great muscles bunched like skin-wrapped boulders beneath the humped shoulders.
Two sets of widely spaced, sharp-pointed horns protruded from atop the skull, one facing forward, the other inclined forward and up as if standing ready to reinforce the murderous effects of the other pair. Except for its excessive muscularity, the rest of the body was unceremoniously ungulate, umber-hued short-haired coat, tufted tail, for legs terminating in cloven hooves. Only the head seemed grafted and greatly enlarged. It was that of a highly specialized canine grown to obscene proportions.
Docked to those massive shoulders, it appeared necklace.
Bulging red eyes sweating damp murder sought quarry, while the powerful jaws worked spittle from thick lips. From the hidden throat came an abyssal, squalid gurgling as if the creature were masticating a cud consisting of the tormented remnants of previously consumed souls. Of all the corrupt crossbreedings and odious recombinants the Dark Ones had brought forth, of all their vile manipulations and stirrings of nature's most personal and private depths, this was their monument most foul. Body of a mammoth steer, skull of the most relentless of fighting canines. Teeth and horn, jaw and hoof. The pit bull shook its head and spat out a sticky iron bolt. Bunkin heard it go ping as it ricocheted off the stone floor. Then it glanced up, searching, until it fastened on the long-eared figure of Drow. The intimidating skull dipped respectfully.
"Master, thy servant awaits." Drow looked quite pleased. But his finger quivered as he pointed. Tear him up. But not beyond hope of rest-itching. The skull rose and turned. A humorless smile split the timber-crunching jaws. With pleasure, master. It is what I love to do. It started toward the opposing staircase. Bunkan and the otters were already retreating, scrambling up the white stone steps. As he ascended, Bunkan was once again unlimbering the douar. Come on, guys. A song, some lyrics, let's get with it. What you think I'm doing, Buckles? Nina glared at him. Drow was laughing delightedly to himself, his acolytes having by this time retreated to a far corner. There they huddled fearfully, their eyes panicky beneath their hoods. No song will save you now, young toonsmiths. Nothing will save you now. No power on or off the earth can stop the berserker. Maybe not, but I'm about to give it one hell of a try. By the time the monster mounted the final step, Snoggenhut had mustered an impressive head of steam. He plowed into the surprised pitbull with tremendous force. The creature stumbled and slid backward several steps. Then it gathered itself, eyes raging, and lunged with incredible jaws agape. Displaying unexpected agility, Snoggenhut dodged. Unnatural horns dipped and shoved. The points did not penetrate the rhino's thick skin, but the muscles behind that stabbing blow could not be resisted. Snoggenhut's feet scrabbled for purchase at the edge of the level overlooking the pit. With a twist of its great head, the pitbull actually lifted the rhino off the floor and tossed him to his right. The distance was short, but it was enough to send the helpless Snoggenhut over the side. With a sound like two symphonies colliding at high speed, the rhino struck the floor of the pit. The concussion sent bits of armor flying in all directions. He lay there on his side, kicking convulsively. Snoggenhut, Snog. Get up, load. Quit treading air. Beating atmosphere, the tickbird tried to rouse his companion. Viz, look out. Bunkan yelled frantically. With a loud whump. Immense jaws slammed shut as the pitbull snapped downward. The monster bit only air as Viz darted neatly aside and continued to beseech his fallen friend. Come on, move it. You ain't dead. Quit acting like it. We need you. Snoggenhut was indeed still very much alive, but the fall had stunned him. He lay blinking and kicking. It would be necessary for him to recover his senses before he could recover his feet. The interfering rhino disposed of, the pitbull sought other prey. Advancing deliberately, it tried to trap Bunkan in the nearest corner, perhaps realizing he would be easier to catch than the more nimble otters. Holding the douar out in front of him like a talisman, Bunkan retreated, knowing that while he might be able to dodge the creature, he couldn't possibly outrun it. Let's go, he called to the otters, who hovered nearby. His fingers cajoled harmless melodies from the dual sets of strings. Words, I need words. We're bloomin' tryin', mate. In an attempt to distract the creature, Squill darted across its line of vision. The otter's presence barely registered on the brute's senses. It was utterly focused now. The young human first, then ample time for the others. Scampering dangerously close to sharp forehoofs, Nina was likewise ignored. She and her brother exchanged harassed whispers, while Bunkan grimly tried to decide which way he was going to have to jump. On the other side of the pit, the rest of the Dark Ones had begun to edge forward, encouraged by their leader's apparent control over the berserker. Hesitantly at first, then with increasing enthusiasm, they began to voice their support in the form of an ascending, unified chant. Squill and Nina, too, had finally begun to sing. Push 'em back, push 'em back. Way back. Back in the hole where he can't be seen. Over the line, back through the wall. Back so for that the big becomes small. Stop him right air, if you know what we mean. Gots to do a number and fix this scene. Even as he played wildly, Bunkan was shouting at his friends. What kind of spell song is that? Squill made a face as Nina agonized over a second verse. Cor, mate, she's the best we can do for now. Bits and pieces of shattered glass and twisted metal began to rise from the floor of the pit. Sprouting glowing wings, they soared upward and flung themselves recklessly against the advancing form of the pitbull. Everyone bounced harmlessly to the floor, some to flap futilely against the stone, others to be ground to dust beneath ponderous hooves. Even the crumpled operating table lurched into the air. On leathery wings of lambent green it soared as high as the ceiling, only to fold its sails and dive straight at the pitbull's skull. A smaller creature would have been killed by the blow, and even Snoggenhut stunned, but the monster simply twisted and caught the plunging chunk of enchanted furniture in its massive jaws. A single, powerful snap reduced it to kindling. Give up! Drow was yelling from the far side of the pit. The berserker is immune to your simple tunes. An all-encompassing veil of ignorance protects it. It doesn't understand sorcery, it doesn't understand spellsinging, it does not comprehend even the rudiments of thaumaturgy, and therefore cannot be affected by MEM. Its entire development has gone to muscle.
Only the sound of my voice penetrates its thick mote of bone to reach the brain beneath. The otters changed their song. Evanescent effervescent dust rose in clouds from the floor with the aim of obscuring the creature's vision, but they only made it sneeze as it lumbered on through, shaking its head irritably from side to side.
Bunken was running out of room almost as quickly as he was out of ideas.
Spellsinging seemed ineffective against this ultimate invention of the Dark Ones, and he said as much to his companions.
"'Tis got to work." Nina strove frantically to improvise still fresher lyrics.
"'Tis always worked for John Tom and Mudge, and it has to work now."
"I'm not John Tom." Bunkan slid to his right. The pit bull edged sideways to match his movement.
"Then by the Aardvark's spittle, think o' something your Sue would never think of." Squill challenged him. Easy to say, Bunkan reflected tiredly.
Hard to do.
Exhaustion was creeping up his legs. His fingers were growing numb, and he knew that the otters' throats had to be raw from rapping at the tops of their lungs.
Nothing they tried had any effect on the relentless specter.
One snap of those preposterous jaws, one diffident bite, and he and his friends would be reduced to soggy pulp. That was assuming they managed to dodge the twin sets of horns and... He brightened as the lyrics flashed on him. It had worked once before. Though using the same or similar lyrics in a second spellsong was dangerous, they were about out of options. What did they have to lose?
He made the suggestion.
Nina squinted hard, trying to watch him and the advancing mountain with teeth at the same time.
"Pardon me presumption, Bukus, but ain't this an inappropriate time for baby babble? We need strength, we need power, we need something different, like your brother said. The lyrics have power. We just need a different take on them." The wall was very near now.
He saw himself kicking and twitching, impaled on one of those formidable horns. "I'll start it off, and you and Squill copy. Just listen to the words and..." With a roar that shook dust from the rafters, the pit bull lowered its head and charged. Scatter! Bunken threw himself to his right as bombs slammed into the stone wall and steel trap jaws crushed the air where he'd been standing an instant earlier.
The monster was much faster than anything its size ought to have been. It skittered sideways to block any further retreat, realizing it had its quarry trapped. This time it didn't even bother to lower its horns. Off in the distance he could hear Viz yelling at Snoggenhut to pull himself together, but the rhino couldn't help now. He'd taken his best shot at the creature and barely budged it. It was all up to the others and to Bunkan. In a quavering voice he began to mouth the lyrics he remembered from childhood, the lyrics which had worked so well for him and his friends not so very long ago. Only different, Miss Time. Even to his ears it sounded like a lamentation. Squill and Nina could be as quick with their wits as they were with thin feet. Having sung the song once before, it was easy for them to rework the simple refrain. Indifferent to the music, the pit bull glanced from otters to human, trying to decide which to annihilate first. As he listened to the otters, Bunken had to admit they had managed to inject a truly anguished quality into their singing. This time around, the same lyrics were full of sorrow and pathos, of sadness and poignancy. His playing was slower, their vocalizing was slower, and together they generated an aura of ineffable sadness that pervaded the entire chamber. No luminous clouds coalesced within the room, but the duar pulsed a rich, dark blue, utterly reflective of the music Bunken skillfully coaxed from the dual sets of intersecting strings. "How much is that doggy in the window, yo? The one with the waggly tail, you know? How much is that doggy in the window, bro? It looks so sad, gotta be mad. Wrong head on its body, it's gotta be bad. Poor old thing, us all alone. Not been else like it anywhere. Like to throw it a bone. But I hate to stare. Someone oughta care, it needs to rest. Be best, be safe, don't wanna berate. But that anger you need to stick in a crate. And relax, take a pill, chill. Like sometime your own dreams to fulfill." The spellsong was full of anger, it was rap, after all, but also loneliness and yearning, a yearning after stability that particularly escaped one inhabitant of that chaotic chamber. It expressed desire and want for the unobtainable, for half-forgotten dreams. Back on his feet at the bottom of the pit, Snoggenhut too was caught up in the harmonic web of melancholy Bunkan and the otters wove. No one within listening range remained unaffected. Even some of the Dark Ones unwillingly found themselves drawn to bygone memories. Sweating profusely, Bunkan played on, watching the pit bull as it glared down at him. It took a defiant step forward, and paused, bastard ears pricked forward. Spears it could disregard, arrows it could shrug off, swords it could shun, but it could not ignore the music.
As Bunkin stared, the fiery eyes seemed to dim and glaze over. The dark red tongue, a slimy hunk of drooling meat, slipped out the side of the powerful jaws and hung dangling from the misshapen morn. As the mountain with teeth sat back on its hindquarters and began to pant contentedly, an unmistakable if slightly obtuse canine smile spread slowly across its hideous face. As the otters continued to improvise, this was shortly replaced with an expression of great sadness framed by tears as profound emotions penetrated the benumbed berserker brain. The great jaws no longer snapped hungrily. Eyes half shut, swaying slowly in time to the music, it continued to listen and absorb and be affected. Amazing the results thoughtful modifications to a simple tune could have, Bunkin mused. By the time they embarked on then 14th improvised stanza, the great creature was lying on its belly, eyes closed, that nightmare skull resting peacefully on crossed forehooves. For the first time in its tormented existence, it was at peace. Every dot now and then it emitted a distinct, soft whimper and wagged its composite tail. Exhausted but quietly exultant, the otters terminated their most recent and final refrain. Duncan's fingers plucked conclusively at the dewar. Except for the futile howls of the sorcerer drow and the echo of distant fighting, it was silent in the chamber. The soft snores of the soundly sleeping pit bull drifted contentedly ceilingward. Enraged and frustrated beyond reason, Drow wrenched a saber from one of his startled acolytes and rushed around the rim of the pit to confront Buncan. His dewar secured, Buncan stood his ground, awaiting the charge with his own sword drawn. The sorcerer made a pretense of swinging his weapon, then leaped into the air and struck out with both enormous feet. Bunkin proved more agile than his opponent expected, but then, he'd spent years tussling with otters. At the last instant, he ducked. Drow sailed over him. To land with both feet, hard, on the head of the softly dozing pit bull. Awaking with a snort, it instantly espied the cause of the interruption of the first sound sleep it had ever enjoyed, and growled warningly. Fumbling with his robes, Drow stumbled to his feet and thrust a shaky finger at Buncan. Kill them. Kill all of them. Start with that one. Don't worry about preserving body parts for recombination. Shred him slowly. Pick him apart. The pit bull rose to all 4 feet. Bunkin began backing away slowly. But it did not come for him. It did not move at all. Drow whirled and waved both arms emphatically. What's the matter, why do you? Obey. Comply. By the gnarly DNA, I command you. By the genetic bonds and Mendelian progression, by diploid dupes and haploid hopes, I order you to do my will. Snarling deep in its throat, the ungulate ogre was slowly advancing on the irate sorcerer, pressing him relentlessly toward the edge of the pit. Stay back. There was confusion in Drow's voice and, for the first time, a hint of fear. I will have you re-spliced. 2 of Warrigar's people, an axe-wielding bandicoot and a sword-armed ringtail, stood entranced in the far doorway. The other Dark Ones likewise looked on in fascination and horror, unable or unwilling to interfere. Moira and Viz rested on Snogginhut's back, while the otters had moved to stand next to Buncan. Drow glanced over his shoulder. He could probably survive a leap to the pit floor below, but an angry rhino awaited him near. Snogginhut was nearsighted but not blind. His attention was fixed eagerly on the retreating sorcerer. One heavy foot pawed expectantly at the stone. The long-eared wizard turned back to his grandest experiment, his greatest achievement. Stop, I say. You will come no farther. With a threatening snarl, the pit bull took another step forward. Despairing at the uncooperativeness of an indifferent universe, the sorcerer whirled and leaped for the pit, preferring to take his chances with the aggressive but awkward rhinoceros below. He never got the chance. Lightning-fast jaws lunged and snapped. With a crisp, piercing crunch, Drow vanished into the mouth of the being he had caused to come into existence. A couple of cursory chews, a prodigious swallow, and just like that the sorcerer was gone. A few bones, a little blood, some shredded robes clung to the pit bull's lips, meager legacy for so much evil. Duncan glanced at his friends. I think it's time for us to leave. The massive misplaced canine skull swung round to peer in their direction. Then it leaped. Not toward them, but across the wide gulf that was the pit, clearing it easily. It was an astonishing demonstration of physical prowess. As it landed heavily on the far side, the remaining Dark Ones scattered for their lives. The offspring of their inimical interference pursued energetically. Snogginhut mounted the steps that led out of the pit, whereupon they all conferenced with the 2 fighters who had arrived moments earlier. Resistance within the monastery had begun to break down. As soon as word reached the remaining defenders that Drow had been killed and the pit bull was on the loose and looking to revenge itself against its former masters, it would doubtless collapse. The bandicoot and ringtail rushed out to inform their companions of what had transpired within. As soon as the information reached Warrigar, he ordered a general pullback. The victorious but spent fanners and craftsfolk retreated through the shattered gate to the fringe of the forest, leaving the terminal cleansing of the monastery to the rampaging pit bull. Overcoming their initial distaste, they eventually welcomed the grotesque but pitiable Silm into their company, as they did all those refugees from the abode of the Dark Ones who made it out alive, repenters and innocents alike. Within the high walls, terrible screams and piercing shrieks attested to the remorseless activity of the pit bull as it revenged itself against its creators. Fires were beginning to break out among the stark structures as lamps and torches were toppled in the ongoing frenzy.
What'll happen to the canine thing?
In the flickering light, Snoggenhut's bulk looked as if it had been hewn from granite. Grageloth stood nearby, talking trade with a casual cuscus.
I don't know. Bunkan leaned against the rhino's flank for support as he stared at the engulfed monastery.
But I don't think it'll come after us. Maybe it'll live within the rains.
Maybe it'll remember the song we sung it and be comforted a little. Eventually I hope it'll make peace with the people who live around here. After all, it was one of them once. Several of them.
What if it doesn't, mate?
Turning, Bunkan saw Waragar approaching. Badara and Kibo accompanied him. What if it comes out looking for a fight? Bunkan stood away from Snoggenhut's side.
Where are those happy flyers, your spellsingers?
And their accompanists? Too happy by half.
Waragar gestured at Badara, who disappeared into the woods. The Thylasin returned moments later with the 3 kookaburras and their attendant musicians. Looking anything but jovial, the heavy-beaked birds landed on a convenient branch nearby. They had witnessed sufficient slaughter to mute even their normally irrepressible sense of humor. Settling himself cross-legged on the ground, Bunkan cradled his duar against his waist.
I want you all to pay attention.
The tune is not difficult, nor are the words.
Squill, Nina?
Looking bored, the otters lay down next to him.
Not again, mate? Squill picked at the grass. This shouldn't take long. Bunkan turned back to his attentive audience. If the monster emerges, and is hostile, this is the spell song you use against it. He began to play. With notable lack of enthusiasm, the otters supplied what words they could remember. Deep within the blazing monastery, a visceral, pitiable howl rose above the dry crackle of burning wood and the crash of collapsing timbers. Chapter 24.
All night the forest resounded to the ebullient cries of abducted children and unlucky travelers being reunited with their families and friends. At Waragar's insistence, food and fresh clothing were shared with those unfortunate individuals who were the offspring of the Dark One's experiments. Such joyous reunions helped everyone to put aside their memories of the carnage which had taken place behind the scorched walls of the monastery. Gradually empathy supplanted revulsion as Silm's fellow mutants were welcomed into the fellowship of the country folk. Despite their often horrific appearance, all had been normal at one time. While their former lives could not be restored to them, they could be made comfortable within the limits imposed by their condition. Amid scenes of great heartache, all were promised a place to live in quiet and safety for the balance of their unnatural lives. Once safely down the mountain, a great weight seemed to lift from the little army's collective shoulders. That night saw a celebration the likes of which Bunkan and the otters had only imagined from Mudge's often exaggerated tales. Bunkan made friends with a human girl his own age, while Squill and Nina exuberantly partnered up elsewhere. Nina opted for the companionship of a handsome young tiger cat from a far valley, while Squill found himself in the company of a black-furred, bare-tailed, robustly built young female of a tribe he didn't recognize. "I'm a Marsupalian devil, mate," she informed him in response to his query. He lowered his eyelids along with his voice. "I'll bet you are, love," he replied suavely. Songs of thanksgiving and reconciliation filled the forest. The following morning the travelers gathered around a hastily erected stone fire pit whose blackened contents still smoldered from the revelry of the night before. Seated on a half-burned log on the other side, Waragar and Badara listened respectfully to their newfound friend's exotic tale of travel and tribulation. Around them the woods bustled with farmers and tradesfolk readying themselves for the long march back to their homes. "We can't tell you how grateful we all are." Waragar indicated the old Gala, who perched comfortably on the big Roo's right shoulder. "Mowaras told us about what happened inside. Seems clear that without your help we wouldn't have stood much of a chance against the mucky sods." "You're bloomin' right there." Squill allowed himself a broad smile until Bunkan jabbed him in the side. "Ere now, mate," the otter protested. "'Tis true. Haven't you two ever learned anything about tact?" Squill whistled sharply. "Learned about tact? Rom Mudgel." Bunkan pursed his lips. "I see your point." He turned back to their hosts. "We were glad we could be of help. As the offspring of great adventurers, we had no other choice." "I seem to remember," Squill began, but Grageloth cut him off.
Perhaps in your gratefulness you might do us a good turn? Anything within our power to grant is yours, Beauregard replied magnanimously. We owe you more than our lives. Gragelouth ran 2 fingers through the thick grey fur of his forehead. As you know, we seek an undefined, uncertain something which may or may not actually exist. It is known as the Grand Veritable. Yes, I remember you mentioning it before, said Beauregard. Go on. I think we are closing on it, but we still have a ways to go to the northwest. The sloth looked up at the shadows which loomed in that direction. We must go higher still into these mountains. While supplies would be welcomed, a guide would be more useful still. Beauregard and Badara exchanged a glance before the Roo returned his gaze to the travelers. We've left behind families who need to know that we've triumphed and survived. All of us have obligations at home, businesses to attend to, crops to plant or bring in, children to raise. Turning with a slight hop, he gestured into the distance. No one I know travels into the high mountains. There's nothing there except cold and rock. To the east, yes, to the south, yes, to the north, occasionally in winter. But never to the west or northwest. That may change now that the Dark Ones are defeated. Or it may not. The high mountains ate home to many shadows which we simple countryfolk are not inclined to pursue. There, you see. Gragelouth's tongue darted in and out reflexively as he turned to his companions. Proves nothin', gov. A disinterested squill lay on his back, picking his teeth with a sharpened twig. Badara yawned, displaying his incredible gape. There are stories of some who choose to explore that country. They go in search of jewels or precious metals. They never return. Badara's right. Beauregard turned back to Mem. Nothing good has ever come out of those mountains. I'd prefer not to think of you, our good new friends, going up that way. Nevertheless, that is our goal. Gragelouth was apologetic. The Roo nodded slowly. We will give you all we can in the way of supplies, but you won't find anyone who'll go with you. We're not adventurers or great sorcerers like you. I myself have a farm to tend to. Sorry, mates. It was silent around the corpse of the fire. We shall simply have to proceed on our own, then, as best we can, Gragelouth said finally. Now how did I know you were going to say that? Murmured Squill sarcastically. They accompanied the ragtag but victorious army until a tumbling stream pointed the way up toward a likely-looking pass. There ensued many emotional farewells, replete with hugs and kisses in which Buncan and the otters participated enthusiastically while Gragelouth stood shyly aside. Beauregard and his companions reiterated their promise of shelter and succor anywhere in the fertile valleys and hills beyond should the travelers return this way, though that unhappy thought was not voiced. I wonder what finally happened to the Pitbull. Buncan mused as they began their ascent. Died in the fires. Snoggenhut climbed slowly, carefully. Pitiful critter, but a hell of a fighter. Maybe it got away, Nina suggested. Found itself a cave or something. Maybe. Buncan's attention was on the rugged peaks that lay before them. If it did, we could run into it again. Let's hope not, Beakies. She was scampering along the edge of the stream, an eye out for edible crustaceans. I ain't sure I could sing any more verses o' that bloody cub song o' yours, no matter how strong its magic. As they climbed higher, the last of the paperbark trees gave way wholly to evergreens. These in turn grew stunted, becoming no more man bushes, until at last there was only hardy low scrub and grasses eking out a living amongst the wind-scoured boulders and scree. Streams like molten quartz cascaded in musical falls down steps of schist and gneiss, while strange insects buzzed busily about the vegetation that invariably gathered at the base of each water drop. The blue of the sky was deeper here, the gray of the rocks more brilliant, and always they walked in the shadows of recent encounters. Curiosity and Gragelouth drove them on. As the days passed, Duncan began to wonder if they would cross the top of the world and start down the other side. Rumor was a powerful bait, but it was not irresistible. Old doubts never put entirely to rest began to trouble him as they crossed ridge upon ridge, climbing ever higher. Whenever he felt assured, Squill was always there to put fresh doubts in his mind. Snoggenhut swerved to go around a large dark brown bush when the growth, with unexpected alacrity, rose up on 2 legs, extended an absurdly small head on the end of a long, curved neck, and stepped out of their way. The travelers regarded it with astonishment. What are you? Buncan asked as they halted. Bright blue eyes blinked. An enormous feathered body balanced deftly on the pillar-like legs. Clawed, splayed feet looked strong enough to rip the guts out of any presumptuous attacker. For such a formidable body to terminate in so tiny a head was unavoidably comical. The creature was all out of balance, Buncan thought. It looked like a runaway adjective. What the hell are you? Nina asked with typical otterish subtlety. I'm a moa, the giant flightless bird explained politely. Who are you? Not many visitors up this way. Your kind is new to us. Greycloth eyed the bird with the same sort of look he would have bestowed on a gold coin that had suddenly gone transparent.
Not in all my travels have I ever seen anything quite like you, though you are clearly kin to the tribe of ostrich.
There aren't a lot of us, the bird explained. No moa, huh? Nina ignored the glare Bunkin threw her. Sorry, Bunkless. Couldn't resist. You should learn to. I'm used to jokes. The moa had a melancholy voice. All of us who survive up here are. The world has left us behind.
A huge wide tip indicated the surrounding, snow-clad peaks.
This is the country of the recently forgotten.
As opposed to the land of the often overlooked.
Greycloth ventured a thin smile.
I have traveled that region, but not this one. Here dwell creatures who have surrendered the future to others.
Myself included. It let out a heartrending whistle.
Bunkan was instantly sympathetic, and even the hardened otters were moved.
How could one not feel sorry for something nature had designed to look like a bad joke?
I didn't mean to make fun of you, Nina said when that whistle of lamentation had finally perished among the side canyons.
Well, actually I did, but right now I rather wish I hadn't. That's all right. I expect to be extinct any day now anyway. In the meantime, it's nice to meet others, any others.
I haven't seen another moa for nearly a year.
No, not many of us left. For all I know, I might be the last of my kind.
There are a lot of lasts up here, living out their tribal heritage.
Before long, only our memories will be left.
Well, ain't this the cheery interlude, Squill grumbled.
Greycloth studied the absurd bird. I don't suppose that you have in your considerable wanderings heard anything of a grand veritable? Long eyelashes fluttered. Oh, that old thing. Yes, I know of it. I even know where it is. Bunkin felt a surge of relief and elation.
Maybe they weren't going to have to hike to the top of the world after all.
Their quest had a destination.
If the flightless bird could be believed, the grand veritable was more than mere rumor.
Well, what is it? What is it like?
The excited merchant fought to control himself.
Which, in Greycloth's case, did not require much effort. What does it do? Nina prompted the moa eagerly.
The tiny head dipped to one side.
I wouldn't know about that. When you're facing imminent extinction, you don't really have much interest in peripherals. You'd have to ask the Guardian.
A catch, Bunkin thought suddenly.
As Mudge was so fond of saying, there was always a catch. Though he had to admit he wasn't really surprised.
If anything as fabulous as the grand veritable actually existed, it was only natural to expect it to have some kind of guardian.
Well, they'd overcome whirlwinds and bandits and inside-out rivers and a pitbull bull. What's this guardian like? Not too big? Greycloth essayed a hopeful smile.
Willing, perhaps, to let us have a look?
I wouldn't think so. The moa was unencouraging. He's very testy. Is he also one of the recently forgotten? Bunkan inquired. The moa nodded. Personally, I'd like to see him become one of the completely forgotten. Him and all his tribe. Feathers riffled as the bird gave a visible shudder. He's bad company. You don't want to provoke him.
If we were foolish enough to want to, said Greycloth slowly, how might we go about it?
The moa let out a regretful whistle, like the lowest note of a pipe organ.
Turning, it gestured with both beak and wing.
Continue on your present course.
Before long you will come to a branching of this stream.
Follow the branch.
Though it appears to run straight into a sheer mountainside, track it upward. The veritable is housed in a cave that is also home to the guardian. You can confront him if you wish, but I wouldn't try it.
He'd probably eat me. Eat you. Greycloth gaped at the moa. The guardian is one of the cold-blooded? No, he's as intelligent as you or I.
But we of the recently forgotten retain ancient instincts and habits that have been largely abandoned by the rest of the world.
Oh, he'll think about it before he eats you. Maybe even have a moment of regret.
But he's not called the guardian for nothing.
He's up there to keep the veritable away from inquiring minds.
Been doing so for as long as the veritably's been there, I imagine.
How did this wonder get air? Nina wanted to know. In a shower o' stars, or via some sorceral sublimation? The moa shrugged. Feathers went everywhere. I have no idea. I'm not into necromancy.
Some say it arrived on a pillar of blue flame, others that it was delivered in the beak of the maker herself. The story I personally give the most credence to says that it just fell out of a stormy sky one day and bounced a couple of times before coming to rest in a puddle of muddy water. When some wise ones who shall go unnamed found out what it could do, they stuck it in the cave and assigned a guardian to it. Successive guardians have kept watch over it ever since. A huge wing rose and fell. Like I said, it doesn't much interest me. When you're on the verge of extinction, little things like guardians don't bother you. Obviously you feel otherwise. I wish you luck. Bunkin smiled sympathetically. We wish you luck as well. And I, Snuggenhut rumbled. I know what it is to be alone and abandoned. Not by nature, you don't. The moa turned and strode downstream, singing softly to itself. They watched until it had disappeared. Shame, Nina murmured. A handsome creature, if a bit oddly proportioned. Did you note the blue o its eyes, and how the sun reddened its plumage? Maybe he'll find another moa, Bunken suggested, and they'll have lots of little moas. How many moa does it take? Squill began. In a somber mood, Bunken cut him off sharply. They followed the cheerful little tributary up into a dense thicket of low scrub, Snuggenhut plowing easily through the tightly interwoven branches and trunks. Much of the vegetation they were now encountering was of a type unfamiliar even to the widely traveled Gragelove. Truly this was a place of the forgotten, Bunken reflected. He pondered what the guardian would be like even as he wondered if he ought to be afraid, then decided he was too tired. Whatever it was they would deal with it, as they had dealt with every other obstacle which had crossed their path. The duar bounced lightly against his back. Topping yet another in a seemingly endless series of natural granite steps, they found themselves standing on a small flat plateau. Cliffs rose steeply to left and right. Ahead additional steps led onward and upward, but the stream did not tumble down them. Instead it curved leftward against a raised shoulder of rock and terminated at the base of a narrow waterfall. A small clear pool shimmered at the rocky intersection of stream and cascade. To the right lay a dark, yawning void in the cliff face, a black blot on the otherwise unmarred granite. Dismounting from Snuggenhut to give him maximum room to maneuver, they approached the cave with caution. A thick, musky smell emanated from within. Let him come. The rhino pawed at the gravel. Tin ready for anything. Sure you are. Viz bobbed atop his iron perch. Like the rest of Snuggenhut's armor, it was slightly the worse for wear from the fall the rhino had taken inside the monastery of the Dark Ones. Just don't get carried away. We may be up against something more powerful here than the minions of the Baron, or even the crazed horrors of the monastery. You watch your butt and I'll watch mine, the rhino rumbled. Bunkin peered hard but saw nothing. The depths of the cave were veiled in blackness. He took courage from the fact that the opening wasn't very large, and that it was unlikely any inhabitant would be larger than its egress. After a querulous glance at Gragelove, who could only shrug helplessly, he turned back to the black and called tentatively. Hello in there? We're travelers from a far land. We've come a long way to see if there really is such a thing as the Grand Veritable, and we were told you had charge of it. Silence most profound greeted this declamation. After a pause, Bunkin tried again. Listen, all we want at this point is a look, to see if the damn thing's real. This time, an echo of silence. Emboldened, Squill sauntered right up to the entrance. Me, I always said there never were any such contrivance. 'Tis all piffle, and so's any bleeding guardian. I am not piffle, declared a voice from within. A very deep voice. A voice most carnivorous, of a timbre and resonance that inspired in the otter an urge to precipitous retreat. Nice goin', muttered his sister as they huddled together against Snuggenhut's bulk. Bunkin too had retreated, but not as far. He started to draw his sword, instead swung the duar around in front of him. We must have a look. We've come too far and endured too much to just walk away now. At least grant us proof of the Veritable's existence. And maybe an explanation of what it is, he added silently. Go away. The guardian's speech was half snarl, half cough, all menace. I'm in a truly foul mood today. Provoke me, and I'll come out. 'Tis bluff. Bunkin looked sharply back at Nina. I've heard about these horrible guardian things all me life. Monsters that are supposed to watch over secrets and treasures and the like, what? If they ain't just gossip, they're always overstated. Why'd you think this one ain't showed hisself? Because there ain't much to 'im, that's bloomin' why. They all rely on their reputations, they do. I dunno. Bunkin turned back to the cave. Just a look, that's all we want. Blood of my liver, you want to steal it? Came the sonorous reply. Frankly, that'd be all right with me. I'm sick of this job. But my job it is, and I'm bound like all who preceded me to perform it to the best of my ability. So don't make my day any more difficult, okay? Just leave. For one entrusted to watch over the source of all knowledge and the fount of limitless power, this guardian sounded quite reasonable, Bunkan thought. While he had not acceded to their request, he had already deigned to converse with them.
I'm sorry, but for the reasons I've already mentioned we can't do that. Can you describe the veritable ideas without coming out? Gragelauth inquired. Yeah, give us a hint, barked Squill. Us it animal, vegetable, or mineral? He winked at his sister.
A thunderous roar amplified by the natural bellows of the cave rattled the ground like a seismic tremor.
Small rocks tumbled from the cliffside. So be it upon you. Don't say you weren't warned.
As Bunkan stumbled frantically backward, blazing green eyes centered on something huge and tawny exploded toward him.
Chapter 25.
It wasn't as bad as the pitbull, he thought as he threw himself to his left, nor as horrifying as some grammary wraith, but it looked quite capable of butchering each and every one of them without pausing to take a breath, including the massive Snoggenhut. Its headlong charge carried it well past the diving Bunkan. Gravel and dust flew from beneath its clawed feet as it landed and spun, gathering itself for a second, better timed attack. Because of its color and general shape, Bunkan at first thought it a lion. But there was no mane, the skull was longer and decidedly flattened, the ears were positioned differently, and the forelegs were more muscular at the shoulder. More startling still, it walked on 4 legs instead of 2 and wore no clothing or decoration of any kind, both hallmarks of the civilized. Certainly a throwback, yet one capable of speech and rational thought. It was hard to contemplate what all this might mean, because he found himself mesmerized by the pair of incredible, backward curved canines which protruded downward from the roof of the guardian's mouth. Each was fully half the length of the otter's short swords and looked just as sharp. When the guardian yawned, its gaping upper and lower jaws formed a nearly straight line. Among all the other creatures Bunkan knew of or had ever encountered, only the Thylus and Badara could duplicate the feat, and his admittedly impressive teeth were no match for the ivory scimitars of this brute.
It glared at them. On your own heads be this. Who'll be the first to die?
Actually none of us are in any particular hurry, squeaked Gragelauth from his position behind Snoggenhut's protective rump. The rhino shook himself, rattling his armor, and lowered his head. If this creature could place a bite between the iron plates, Bunkan knew those great incisors could sever the rhino's spinal cord. Or his jugular. As for himself or Gragelauth or the otters, those powerful jaws could snip their heads clean off. Only Viz was comparatively safe. His fingers were tense on the duar, and he could see that Nina and Squill were ready to rap. But could they sing fast enough to save themselves? The creature's initial charge had taken only seconds, and it was clearly infinitely more agile than the pit bull. He'd been lucky to dodge it once. He doubted he could do it again. What do you call yourself? He struggled to maintain a brave front, and incidentally give the otters more time to improvise some lyrics. Of what tribe are you? We've already spoke with one who calls this the country of the recently forgotten.
That's right, remind me.
The guardian pawed at the gravel, his head weaving from side to side.
I haven't made it in nearly a year, and that doesn't make me any less irritable. I know how you feel, mumbled Snoggenhut even as he angled his home. This guardian is of the tribe of the Sabertooths, since you're unable to puzzle out that simple fact, and I warned you. It raised one paw, at least it was capable of that much learned behavior, Bunkan reflected, and pointed toward the cave. In there lie the bones of those who came before you and lingered to disturb my rest. They are well gnawed. It will be good to have a fresh supply to crack. Surely you cannot seriously be thinking of eating us, Gragelauth protested. That would be uncivilized in the extreme. I lay no claim to civilization, the lunatic canines gleamed in the mountain light. Do I look like a vegetarian to you? I eat whatever comes my way, whether it's capable of intelligible conversation or not. I don't discriminate between idiots and geniuses. They all taste the same going down. Suddenly the guardian winced, eyes squinting tight. Throwing back its head, it let out a deep wail. Squatting on its haunches, it ignored them as it proceeded to howl mournfully at the sky. Some sort of pre-attack ritual chant, Bunkan thought as he and the otters took the opportunity to retreat all the way to Snoggenhut's side. At least now the Sabertooth couldn't single them out. At which point the utterly unexpected occurred. Gragelauth started forward, hands extended. A disbelieving Nina yelled to him. Have you gone mad, merchant? Get back air before your fish meal. Cor, let the silly twit sacrifice himself if he wants. Squill sniffed disdainfully. Maybe you'll give the toothy blighter a bellyache. The sloth glanced over his shoulder. I am not about to sacrifice myself, and I am quite frightened out of my wits. It is only that when you travel as widely as I do and see as much as I have, you acquire all manner of odd information. While observing our assailant just now, I imagined I saw something specific. Right, agreed Nina. Weight and death. Something besides that.
As he continued to advance, the saber-tooth ceased its dirge and lowered its gaze. A volunteer for the first course.
That doesn't happen very often. Gragelauth halted just out of immediate claw reach. Your pardon, Father of all Fangs, but prior to your consuming me, might I have a closer look at something? A final favor, if you will.
The saber-tooth's expression narrowed, which, given his already low-sloping forehead, have him the look of a peaked executioner.
A look at what? I've already told you that you can't see the grand veritable. I'm guarding it.
Not that, something more personal. Just now, when you had your head back singing, I thought I noticed something. The great carnivore eyed the sloth warily. With a single swipe of one great paw he could easily tear out the merchant's throat. Therefore, there was no need to hurry.
Just what is it you want to see? Gragelauth raised both hands over his head. I am unarmed.
The guardian scrutinized the proffered limbs thoughtfully.
You will be shortly. I mean that I have no weapons. The soft-voiced merchant would not back down.
These others are here at my instigation. I thank you in advance for supplying so large and diverse a meal. In no great hurry now, the saber-tooth lifted a paw and examined its claws. Having come this far in search of a dream, I cannot turn and run, I cannot back down without an answer.
Do you understand? I understand that you will tickle sliding down my gullet. Could you not have shaved first?
Glowing green eyes glistened in deep-set sockets. All I wish, said the sloth as he warily lowered his hands, is to have a look inside your mouth.
The guardian's eye ridges rose. You'll see that soon enough. You do not understand. It is one small portion that intrigues me.
He had moved closer, and Bunkan saw that no matter how effective a spellsong he and the otters might mount, it would not be in time to save the merchant.
A peculiar last request. Peculiar enough to be granted. The saber-tooth stretched its incredible jaws wide. Indulge yourself. I'll let you know before I bite. Thank you.
Gragelauth stuck his head forward and down, twisting to one side to stare at the guardian's upper palate.
Bunkan and the others held their breath. Ah, there. Just there. His expression nodded sympathetically. That must hurt something terrible. It is no wonder your disposition is so befouled. He withdrew. Instead of lunging forward, jaws agape, for the fatal bite, the saber-tooth eyed the squat sloth uncertainly. What can you know about it? I can see it. Upper left canine. It goes right down into the socket. How long has that tootie been bothering you? What makes you think it bothers me? The guardian let out an anticipatory snarl. Gragelauth spoke a little faster. As I said, one acquires many odd bits of knowledge in one's travels. It is bothering you, is it not? Did it not just cause you shooting, tie-robbing pain? Don't speak of it. The guardian suddenly winced. Yes, it hurts. The pain is like a running fire in my brain. For how long?
Soon after I ate a pair of exotic dancers who lost themselves in these mountains.
A human and a cat, they were.
He looked downcast. They tasted harmless at the time.
Ah. Gragelauth nodded knowingly. One must take care not to consume too many sugary tarts.
The pain comes and goes, but each time it returns it's worse.
I thought as much.
Unable to overhear the conversation clearly, Squall raised his own voice.
Oi, Grey Bottom. What's the bleedin' story?
He has a cavity, Gragelauti explained.
A hole in one front tootie. No wonder he's in such a bad mood, Nina declared. Even a chopper like that, you can only imagine the toothache it would give. I'd rate us or not, said Squill. And I can't, Viz added. Bunkin moved to join Gragelauti, ignoring the otter's warnings. I'm sorry to hear about your problem. What if we could fix it for you? The guardian growled at him. You can't fix it for me. No one can fix it for me.
As Gragelauti took a well-considered step backward, a huge paw reached out to land on his left foot, preventing him from retreating any farther. The murderous skull drew close and green eyes blazed into the merchant's own.
AFO1.
Not wishing at this point in time to incite you any further, I must still point out my friends may be able to do some tying for you.
Though young, they are purveyors of exquisite necromancy. Spellsingers. For just an instant, the saber-tooth hesitated. Spellsingers?
The restraining paw did not move, but the eyes rose to peer past the trapped sloth. They settled on Bunkan.
Is what Miss Furry Snack says true? It's true. How do you think we got this far if not with the help of powerful sorcery? I don't know. Blind stupidity? He lifted his paw, releasing Gradualaudi's tingling foot. Knowing better Dia to try to run, the merchant implored the glowing guardian. At least let them try. If they fail, you can still run us down one by one. Spellzinging. I don't know, Ni Sabertuti brooded. What if they make it worse? Bunkan took another couple of steps forward. Is that possible? Gradualaudi was once more bending to peer into the guardian's gaping moody. It appears to be eating into the root. If you do not have it taken care of very soon, you will lose the entire saber. I suspect you will not grow another. You'll look bleedin' humorous witty. I only want those stickers hangin' out o' your trap, Squill commented. The guardian threw the taunting otter a murderous glare, then winced as fresh pain shot through his upper jaw. When he finally spoke again, he was much subdued. Can you really help me? We can't make any promises. Bunkan spoke slowly, cautiously. Sometimes the magic doesn't work, and often it takes paths we didn't envision. Furthermore, most of our spellsinging has been defensive in nature. We've never attempted anything quite so constructive. We've only tried to do what was right, without hurting anyone or anything. Yeah, added Squill energetically. Moral shit like that, what? The guardian nodded his understanding. I will let you try. No tricks now, I warn you. I am nearly as quick of mind as feet, and I won't hesitate to shred the first one I suspect of something sly. But if you can mute the pain even a little, if you can help me, I would. I would be grateful. Fighting to restrain his excitement, Gragelauth inquired delicately, if we can fix the problem permanently, will you let us see the grand veritable? The saber-tooth's green gaze shifted back to the merchant. If you can fix this so it doesn't hurt anymore, ever, I'll give you the damn thing. The merchant's face broke out into a wholly uncharacteristic wide smile. Right, muttered Bunkan. Let's do it. He huddled with the otters while the others, including the tormented saber-tooth, waited expectantly. Torn between a natural desire to rend and tear, which he was obligated to do, and a desperate need to alleviate the worsening pain in his jaw, the guardian sat silent as a house pet and waited. Before long the human confronted him again. We're ready. When the guardian didn't respond, he nodded to his companions. The rhythm was gentler than any they'd employed previously, coaxing rather than challenging, soothing instead of belligerent. No problem with that. Rap was adaptable. They'd just never had the occasion to speak softly before. Ain't no gain without no pain. But the pain, in the main. She's a tiresome refrain, the bane of existence. Do we make sense? Got to chuck it out. Shouldn't have to shout. That it's plain that the pain is on the wane and on its way out. As they played and sang, a small silvery cloud, a miniature of those which formed so often when they spellsang, drifted from the Duar's nexus to the guardian's mouth. It swirled gently about the infected tooth, taking on multiple forms and shapes, now a small pointed instrument, now one through which glistening white liquid flowed. An expression wondrous to behold slipped over the saber-tooth's face like a cleansing wrap, an expression not mere seen since it had been a cub. Though only the corners of his mouth curved upward, there was no mistaking the contortion for what it was, a smile. As the silver radiance faded, the heavy paw which had temporarily pinned Gragelauth rose to feel gingerly of the area around the left saber. The merchant dared to inspect the sensitive region yet again. The dark gap appears to be gone. It is gone. Emitting a roar of pure delight, the guardian leaped into the air, turned a complete somersault, and landed effortlessly on all fours. The light in his eyes burned as brightly as before, only the motivation had changed. Nina considered the saber-tooth thoughtfully. Mate, you really ought to learn to walk on your hind legs, proper-like. The guardian nodded. I know that's how it's done these days, but I'm one of the forgotten, or soon-to-be. Many of the old ways are still mine. I'm comfortable with them. He rubbed his jaw. More comfortable than I've been in some time. Let him be, Snoggenhut advised her. Some of us just ain't inclined to walk vertical. I keep my word. The saber-tooth pointed toward his cave. It's just inside. Don't want to trip over it in the dark. Duncan turned to gaze at the cave. After all they had been through, it seemed impossible they'd actually achieved their goal. More important, if the guardian was not lying, it seemed that there was actually a goal to achieve. The grand veritable was real. Real what remained to be seen. You've done so much for me, the saber-tooth was saying. Wait here and I'll bring it out to you. Springing from the rock on which he'd been sitting, he loped into the cave. Bunkan waited, they all waited. Even Gragelauth, who had to restrain himself from following the guardian into his lair. Can't be very big, Nina observed. Not if the cat can drag it out all by himself.
Maybe 'tis a pink diamond the size o is cad, Squill commented hopefully.
Or a wand.
Now that they were actually about to encounter the mysterious source of legends, Buncan recalled the odd mixture of disdain and apprehension with which Clothahump had treated the subject. No matter how innocent or harmless it looks, we need to be careful with it.
You worry too much, mate.
Squill twisted completely around to groom his tail.
A human attempting the same move would have to dislocate his spine.
Whatever it is, it ain't art this air kitty cat none.
I'd say he's had plenty o' time to play with it, and if it couldn't cure his bloomin' toothache, then I says there can't be much power in it.
Perhaps it is possessed of a different sort of power.
Gragelotha's gaze was fixated on the cave morn.
All speculation aside, there wasn't one among them who wasn't surprised when the saber-tooth finally re-emerged with the object held firmly but respectfully in his mouth.
Well, I'll be orificed. Nina sat down right where she'd been standing.
A puzzled Snogginhut simply smiled and shook his great head, while Viz let out a series of bemused whistles.
What's that?
A wary Buncan bent for a better look as the Guardian carefully placed the object on a smooth-surfaced boulder. The Grand Veritable, the saber-tooth replied.
It's what you wanted, isn't it? What you traveled all this way to find.
Righty-ho, said Squill, frowning at the subject under discussion, but what is it?
What do it do? Do?
The Guardian was openly bemused.
Why, it doesn't do anything. It just is. Truth, that is.
The Grand Veritable is truth, just as its name implies.
That's what the ancient ones who set my kind to watch over it said. Grageloth sat down heavily, moaning. Solipsisms.
All mis way come, all this distance traversed, great dangers and perils overcome, for that.
The rejuvenated saber-tooth growled. Don't underestimate it.
Truth is the most valuable of all commodities, and the most dangerous.
Squill gave the object a tentative kick. It did not react. Don't look so dangerous to me. The Guardian grinned. You can't hurt the truth that way. Grageloth put one hand to his forehead. What good is truth to me? I'm a merchant, a trader. You can't sell truth. Nina let out a derisive bark. Why not?
I thought the stuff were always in short supply.
The sloth looked up at her. Trans and intangible. I do not deal in intangibles. She knelt next to the object. Looks kind of broken. I assure you it's not.
Bright green eyes studied Grageloth.
I owe you much.
Had I eaten you, there's no telling how long I'd have continued to suffer.
So you are a merchant in tangible things? I know about merchants. I've had several for dinner.
There exists a base for the Grand Veritable.
Maybe you'd find it of more interest than the Veritable itself. The sloth blinked slowly. I do not understand. Come and have a look-see.
The saber-tooth started toward the cave.
So despondent was Grageloth that he followed without thinking.
Time passed while Buncan and the others studied the Grand Veritable closely. Their examination left them no less baffled than when the Guardian had first presented it to M.E.M. A voice shouted from the lip of the cave.
Hoy, Snogginhut. Come give us a hand here, would you?
The rhino shrugged and ambled over. As it developed, the assistance of Duncan and the otters was required as well. Deeply graven with cryptic inscriptions, the ancient pedestal was as tall as Nina. Poured in the shape of a pyramid with the top sliced off to form a resting place for the Veritable, it was so heavy it required their combined efforts to wrestle it into place on Snogginhut's back, where they secured it with leather straps. Still, Squill worried about it falling off on their return journey. No need to concern yourself on that matter.
Gragelotha's eyes were shining. I will ride alongside and see to its stability.
At least, Buncan mused, they wouldn't have to worry about it blowing away. The pedestal was fashioned of solid, absolutely pure gold. The purest gold, Grageloth breathlessly informed them, he had ever seen. A gold that was not of this world, but was recognizably gold nonetheless. No revelations, he commented, but for all that, a most profitable journey.
Yes, most profitable. Ere now. Squill was quick to protest. What makes you think Feedbitto furniture's all yours? The merchant looked hurt. You came seeking adventure. Surely you have had that in quantity. You also have the Veritable.
The wizard of whom you spoke should find it of considerable interest.
Each of us has gained what we came for.
Do not mink to deprive me of my dream, however base you may find my motives.
Take it easy, Buncan told him. We don't want your gold. The otters gaped at him. We don't? They chorused. Grageloth is right. We've gained more from Miss Journeyman mere gold could buy.
But, Squill sputtered, maybe just a little mere gold.
Bunken had turned away from him and back to the veritable. I still don't see how this thing embodies or represents truth. A frustrated Squill gave it an Omer kick.
It don't embody nothin' but garbage, Bunken.
Me, I'd rather have a share o' the gold. Bunken knelt next to the large, rectangular metal box and ran his fingers over the surface.
There were glass-covered numbers with little arrows pointing to them, round knobs and buttons, and a large window beneath which a paper scroll was prominent. A narrow metal pointer thrust halfway up the height of the scroll, which was in turn divided by innumerable little black squares, and a black rope that ended in a twin-pronged knob of some kind protruded from the rear of the box. The exterior was somewhat the worse for wear, but intact at the corners and seams. Of one dung Bunken was certain, the Grand Veritable was indubitably a device necromantic. Be careful, the Guardian warned none as he fiddled with the knobs and buttons.
It's enchanted. It's manure, groused Squill.
Because of his long torso and short arms, he had to bend almost double in order to thrust his hands angrily into his pockets. He leaned over Bunken's shoulder and shouted at the bruised and scratched box.
Go on, men, show us something.
Stepping around Bunken and ignoring his protests, the otter picked up the container and shook it firmly. It made quite a bit of noise, as if mere were a number of small bits rattling around loose inside.
Disgusted, he let it drop unceremoniously. Some source o' ultimate power. He griped. A smidgen overrated, wouldn't you say?
Like most wondrous rumors.
There was a hint of sadness in Nina's voice. Maybe we just don't know how to make it work? Bunken suggested. A spell song? Nina eyed the box uncertainly. Bunken looked doubtful. How to begin? We don't know what it's capable of or what it can do, if anything. So how do we design a song? Why sing to that hunk o' junk?
Squill had turned his back on the sorry-looking veritable.
Might as well sing to the trees, or the sky.
The truth is that we've come all this bloomin' way for nothin'.
If the bloody thing ever did do anything, it don't no more, but. Where's your sense of vision, of higher motives? Bunken challenged him. Squill squinted up at his friend. I'm an otter, mate. We don't have a sense o' vision or higher motives. We have a fun. Gold aids and abets that. Junk don't. Come on, Squill. Which would be more valuable to you, the truth, or a little gold?
The otter made a truly appalling face.
Let me get back to you on that, mate.
Disappointed, Bunken turned back to the object of controversy. Maybe Clothahamp and John Tom can do something with it. Bending, he carefully raised it off the rocks. It was heavy, but not unduly so.
You don't mean you're going to take up riding space with that thing? Squill was more outraged than angry. It's my space. I'll make room for it.
With those few remaining straps which hadn't been used to secure the pedestal, Bunken set about tying the Grand Veritable to Snoggenhut's back. They left the saber-tooth on his mountain, turning somersaults and yelping with joy as he snapped at trees, rocks, and whatever else struck his fancy, biting for the sheer joy of being able to once again bite without pain.
Chapter 26.
The journey home proved far easier and faster than it had been coming out, for they knew which areas to avoid and which to stick to. This time they encountered no caucusing whirlwinds or animate mesas.
They crossed the Sprylishan downstream of Camrioka and its doubtless still seething barren Crossfin.
By the time they reached the Muddletop Moors they found its brooding atmosphere almost invigorating, so near were they to home. After what seemed like an age, but if you think carefully about it was really not so very long as all that, they found themselves again in the bright and friendly confines of the Beelwoods, heading south. Timswitty provided civilized comforts for a day and a night, and then it was on to Lynchbaney, passing to the west of Oblagia town. There they parted company with Gragelouth, leaving him to see to the melting down of his beloved gold into more manageable form. Upon greeting her long-absent, wayward son, Talia alternated hugs and kisses with blows of such ferocity that it was uncertain as to whether she would love or beat him to death. Squill and Nina received similar attention from Mudge and Ouija. Bear in mind that otters can deliver attention of BOM kinds at twice the rate of the fastest human. When everyone's respective offspring had recovered from their shower of affection and concurrent beating, there was a formal gathering at Clothahump's tree. As the wizard's dimensional expansion spell had not been designed to accommodate individuals of Snoggenhut's bulk, the rhino waited outside, placidly cropping the fresh grass. The rest of them assembled in Clothahump's central workshop, viz sharing a perch and whispered conversation with the wizard's famulus, Mulwit. The Grand Veritable rested, a mute and battered enigma, on the wooden workbench. John Tom and his hard-shelled mentor regarded it thoughtfully. So this is the Grand Veritable.
The Grand Veritable. Clothahump nibbed at his lower jaw, cautiously nudged the box with a finger. When it didn't go off, he prodded it again, harder. There was no reaction. I admit it doesn't look like much, but then, the truth rarely does. Ought to be in Lynchbaney, Squirrel mumbled rebelliously, sharing out the gold with that greedy sloth. Be glad you returned with your lives. John Tom glared at the young otter, who dropped his eyes. Should have you sheared, said Ouija, till you look like a naked mole rat. That'd be fit punishment for the worry you gave us. Indifferent to this ongoing display of domestic bliss, Clothahump continued to prod and examine the mysterious device. But it was John Tom who finally spoke up. I think there's one thing I can say with some certainty. Everyone looked to him. It's definitely a mechanism from my world. I suspected as much but wished to hear you confirm it. The wizard adjusted the glasses which rode on the forepart of his beak. Do you have any idea as to its intended function? John Tom looked thoughtful. According to what the kids have told us, it's supposed to be, or to represent, truth. In my world we have a machine called a polygraph. When I was a law student I got to see several. This is an old model, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is. He hesitated. Though I suppose it could be a seismograph, or some other kind of graph. It's pretty beat up. The Guardian said it was enchanted, Bunken informed them. Enchanted or not, the apparatuses I'm familiar with are far from perfect. All too often they fail to reveal the truth. At that the box gave an unexpected twitch. John Tom glanced quickly at Clothahump. You nudged it again. The wizard took a step backward, shaking his head. Didn't. Shimmering softly, the black cord rose into the air like an awakening cobra. The pronged knob turned slowly to face first Clothahump, then John Tom. Slowly it scanned the rest of the room, weaving slightly from side to side. The guts of the machine were now pulsating a soft, luminous yellow, as though something vital had sparked to life within. I always tell the truth, a voice announced through a tiny grid inset next to the glass-protected scroll. Bunken could see that the long metal needle or pointer was quivering. With indignation? He wondered. Then you are some kind of polygraph? John Tom inquired hesitantly. The knob, which Bunken later learned was called a plug but which still looked like a snake's head to him, pivoted to face the senior Spellsinger. I am the grand veritable. I am the truth, and I never lie. John Tom scratched behind one ear. You're a damn sight more valuable than any polygraph I ever saw. How'd you come to be here? I don't know. Truth travels everywhere. I remember a great storm, being studied and inspected, being transformed, enhanced, and enchanted, and finally ending up on a high place outside a cave. There I've slept for some time, until your offspring brought me hither. What is your purpose? Clothahump, Bunken noted, was treating the device as if it were some kind of highly poisonous reptile. To relate the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Squill let out a barking laugh. Cor, this may turn out to be a bit all right after all. If only that merchant knew what he'd passed on in favor of a pile of gold. It wouldn't matter. He's quite content. The veritable's plug swung round to confront the startled otter. He wouldn't know what to do with me. He is a merchant, after all. I know what to do with you. Clothahump kept a wary eye on the pulsating device. The plug turned to him. No, you don't. That's a lie. You continue to believe that I'm mortally dangerous, and hide that truth from your friends. Everyone turned to look at Clothahump, who sputtered and harumphed uncomfortably. John Tom sought to cover his mentor's embarrassment. Why haven't you spoken before now? No one addressed me, no one questioned me. But you, and the plug darted sharply in the Spellsinger's direction, insulted me, and I felt I had to defend myself. When all one has to offer is the truth, one can't sit silently aside and let it be besmirched. Clothahump peered over the top of his glasses at his young human colleague. Are all such devices in your world this forward? John Tom shook his head. Usually they're speechless. But then, in my world I couldn't make magic with my singing, either. I acquired certain abilities when I stepped over here. Maybe the same is true for machines. It seems to be for this one, anyway. He considered the enchanted polygraph. Unless it's lying, of course. I never lie, the veritable insisted. The plug drooped. Sometimes I wish that I could. There are so many floating about unexposed. Lies, that is. Never enough time to deal with them all. If you're telling the truth, John Tom reiterated. Couldn't we try it out? Nina suggested. On each other? I do not know, Clothahump said slowly, if that is such a good idea. As I have been trying to point out all along, the truth can be a dangerous thing. And that's no lie, the veritable declared. You're very perceptive, Turtle. I am the greatest wizard in all the worlds. Clothahump spoke quietly and without a hint of boastfulness. It was significant that the veritable did not contradict him. I've got an idea. Sudden excitement suffused Squill's face. How's about we take this yap pin box into town, Dot? That is not a good idea either. Clothahump hesitated. Still, under carefully controlled conditions, the experience could be enlightening. For everyone. Buncan looked to his father. You can always spellsing any problems away, Dad. Yeah, right, John Tom mumbled. The veritable piped up without prodding. That's a lie. Talia glared at the box. I wonder if the spell under which you're enchanted could survive a few well-placed sword strokes. The plug stiffened. You can't cut down the truth. I'm not sure I like the idea of a machine that's smarter than me, John Tom opined. I am not smarter than you, the veritable declared formally. That, too, is the truth. I just call M as I see M, and I'm always right. Every time? The cord nodded. Every time. Pity we can't unplug you for a while. You can't turn the truth on and off like water, Spellsinger. He frowned at the machine. You don't need to analyze everything I say. Sorry. It's what I do. Call it a job-related compulsion. John Tom stared at the box for a long moment before turning to his mentor. You're right, Clothahump. You were right before the kids found this thing, and you're right now. It's dangerous as hell, and we've got to get rid of it. Buncan and his friends immediately protested. They found an ally in Mudge. Now, mate. Let's not be asty. It strikes me that something which can tell truth from fiction and never lie itself ought to be worth a bit o' money. A fortune, agreed Clothahump readily. Then why get rid o' it? Squill and Nina had moved to stand next to their father. Ouija looked on and tapped one foot threateningly. Because it is unbelievably dangerous. Because truth kills. He glanced up at his colleague. An appropriate spell song might be best, John Tom. Send it away. Far away. Wait a minute, now. Mudge ignored Ouija's warning glare. I've something to say in this. So does we. Squill huddled close to his father, sister, and Buncan. John Tom eyed his son. You side with them in this? Buncan nodded stiffly. Well, the Spellsinger side, it's not the first time we've disagreed. Then let it be as you wish. Everyone looked in surprise at Clothahump. I wash my hands of it. Experience is the best instructor, and evidently I am not. John Tom? The Spellsinger glanced uncertainly at Talia, then back down at his mentor. If you're going to have nothing more to do with it, then neither will I. Good. Mudge stepped forward and put his arms around the device, then hesitated. Are you going to stop us from talking it out o'air, mates? Not at all. Clothahump had turned away and was busying himself with his equipment. Do with it what you will. Just keep it well away from my tree. Oh, that will do, Soar. With Buncan's help, the otter began wrestling the mechanism toward the doorway. Squill and Nina trailed behind. Begging your pardon if we also keep all the money we're going to make with it. Talia and Ouija stood together in the doorway to watch the three otters and one young human disappear down the extended hallway. Mudge's mate glanced worriedly back over her shoulder. Great Clothahump, do you think they'll be all right? The wizard sniffed. I am too old to argue with children, but I sincerely hope so. Where the inimitable truth is involved, who can say what might happen? The two ladies, one gray of fur, other red of hair, were not comforted. The next day, the expectant confidants sauntered full of anticipation into Mudge's favorite Lynchbaney watering hole. Espying several acquaintances at a central gaming table, the otter wandered over and sat down nearby, making convenient seat of the unprotesting veritable. Buncan, Squill, and Nina hung by the bar, sipping what liquid the bartender would provide them, and watched. An elegantly clad and coiffured weasel pushed back his dealer's cap and gestured at the box. What's that, friend? Some sort of magical device? His playing companions chuckled over their cards and dice. Some sort, confessed Mudge with a smug smile. A husky badger frowned as he tugged at his black leather vest. You been dealing with that turtle again? Actually, mates, me pups and their friend brought this little toy back from a far distant land, recent-like. He nodded in the direction of the bar. Nina waved back prettily. Nice-looking girl you got there, water rat, commented the weasel approvingly. He was sucking on a stick saturated with keep awake.
Just keep your bleedin' paws and mind on the cards, Sukrep, said Mudge warningly.
I've always suspected you owe unhealthy goings-on.
Reaching down, he patted the veritable fondly.
In fact, this little box is about to answer me a question I've been wonderin' about for years. The smirking weasel attended to his dealing. Why you can't get it up anymore? Something not quite as personal. Mind if I buy in?
Sukrep readily shifted to one side. Your money is always welcome at Ms. Table, Mudge. Especially since you leave so much of it here. The game continued as before, coins changing their position in front of the various players according to the flash of dice and cards. Beneath Mudge, the veritable was silent. Mudge won some and lost some, but as was usually the case his luck attended more frequently to the latter than to the former.
A kinkajou emitted its eerie, high-pitched giggle as he collected a pot. That box may be full of McGeek, but ET hasn't need you a beater curd player.
That's true, declared the veritable suddenly. Amidst general laughter Mudge leaned over and glowered at his makeshift metal pew.
I don't recall a skin for your opinion just yet. Whose side are you on air, anyway?
You know what side, the veritable replied calmly.
Can it do anything besides talk?
Asked a heavy-set hog curiously. Mudge straightened and forced himself to smile. It tells the blinkin' truth.
Always. Every time. Interesting. A wolf clad in rough muslin peered over his cards.
So it will tell us if you are cheating.
He leaned forward. Tell me something, box. Air now. Mudge half rose in his seat. 'Tis my device. I'll be the one to ask it any bloody questions.
Sit down and shut up, river rat, said the wolf dangerously.
Box?
I am the Grand Veritable, announced the device stiffly.
Right then, Grand Veritable. Has Mudge here been cheating on us?
Not today, the veritable declared positively.
Oh well, then. The wolf relaxed and studied his cards. See there?
Mudge permitted himself a sneer of self-satisfaction.
I've never cheated on you, Rygregren.
As soon as he said it, he was sorry.
That's not true.
The veritable was inexorable.
The wolf blinked. What's that? Nothin', mate. Nothin'. See to your cards.
To the veritable the otter hissed, turn your bloody self off until I ask for you.
Sorry. The truth doesn't work that way. Once you call it up, it just sort of sticks around. I asked what was said.
Putting his cards aside, face down, the wolf rose, an imposing figure on the far side of the table, and again addressed the box.
Grand Veritable, when has the river rat cheated us before?
I can only tell the truth, the grid declared apologetically.
I cannot read the future or the past. I never cheated you, Rygregren. The damned thing's confused.
The burly wolf was staring at him hard. You just told us yourself that it couldn't lie.
I can't, added the veritable for good measure.
Then you have cheated at this table before.
The wolf pushed his chair back. I bloody well have not. Mudge was sputtering wildly. You. 'Tis you who've done the cheatin'. Don't try to worm your way out of this, river rat. I'm not the one who's been cheating here.
Not today, declared the veritable cheerfully.
The wolf froze. What's that? You've cheated before, but you're not cheating today. Actually, the one who is cheating today is that hog over there.
I beg your pardon?
Said the hog.
He shrank back in his seat as both Mudge and Rygregren turned to glare at him.
There must be some mistake. You've been winning an awful lot today, Bullmont, the wolf muttered suspiciously.
The hog drew himself up. You've no right to accuse me just because I am a better dice thrower man you, Rygregren. But you're not a better dice thrower, declared the veritable.
My dice are clean, the hog protested.
Indeed they are, agreed the machine.
Ah, you see? Bullmont looked greatly relieved.
Mudge nudged his seat with a sandaled foot.
Explain yourself, not so Grand Veritable. It's quite simple.
The weasel who calls himself Sukrep always deals appropriately to the porcine one. Therefore, the individual Bullmont need not worry about his dice, because his cards are correctly loaded even before he can throw. I suspect that at an appropriate time the two will split the hog's winnings.
Sukrep said nothing. He didn't have to.
The look on his face as the keep-awake stick fell from his lips was revelation enough.
The cursed container lies.
I do not, replied the veritable quietly. Check beneath the table where he sits. There is a hidden compartment containing the requisite additional cards. With a roar the wolf lunged. Displaying the agility for which his kind was noted, so crept Dove beneath the table. Bulma made a frantic attempt to sweep up the last pot, only to be bowled over chair and all by the infuriated Badger. The Kinkajou reached for the coins, froze as Mudge's stiletto slammed into the table between two of the fruit eater's slim fingers.
The otter grinned thinly. I think we'll divide up this pot a bit differently, what?
The Kinkajou nodded slowly, then brought his other hand up and around. It held a bottle, which shattered against Mudge's feathered cap.
Oi! Yelled Squill. Dad's in trouble. Together he, Nina, and Bunken rushed to join the fray.
With a sigh, the bartender ducked down behind his heavy wooden barrier.
You'd better stay out of this, Bunken.
Startled at hearing his name, Bunken paused and looked around for the speaker. When the admonition was repeated, he saw that its source was the now sinister metal box.
Why?
He demanded to know as he prepared to fend off any attackers. By this time the tavern existed in a state of utter pandemonium.
Because you're not half the fighter you think you are. What are you talking about? I'm as good as the otters or John Tom.
No, you're not. You're liable to get yourself killed.
And that's
the truth, I know. Confused and uncertain, he hunkered down beneath the table.
Hello, mate. He was startled to see his friends folded up nearby. You two too? Squill nodded. We thought it best to take the bloody thing's advice. It ain't been wrong so far.
Besides, me mummed ave me arse if I let Nina be erd in some bleatin' bar brawl.
Why worry about her? She's a better fighter than you, announced the veritable helpfully. Don't act the mechanical twit, groused the otter. When we're wrestling I always win. That's right, agreed Nina.
She lets you win, said the veritable.
I do not.
Nina glared at the box but wouldn't meet her brother's querulous gaze.
That is a lie, stated the veritable with quiet aplomb. I'll show you who's the better fighter.
In an instant, and for the first time in some while, the two otters were rolling across the floor, locked in each other's antagonistic embrace. Let 'em fight, Bunken muttered wearily. When they've had enough, I'll spellzing them apart. You cannot spellzing, observed the veritable.
You can only play the douar.
Well, at least I can do that better than anyone, Bunken replied irritably.
You cannot. John Tom is better. Bunken's eyes widened. I'm better.
He said so himself.
He flatters you to build your confidence. Bunken rested his chin on his knees as he turned away.
The brawl surged around him. An astonishing mixture of roars, bellows, squeaks, yelps, and howls reverberated the length and breadth of the tavern. I need the otters singing now, but if I keep working at it I'll be able to spellzing all by myself someday.
The veritable was relentless, but not insensitive. It spoke softly.
You will never be able to spellzing by yourself, young human.
Bunken turned sharply.
Why don't you just shut up for a while, okay? Truth is always in great demand, the veritable whispered, for everyone except ourselves, but... A chair slammed into the table over his head. Being fashioned of honest wood, it did not break, unlike the wineglass which shattered like thin ice on the floor nearby.
Eventually Bunken spoke again. I'm beginning to understand what Clothahump was talking about. No, you're not. You're too young to understand. You're just poking around the periphery. The meaning of truth is not so easily grasped.
You seriously overestimate your perceptual and analytical capabilities as well as your martial skills and douar playing.
I didn't ask you for criticism. Just truth. Only truth. Always truth. Hurts, doesn't it?
Another chair came sliding by. It still contained its most recent occupant, who was in no condition to escape its confines.
Bunken leaned out from beneath the table for a better look.
We need to get you out of here before one of these happy, Thatcher adults tries to make off with you.
Though at this point I'm not so sure I'd fight anyone to keep you.
He quickly saw that Squill and Nina would be no help, still intent as they were on pursuing their most recent sibling altercation. From the time they'd entered the tavern less than an hour had elapsed, and in that brief span a little truth had reduced a placid establishment and its contented patrons to bloody chaos.
The path to the front door was blocked by battling customers. That was where the police would tenter anyway.
Dragging the veritable by its cord, he worked his way around behind the bar and found himself in the company of its owner, a corpulent pangolin.
Semi-precious stones and sequins sparkled among his scales. My beautiful gaming room. He wailed. You have to help me get out of here. Bunken hugged the veritable close. No, you don't, the grid informed the tavern owner cheerily. It's not necessary. Shut up. Though he doubted it would do any good, Bunken slammed a fist down on top of the device. It made him feel better. What's that? The pangolin was eyeing the veritable with sudden interest. Nothing, Bunken growled. A toy. The pangolin looked uncertain. I can't imagine what started this. He did, declared the veritable. He and his friends. 3 otters. The proprietor's voice rose. So? You are the offspring of that tree-dwelling Spellsinger, are you not? Wonderful. I can sue for damages. The Wizards Guild shall hear of this. Watch yourself, said Bunken warningly. You can't sue a Spellsinger. Of course you can, chirped the box. This time Bunken gave it a swift, hard kick. It rolled over and came to rest right side up. The radiance within was as strong and implacable as ever. You can't get rid of the truth that easily, my young human friend. How about if I dump you in the deepest part of the river? Won't work. The truth has a tendency to cling. Truth, eh? The pangolin looked delighted. Then I can sue a Spellsinger for damages? Yes. But you wouldn't want to, dot. The narrow-faced insectivore entrepreneur blinked. Why not? Because you've been running a crooked house here all along. I, crooked? What are you saying? All these decorative mirrors. In the walls, in the ceiling. The plug stiffened, the prongs pointing upward. Some are made of one-way glass. You have agents in the crawl spaces above them, spying on the games below. They report to your own plants among the players, who adjust their games accordingly. A large portion of their illegal winnings goes to the house. To you. They skim just enough off the legitimate games so that none of your patrons become suspicious. Rend in a box. Accursed furniture of the nether regions. The enraged owner searched wildly for a weapon. Easy to curse the truth. Shouted the veritable as Bunken hefted it in his arms and rushed toward the back of the tavern in hopes of finding an exit. Hard to deal with it, dot. A large bottle of amber liquid exploded against the wall to his left as he dumped the veritable into a garbage chute and dove through behind it. It deposited both of them atop a fetid mound of quite indescribable foulness in the alley behind the establishment. Struggling to his feet, he stumbled free of the rancid hillock and gathered the veritable in his arms. Which is the safest way to go? He glanced wildly to left and right, scanning both ends of the alley. To your left. The veritable spoke without hesitation. As he staggered off in the indicated direction, Bunken rounded a corner and found himself face to face with Ragragren, the wolf who'd been at Mudge's table and who was largely responsible for initiating the melee inside. Blood trickled from a gash on his forehead and one ear dangled loose, having been bitten almost completely through. His rustic attire was in disarray, stained with liquor and blood only partially his own. One paw gripped the amputated leg of a chair, and he was breathing hard. You! He rumbled darkly. You and that unmentionable thing are the cause of this. With a cry, he charged, holding the chair leg over his furry head. Bunken ducked, and the makeshift club smashed into the wall behind him. I thought you said this was the best way to go. You lied. I never lie, said the veritable primly. My hearing is most excellent. I overheard the owner giving directions to his minions. They lie in wait at the other end of Ms. Passageway, and would most certainly have killed you had you gone that way. This one is merely likely to just beat you up. You can count on it. Ragragren raised the club over Biss' head and brought it down sharply. Unable to reach his sword, Bunken attempted to block the blow with the only shield at hand. The club struck the veritable. Bunken braced himself for the impact, but surprisingly mere was none. No shock, no recoil. The chair leg fragmented into splinters, the splinters disintegrated and became sawdust, the sawdust sifted to the ground as evanescent yellow glitter. Violence will never break the truth, the veritable declared positively. Submerge it sometimes, blanket it sometimes, but destroy it, never. Bunken pursed his lips. Neat trick. Damn your eyes. The wolf howled. Damn you and your accursed device. He whirled and ran down the alley in search of another weapon. Bunken waited until Ragragren was out of sight. The distant echo of battle still resounded inside the tavern. Is it safe to go on now? Yes. No, I mean really safe? Really safe. Insofar as I am able to judge the truth of the situation. An inquisitive crowd had gathered outside the tavern. They evaporated wordlessly when a wagon full of uniformed skunks, civet cats, and zorillas arrived. The police would quickly put an end to the conflict, Bunken knew. Among the hastily retreating spectators, one face stood out. He ran toward her, waving feebly. Mariana. It's me, over here. She didn't slow until they met behind a general store. One didn't want to be anywhere in the vicinity when the police began their work. Her expression fully conveyed her reaction to his appearance. Bunkan? What happened to you? She nodded in the direction of the tavern. What's going on in there? I don't know. A lie, said the veritable. Ignoring the observation, she peered curiously at the machine. What's that? Never mind. Have you any transportation? My writing lizard, but. Can I borrow it? Just for a short while. He glanced nervously back toward the tavern, where shrieks and screams indicated that Lynchbainey's finest had set to work among the miscreants inside. I have to get out of town fast. He held up the veritable. This is something the great Clothahump and my father need to deal with. She wrinkled her nose and took a step back from him. My lizard's not with me. I walked into town. That's a falsehood. It's close by. Her pretty face twisted as she glared at the box. Are you calling me a liar? Of course. It's my job. She spoke as she continued to back away. What is this, Bunkan? Some kind of depraved necromancy propounded by your father and that ridiculous turtle he works with? No, it's nothing like that, he implored her. It's something I found, Squill and Nina and I. Those otters. No wonder. She hesitated. Maybe you're not responsible, then. I guess I could do something. You've got to help me, Mariana. You know how deeply I feel about you. Lie, burked the box. It's not. Mariana's a good friend. Another lie. Bunkan gazed at his loquacious burden in horror. You just want to get into her pants. You've been dreaming of it for years. With great difficulty the mechanism managed to inject something like an electronic leer into its artificial voice. Mariana gaped at the veritable, then up at Bunkan. You bastard. I thought you loved me. And here I've been saving myself for you. Lies, the box chorused happily. You've already slept with more of this young human's friends than he could imagine. Bunkan swallowed hard. Mariana, can this be true? Of course it can be true, declared the veritable. I just said it was, didn't I? Damn you. Bunkan raised the machine over his head, intending to smash it to the pavement. But when he looked to Mariana for approval she was already gone, lost in the crowded streets. Slowly he brought the box back down. Then he started running, grim-faced, through the throng and toward the edge of town. As he ran, the grand veritable provided a running commentary, as it were. That one there, the large man, has a vial of poison in his pocket that he intends for his mate's lover. And that one next to him is. Be silent. Without much hope but not knowing what else to do, Bunkan slapped a hand over the grid. Sorry, the muffled voice of the veritable replied, but I'm starting to feel really good. Warmed up. There are so many suppressed truths about that need telling. I don't want to hear them. Yes, you do. Please, Bunkan mumbled as he flew along, have some pity. The veritable's voice was like the wind off a glacier. There is no pity in truth. Like most people, you fear it. And with good reason, panted Bunkan as he raced toward the forest. Chapter 27. Somehow he made it to the familiar, tranquil glade. John Tom and Clothahump weren't present, but a perplexed Mulwood let him in and made him comfortable while they waited. I tried to warn you, said Clothahump when he and John Tom finally returned, but you would not listen to me. He took a deep breath, expanding his carapace. Hardly anyone under 100 ever listens to me. Muja never listened to anyone, me included. John Tom peered anxiously into his exhausted son's sweat-streaked, grime-laden face. Behind them the grand veritable once again reposed quietly on the workshop bench, a picture of mechanical innocence. Bunkan wiped dirt from his eyes. I never realized how dangerous the truth could be. Civilization is not founded on absolute truths, Clothahump declaimed importantly, but only on those the majority of people can deal with, and those are precious few. Truth, the veritable observed. Nobody asked you, John Tom growled. Bunkan kept a watchful eye on the device, as though at any moment the twin metal prongs on the plug might metamorphose into actual, dripping fangs. What are we going to do with it? John Tom asked his mentor. Clothahump considered the temporarily quiescent device. Try to magic it away, I suppose. I will make an attempt. Should that fail, perhaps a spellsong would be in order. Yeah. Bunkan sat up quickly. I could. He went silent at the look on his father's face.
Clothahump's magic shook and twisted the tree, and drew curious storm clouds overhead. Lightning and thunder failed to impress the veritable, which sat unmoving atop the workbench. When the turtle eventually admitted defeat, John Tom drew upon his memory for his most powerful spell songs. These likewise had no effect. Finally he even let his wayward son have a go at the duar while he sang in place of the absent otters, all to no avail. You can't wish away the truth. The veritable spoke up only when it was clear they'd finally thrown in the thaumaturgical towel. Not all your spells or sorcery can make it disappear.
Nor is it so easy to dump in a river, it added pointedly. We must get rid of it somehow. The wizard looked sternly at Buncan, who was appropriately contrite. I tried to warn you about bringing it back.
Most people already have all the truth they can stand.
More, in fact.
That's so, agreed the veritable. It induces the ill-equipped, which is to say most folk, to fight among themselves. It destroys families, whole communities.
It starts wars. That's not my fault, said the device. I don't make truths. I only report on MEM.
You can't blame me if people prefer comfortable prevarications. Why, if everyone told the truth I'd be out of a job, and damn glad of it.
John Tom looked beaten, but no more so than his mentor. What do we do now? Leave it here.
Isolate it within mystery.
Keep it away from everyone else.
I have lived several hundred years and can handle the truth better than most.
We must all do our best to ignore it.
You can't isolate the truth, and you can't ignore it, declared the veritable.
Eyes glittering, Clothahump approached the mechanism.
Beneath that wizened, unexpectedly energetic gaze the plug drew back.
Maybe the truth couldn't be eliminated, but it could occasionally be cowed. We can but try.
The wizard beckoned to John Tom.
Come, my friend. We will consult the texts and see what can be done. If anything more can be done.
That night a lithe, muscular shadow approached Clothahump's tree. Numerous spells protected the wizard's home, but this particular intruder had prepared well for his nocturnal excursion. Proceeding directly to the object of his intentions, he swathed it in a large canvas bag and tossed it over his shoulder. Mulwit, who ought to have detected the thief, unaccountably slept through the entire intrusion. In a distant riverbank Mudge and Talia lay entwined in a manner no humans, no matter how flexible, could have duplicated. Having recovered from the fracas at the tavern, a spent Squill and Nina gently whistled away the night in their own beds. Side by side in a tree somewhat less ensorcelled than Clothahump's, John Tom and Talia alternately hugged covers and one another, while down the woody hallway Buncan tossed and turned uneasily in his sleep. So the thief got away clean, to rejoin his colleagues in the depths of the Bellwoods. I told you I could do it. Triumphantly, the Coati unbagged his prize. In the dim light his companions eyed it appreciatively. Truly you are the greatest among thieves, O honored Chamung, the raccoon murmured. His ring-tailed companion concurred. I knew that if we waited, and watched, and bided our time, the opportunity for revenge would come. The bandit leader's teeth glinted in the light that fell between the bell trees. Those cursed interfering youths. I would have slit their throats, but the tree was empty save for the dotty old wizard and his apprentice.
With them I have no quarrel.
He nudged the grand veritable with a foot. Now we have this, the booty they journeyed so far to acquire. I learned of it during a brawl at Noble's Tavern in Lynchbaney, and subsequently laid my plan. They cost me my band, therefore I take their prize. Life is just. His voice fell to a conspiratorial whisper.
Do you know what this magical device does?
Ah, admitted the ringtail, wondering simultaneously if he was being set up. It reveals the truth.
All truths, apparent or hidden.
With Miz I will raise a great army.
Beginning with Lynchbaney, we will lay waste to the Bellwoods.
The forest will run red with blood.
Not even a great wizard can stand against the truth.
I will bathe in his scraped-out shell, and sleep on the tan skins of those 3 cubs, and those of their relations, and their friends.
In payment for the humiliation I have suffered, then skulls will be impaled on the gables of my home.
Exhilarated and breathing hard, he struggled to unwind. Come, my loyal companions.
It is time to begin.
They moved into deeper forest, heading toward town. I will share my victory with you, as I have always shared our spoils. Speaking to that, chirped the grand veritable unexpectedly, it is a statement which contains several blatant untruths. No one queried you, Box, snarled Chamung. When he looked up, it was to find that his 2 remaining warriors were eyeing him speculatively.
Asterisk asterisk asterisk.
Not too many days later a thrashed, defeated figure limped into the distant town of Malderpot, having been chased from one town after another. His domes were in rags, one ear and several teeth were missing, and his formerly resplendent tail had been singed down to the bare skin. The hidden chime tinkled as the door to the small shop closed behind him, shutting out the steady rain. Beneath one arm he carried a scratched and battered, but still intact, metal box from which issued a steady, undying saffron glow. As the visitor warily shoved back the hood of his cape, the shop's proprietor, a slightly inebriated muskrat, emerged from behind a curtain. Though he had been drinking steadily to keep out the cold, sufficient faculties remained to none to reveal that the coati had been through a difficult time. The muskrat perked up. Here was an individual in the final stages of physical and mental dissolution. In short, the source of a possible bargain. The walls of the little shop were covered with strange objects, its shelves lined with tightly capped jars full of noisome organics. Mysterious devices and stuffed reptiles hung from the ceiling, dangling at the ends of strong wires.
Thymacane, you have to help me.
The coati's voice was shaky, and his speech was interrupted frequently by hacking coughs.
I am told that you are a wizard. I used to engage in sorcery, the muskrat admitted freely. Now I simply buy and shell. I'm short of shimiritard, you she.
But if you'd like to buy me a case of good liquor.
Later.
The coati glanced nervously over his shoulder, as though even on a rotten night like this someone might be after him.
Or something. I can't buy you anything right now, or even pay for your services. I'm utterly broke.
The muskrat raised both paws.
Then I don't know what you're doing here. I'm no charity. Please.
The coati all but collapsed on the narrow countertop.
You've got to help me.
If you don't, I will surely die or go mad.
That's the truth, announced the box beneath his ill-kempt arm.
Intrigued, the muskrat stood on his tiptoes and leaned forward.
Now what have you there, traveler? For all tale's sake, don't listen to it. Don't pay any attention to it. Pretend it's not there. The coati's expression verged on mania, the muskrat thought. You can't do that.
The light within the box throbbed.
You can't ignore the truth. The truth? The muskrat was sobering fast. What does it mean, the truth? It detects lies and gives the truth.
The coati was almost sobbing.
Always.
Whether you ask the truth of it or not. Water ran down his long snout and dripped from his black nose.
That's all it does, is tell the bedamned truth.
The muskrat nodded discerningly.
Now I understand your unfortunate condition, sure. Can you help me?
The coati whispered weakly.
Not I. This is a matter for greater skill than ever I possessed. But I know of another who might.
A wizard of great skill and experience. He dwells far to the south of here, a turtle named.
No!
Screamed the coati with sudden force.
I can't go to him, though I almost would.
You see, I stole this from him.
Again the muskrat nodded. Are you sure he didn't curse it on you?
I cannot believe from what I have heard of his reputation that the Clothahump would be so foolish ash to deal with anything so dangerous.
Well, he did. I did steal it from him.
A little, but just a little, of Chamung's old arrogance crept back into his voice.
Ah. And you owe your present situation to forces he has sent in pursuit of you?
No, mumbled the coati miserably. It's all the fault of this damnable device.
I don't have the skill to manage it. I don't know that anyone does. Maybe you should get out of my shop.
The muskrat began to edge surreptitiously toward the curtain. If the great Clothahump was so afeard of this thing that he allowed it to be stolen, then it is tar beyond my simple skills to master.
You're my last hope. Chamung was begging again. I can't go on.
I've tried abandoning it, leaving it behind, even throwing it into a deep ravine. It follows me wherever I go, sleeping, eating, everything. Once you get attached to the truth, the box declared, you can't just walk away from it. You see to what pitiful state I, the great Chamung, king of thieves, am reduced.
You're certainly in a bad way. The muskrat interrupted his retreat.
Truth, quipped the box. There may, just may, be one way. The shop owner was considering the veritable thoughtfully. A flicker of life brightened in Chamung's eyes.
Anything. I'll do anything.
There are tales of a passage.
A means of travel between our world and another. Rumors, gossips, hearsay. If you could enter that passage and leave this infernal apparatus on the other shirta.
Yes. The coati prompted him.
It is true that you cannot abandon the truth.
But it is sometimes possible to give it away. Chamung turned violently on the grand veritable.
Well. Does the small fat one speak the truth?
He does, the box reluctantly admitted. Upon a promise of a lifetime of devoted servitude, which covenant the muskrat thoughtfully had the veritable verify, the small wizard, semi-retired, mounted and led an expedition far to the south of the river Tailoron, beyond the lake region and the Morgel swamps. There, after a long and most arduous journey, they succeeded in abandoning the grand veritable in the far reaches of a certain cave. Many days passed in retracing then difficult route until the Kawadi was convinced the curse of truth had been lifted from him, and true to his promise he remained in the service of the shopowner until the day he died, of an excessive imbibulation of a certain high-proof booze. In the lightless pitch-black recesses of that singular cavern the grand veritable languished, barely active, until one day a pair of children much younger than Squill, Nina, or Bunkin stumbled upon it. They wore old blue jeans and carried waterproof flashlights, for the cave was often full of water at that time of year. Being well-trained children, they did not touch the box but instead brought their grandfather to see it. He was accompanied by their guide, who promptly pushed his hard hat with its carbide lamp back on his head and scratched at his receding hairline. Don't recall ever seein' that in here before. Damn teenagers is always dumpin' then trash around. The old man tilted his head back, blinking as drip water splashed his eye. Must have fallen down through a sinkhole or natural pipe. The other man played his light over the device's metal exterior. Wonder what it is. His eldest grandson spoke up. If it doesn't belong to the people who own the cave, Grandpa, does that mean we can keep it? Well, I dunno. He looked at their guide. The old man shrugged. Looks like junk to me. I'd be beholden to you if you'd get rid of it for me. The visitor nodded, bent to examine the battered machine more closely. Looks like some kind of measuring device. See here. He wiped grime from the large glass plate. Hey, you know what? This is an old polygraph. He chuckled. Something I sure don't need in my business. Is it broke, Grandpa? Asked the other boy. I'm sure it must be, dumped here like this in the wet and dark. But it's almost an antique. Spruced up, it might be kind of fun to put in the office. Sure to get a few laughs from the staff. He was a big man, even for a Texan, and with the guide's assistance was able to wrestle the device over to the main trail and back to the cavern's entrance. When the prize had been loaded in the back of the visitor's minivan and the children were in the tiny store buying candy, the guide couldn't help querying his guest. After all, it wasn't every day he escorted a private party into AE far reaches of the cave. If you don't mind my skin, mister, just what is it you do? I'm a state senator, the big man replied, his distinguished appearance only slightly muted by the dirt streaking his face. From down knee corpus. He patted the muddy metal box fondly. Can you imagine the kick my colleagues will get from seeing this in my office? A lie detector in the legislature? Seeing that he was to be allowed in on the joke, the guide permitted himself an easy, agreeable chuckle. Good thing it don't work, ain't it, Senator? The big, white-haired visitor smiled. Now, Sue, don't believe everything you read in the papers, especially the local ones. Most o' those OL clichés aren't anything moan than that, clichés. There's a many good folk workin' up in Austin, and a good bit o' truth and honesty prowlin' the halls o' Iowa State Capitol. Unseen by either man, the box in the back of the minivan began to glow ever so softly.